Wir haben entschieden, das neue Arbeiten aktiv selbst zu gestalten.
Wir werden sicherlich einige oder sehr viele Aspekte, die wir jetzt in den letzten Monaten eingeführt haben, einfach auch beibehalten, weil sie sich bewährt haben, auch wenn diese Pandemie vorbei ist.
Und dafür ist es aber total egal, wo wir arbeiten. Ob zu Hause im Homeoffice, ob im Büro, ob wir, keine Ahnung, irgendwo unterwegs sind.
Entscheiden zu können, wo und wie wir arbeiten, erhöht aus meiner Sicht die Selbstbestimmung aller Queos.
Wenn ich mir für diese Veränderung eines wünsche, dann ist es, dass unsere Kultur so nah und lebendig bleibt, wie sie es bisher war.
Queoweit gibt es neue Formate, die uns überraschend auf ganz neue Weise miteinander verbinden.
Man sieht die Leute nicht mehr im Büro, aber man sieht sie natürlich trotzdem. Viel in Zoom- oder Teams-Konferenzen, virtuell an verschiedenen Plätzen zu Austauschformaten. Und auch dort sieht man, dass das Vertrauen, was wir in unsere Mitarbeiter haben, mehr als zurückgezahlt wird.
Ich bin fest davon überzeugt, dass wir das Beste aus zwei Welten kombinieren werden.
Genau das leben und lieben zu lernen, das wünsche ich mir.
Hallo, na? Das wird der Opener. Oh Gott.
The Flow Native team, and that's Christian, Karsten and me, we're passionate about NEOS. So we're usually busy with working on NEOS, helping other people using NEOS, and we created a cloud platform specifically for NEOS and Flow called Flow Native Beach. And we may be pretty good at coding, teaching and all that, but we usually forget to dedicate some time to talk about what we have to offer. So here's our chance to give you a quick glimpse on how Flow Native Beach looks like. First of all, Beach is great for projects of all sizes. Our customers use Beach for small sites, like for a doctor's office or bakery next door, as well as for projects for big enterprises and with special setups which automatically scale up to dozens of servers. In Beach you can create projects. Each project represents one NEOS or Flow Git repository. And then each project can have one or more instances. Each instance comes with its own database, Redis, cloud storage and configuration, so you can create one for production, another for staging and other test instances. Beach automatically checks out your Git repository and builds a Docker image. During this build process, composer packages are installed and further optional build steps are executed. And once the image is built, you can deploy it manually or even automatically. A few seconds later, your instance is live, and when you commit a change, build starts again and you can deploy changes without any downtime. Even though this is based on Kubernetes and Docker, you can open an SSH session as if it was a physical server, before everything was in the cloud. You can also provide configuration or secrets, which are securely stored and can be used in your NEOS settings. Oh well, we're running out of time already, so there's a lot more like auto-scaling, Elasticsearch, and of course great support by people who really know NEOS. So, if you ever thought why there isn't a hosting provider who really understands NEOS, you may want to give Beach a try. We'd be really happy to welcome you at the beach. Welcome to the NEOS Conference 2021 in a supercharged online edition live here from Dresden. And we're not only broadcasting live, we also have live music this time, composed and performed by Jan Kurfürst. So how was live performance last year with your band? Yeah. I guess so. So you're looking forward to next season then? Right.
Wow.
So, and we have you here to lift up the spirits a bit, and it's so great to have you here. Also great to have you here, Tobias Gruber from Sandstorm.
Thank you very much, Robert, from Flow Native, my beautiful co-host this year. I had to switch hosts because sadly Maya couldn't be here. So Maya, we send you all the best of greetings, and hopefully next year is another chance. This NeosCon is special again. Robert, tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we're obviously not the professional moderators, as you can see. But also, we have an online edition, which means you can participate online a lot. And if you post about NEOS Conference, then please use the hashtag NeosCon. Push everything to your social media, create the buzz it deserves, and show photos and everything.
And do that on Twitter and on Instagram, of course. Those are our two main channels.
Right.
So this year's NEOS Conference, as you are already aware, is an online event again, because, as you all know, we're still in a pandemic. So this year, again, we thought about how we can make this year's NEOS Conference special and focusing on the health and safety of everybody involved at the same time. So what we did is diverging from the original plan we had of having some people here as an audience, we had to reduce that down to the bare minimum again of people. So we have very little people here who help us manage all the technical aspects. We're getting tested every day. We all had a PCR test to make sure all of the people here in the studio have negative test results, and everybody behind the cameras is wearing masks. Robert and I are the only exceptions in front of the camera. We're allowed to speak to you without a mask, which is very comfortable.
We even practiced to speak without breathing, right? So it's we made a special training for that.
But nevertheless, even though you can't be here with us in person this year again, this is a community event. This is about the NEOS community. So please, 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 as Robert mentioned, make sure to get involved. Tweet or post to Instagram about how you're watching the stream, and we'll come back to that again a little later, which opportunities you have to get in touch. Now, NEOS Conference is all about the great talks that we have. A team of people worked tirelessly for, I don't know, weeks and months to prepare an awesome lineup of speakers from the community and also from outside our NEOS community to make sure that NEOS conference is an inspiring event, as we try to make it every year, to get diversity into this event, to get input from different perspectives. And for me, during the last years, that always was a great asset of NEOS conference, that it's not just about NEOS and the many different components that NEOS has, but also, talking about accessibility, talking about social responsibility, talking about open source. That was so awesome. So if you're interested and want to see and want to learn a little bit of the backgrounds of the people, have a look on our website, neoscon.io, and there's a lot of details about the speakers and their talks. And like last year, where we had a big blue button room set up so you can have a live chat during the talks, ask questions, chat with us, with the team behind the cameras. We have that as well. Go to www.neoscon.io/live, and the www is important so that you get redirected to the right point. If you forget that, you will end up on the start page, but that's fine. You will find the link as well. So /live takes you to the big blue button room. So join us there for the live chat, speak to the core team, ask them questions, and use this opportunity to get in touch, make this the live event that it is. We're streaming live, we're talking with you, we want to get in touch.
And of course, if you want to take a look at which talk would you miss if you fetch your kids from the kindergarten and maybe organize some spontaneous kids fetching from the kindergarten so you don't miss the talk, then you can have a look at the schedule, which is also available on neoscon.io, and you'll find the link there. And also, you find descriptions of all the talks which are planned for today and for tomorrow. Click.
I did.
Right. So, and like we did in the last years, we also have the great NEOS Award presented tonight. And we have a big thank you for everyone who contributed and sent in submissions for the NEOS Awards. We know that there are lots of big and nice projects out there, and we are really curious about who will be the lucky winner tonight of this year's awards.
The NEOS Award for me is always one of the big highlights of NEOS conference. The end of the first day, and this year, if I remember correctly, on the website, all the entrants are entered already, right? You can see the projects that were submitted. So have a look there, and you can see the awesome quality of NEOS and Flow projects and the packages that people submitted. This is a big thank you to everyone who's brave enough to show their work. That's something I'm really always looking forward to, the NEOS Award, to showcase just the awesome web projects people do with NEOS and Flow. Robert.
Yeah, and we'll do our best, of course, to spread that little glamour for this event. So since we cannot do that live on stage with you folks out there, we try to give it that special experience at least, right?
And who is presenting the NEOS Awards this year?
Yeah, is that a secret still? No,
I'm not sure, but I think that was a special. We have a special treat for you again this year. It will be awesome. Make sure to check in for the NEOS Awards. Now, a conference like this, even though it's a remote and online conference, it takes quite a lot of effort to make this happen. So we want to take a moment to say thank you to the sponsors who helped make NEOS conference possible again this year. And this year, so many people wanted to help us make this possible that we that I have 2 slides to show. So, first of all, a huge thank you to our gold sponsors, flownative.de, Queo, and Cornelsen. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for helping us make this NeosCon Online 2021 possible. Thank you very much. You rock. In addition to the gold sponsors, this year we have a couple of silver and bronze sponsors. Silver sponsors are Gesagt Getan again, thank you very much, Jung von Martech, Internetso, Münz Media, and Tech Division. Thank you so much for supporting this year's NEOS conference. And our bronze sponsors are DMK, eBusiness, and Unica. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Now, in addition to supporting the NEOS conference, there's also the support that we get for the NEOS project on an ongoing basis. That is the financial support you give to this open source project that enables us to give out releases regularly. That helps us do the administrative work, and Robert, you can probably tell a big story about that, which we do behind the scenes to ensure that our beautiful NEOS brand stays up, I guess.
Sometimes I've got the impression now that we are like the senior people in the community, right? That we take up these boring and hassle jobs, spending lots of hours into legal issues and financial issues, and right.
And for me, that's a really good thing, because you know, for us too, for example, we try to ensure that the community isn't disturbed by these things as much as possible, that is handled within the team. And as I wanted to say, what enables us to do this is the ongoing support from our longtime supporters. So when you, like in the last years, we still have the website neosfunding.sandstorm.de online currently, where you can see all the different support options that we currently have. So for organizations, there's different levels of support, starting from the bronze level, silver, gold, platinum. I want to, encourage people to look at those 2 levels, platinum and diamond. That would really be awesome if we can get a supporter like this this year. And last year during NEOS conference, we also added individual supporter badges. So as we're currently like right in the middle of the process of moving the funding platform, do send an email to foundation@neos.io. If you would like to become a supporter. We're trying to make sure that less money goes to paying services that we use and ends up more with the project. So
I have a little treat. How about, I mean, that's spontaneous, but how about if someone decides to become gold supporter during this conference, we'll give them a special shout out here. So like sponsorship. We
that would be
will
awesome.
Mention that definitely.
Yeah,
so
that would be awesome.
Yeah, so go ahead. Maybe you find some bucks somewhere from last year's project and become a gold supporter.
And to show you among which awesome company of companies, among the company of companies, you would be. Please pull up the slide. We have a big list of gold supporters right now, and I'm going to read them out because it's so awesome. They enable us to roll out the releases, to support some development projects. It's 3, M5, Zeitgeist, Flow Native, NetLogix, Visol, Jung von Matt, Internetso, InWebs, DIU, dieunternehmer.de, Kaufmann Digital, Sandstorm, Path Creator, Network Team. Thank you so much for your gold support status. We have silver supporters, Elementare Teilchen, Format.de, DMK eBusiness, Vivo Media, and our bronze supporters, Web Access, Unica, and Mindscreens. Thank you so much. Do consider, as Robert said, joining this awesome list of sponsors. And if you do so during NEOS conference, you will get a special shout out. Now, NEOS, of course, is also about style. It's about, thinking how what we do will be perceived. for me, the starting point of that journey was really the rebranding we did. Was it NEOS Conference 2015, 16 probably?
In Kolbermoor.
It was a few years ago already. Now, for this year's NEOS Conference, the team came up with a new idea. It is an online event, but nevertheless, this feeling that we have during an on-site event, when we do the NEOS conference, hopefully again next year in person, you get a conference T-shirt if you want one, and that shows, hey, I was there. That's a special event. So this year, the team, and I will hold this up into the camera here, they did design a conference shirt this way. So this is available for purchase. So you can decide if you want one, and if yes, which size you want. The design, I will pull this up here. I think they did a really good job again. Do you like it?
Yeah, definitely.
This is so awesome. The pixel art.
Which mountain is it actually?
Mount NEOS, of course.
Mount NEOS. Yeah.
Okay, so if you would like to buy one of those awesome shirts and support the project, go to www.neoscon.io/shop. Again, with the www to go directly there. And in addition to the shirts in the shop, you can also find FFP2 masks with a NEOS logo to show your support for the project. And again, the proceedings from these sales do support the project. So thank you very much to everyone who goes to the shop and buys one of those nice items. One more thing where you can participate in this year's event. The team also set up a quiz that you can fill out online. And if you participate in the quiz, you have the chance to win a NEOS merchandise bag, and that will be sent to you. So every day of NEOS conference, today and tomorrow, each day there is a quiz. Today it's more general questions about NEOS. Tomorrow it's more technically oriented. Go to www, I will mumble the W's by the end of the day, .neoscon.io/quiz to find, I think it was around 20 questions or so. It was quite a lot. And there's a time limit to you filling out the quiz, so you don't have too much time Googling the answers. So I think it's 15 minutes. So one round today, the second one tomorrow. Join the quiz for a great chance to win some prizes.
Right, we forgot one thing about the sponsors, of course, but this is not just some random sponsorship you put up, but it's a lot of passion and technical knowledge. So if you looked around, or if you've already seen some pictures before this event we posted, you've seen that the team at Sandstorm really went crazy this time with the studio. This is so amazing to see what they put up here. It's so professional, and if you compare it with last year, for example, this was, I mean, already an amazing setup, but with the plans for this year, it just didn't fit into your office. So we had to move up here to this big conference hall,
which is like 10 times or more the space that we had last year. And
yeah, so huge thank you to Sandstorm and everyone involved behind the scenes to put this up. This is just beyond anything I've seen online throughout the last year at any conference. So that's pretty cool.
And as we already mentioned, this is not about Robert and me talking to you. This is a community event. We want to be in discussions with you. We want to speak directly with you. We want to see how you watch NEOS conference. So like last year, and that was like the best part about it for me, really, do tweet how you're watching NEOSCon this year. I pulled up some of the pictures from last year, and there were people sitting outside in the sun. I think Dmitri was at his dacha in Russia in the sun, and he had one of the best connections, and it was really awesome when we had his interview after the talk. There was someone doing laundry. There was a kid watching the stream. That was so cool. So please tweet your pictures or send them on Instagram with the hashtag NEOSCon, and we will pull pull those up at the end of the day and, you know, show everybody how cool that is, that we're together here for these 2 days. Now, I think
That's the end of the conference already?
no, I think we're getting started here.
Okay.
After the introduction, we'll have the first talk of the day. And the first talk that we will do, of course, is the opening keynote, like in the last years we're already used to. We get a special treat as our first talk, and the opening keynote this year will be held by Robert Lemke again. As we already mentioned, and there's magic happening behind the scenes right now, Robert works at Flow Native. He's one of the founders of the NEOS project, a long time NEOS core team member. And in his keynote today, he will give us a glimpse of the NEOS project in the past 12 months since the last keynote, really. I'm always looking forward to those keynotes that Robert holds, because it's not just figures and dates and number of releases. There's also something special in there every time. So before we get started, there will be a short clip of sponsors, and then after that, it's Robert with the keynote. Enjoy.
Again, I'm doing the keynote. So still, also like I said last year, which was where the keynote happened from my office at home, it's still some kind of artificial experience for me. I'm really used to, like, you know, interacting with the audience a bit and looking at your faces when I tell you something about the last year. So that means I can only guess into the dark, into the camera here, and wonder how the last year was for you. So what did you do? Did you take a walk through the woods? And these are places where I've been taking walks. Actually, lots of people moved to outside through the pandemic, and I mean, because which alternatives did they have to meeting friends or going to their climbing hall or anything like that? So it kind of was nice, I think, rediscovering a few things, like going for a walk. That's not what young people usually do. But on at the same point, it also felt quite uniform, quite samey, you know. You get that rhythm of every day at a certain time you might take a break and go around the block and go through the woods and so on. And I mean, even though we are very privileged, it sometimes feels a bit like a golden cage, I guess. So in the preparation for this keynote, I looked for through my photos, what happened last year, and and then I found these photos and clips from conferences and concerts I've been last year. So that's something I really miss a lot. This energy with all the people around, like, you know, getting into the masses, lots of people around you, everyone's dancing. I mean, that was the concert part, not the conference part, right? But even meeting in real life with a NEOS team is so special. You remember when we sat in funny circles at NEOS sprints and we're discussing things, whatever, strategy, values, new things we wanted to develop. We had these fish bowls and everything. And I know that lots of you who were involved missed these sprints a lot. And I certainly do. But that will come back, you know. These times will come back, and we'll sit together and revive that energy. And by the way, I also found a photo. Did you know that this sprint here was actually exactly at this place here? So Sebastian sitting there, that was up around there. So this is the same conference room here. Right, so what could you do? What did you do with your year in terms of NEOS? I know that some companies had big trouble when they had customers, for example, working in the tourism sector or event sector. Then, of course, they didn't have any projects to work on anymore. And others really had lots of jobs to do because everyone was going online, trying to digitize their processes and need websites and solutions for that. And even though it's a bad situation, sometimes there's some, you know, like some inspiration in there or some opportunities to do something different than you did before. So, for example, beginning of this year, finally, I took some time off, literally like 3 weeks or so, or even 4 weeks almost, and learned something new. Not so new for you guys, but for me. So I learned, really learned React. I really learned GraphQL. I really learned Relay and Tailwind CSS and stuff like that, and built a little application. Because I always envied I didn't envy them. I you know, looked up to the folks at the sprints who were able to do something about the NEOS UI. They could implement new features completely there, and I really wanted to learn that as well. And it was so inspiring to take that time out, and you know, without any planning or plan B, I just did it. And of course it was possible because I had enough projects before, so I could do that financially. But still, sometimes it's so inspiring to just do something without much thinking. So as usual, let's take a look back at the past, what happened in the NEOS universe. And you could imagine that not a lot happened because, well, everyone was busy with thinking about the pandemic, of the safety of their families and so on. And oops, that was too fast actually. Click, click, click. There we go. So I asked a lot of people in the community, and lots of them said like, yeah, there was not much going on, and at least in the weeklies, you know that the NEOS teams have their weekly gatherings in Slack. I also could read in the minutes of these meetings, not much going on NEOS-wise, and busy with lots of other things. But if you look at what actually happened, that's a whole different story. So in August, for example, we had a little update of the brand presented by Sebastian, and that is just a little addition or specification of our brand, which emphasizes our curiosity. So a lot in NEOS is about our curiosity to discover new things, to try out new things, and I'm really happy that they found this, you know, specific wording for it and implemented it also on our website. So if you look at the NEOS website, you find, for example, in terms of the photos being used and the headlines set, you see that this idea of curiosity is reflected there. I'll get back to the brand topic later on again. But also, as Tobias already mentioned, there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes about the NEOS Foundation. So if you haven't heard much about that work, that's a pretty good sign, because that means it doesn't distract you from doing your NEOS work, right? So if you remember that, we founded the NEOS Foundation in order to work on all the legal and financial issues the NEOS project might have and provide a budget to the NEOS team. I mean, we can do that. We have a small budget, but still all the hassle, like the legal hassle, is taken away from the developers, designers, and so on. And we started that as a community interest company in the UK, because that legal form was so appealing to us. Unfortunately, it was so difficult in practice, and then Brexit came, of course. So throughout the last year, we were still busy with moving the NEOS Foundation to a new legal form, which is the NEOS Foundation EV, so a German association. And so we finished doing that. We did all the tax work and bank account stuff and so on. And you remember 2 years ago already, I mentioned in my keynote that Rick from the Type 3 Association said to us that they are willing to transfer all the existing NEOS and Flow trademarks to the NEOS Foundation. Now, things like trademarks take some time, and it's not so easy to do that. But finally, all these trademarks are actually transferred to the NEOS Foundation. And just about that trademark thing, there's a lot of ongoing work also behind the scenes. So, for example, there are trademarks which look similar to NEOS, or who try to sue us for using our logo, even though we had it first, and things like that, you know. And these are things we deal with behind the scenes with a very nice lawyer from Berlin who helps us winning these oppositions, for example, right? Because what's important to us is that the brand we created, that identity it has, that we don't have to leave that. You know, it would be really bad for Flow, for example, remaking all this NEOS light here behind me. Imagine we have to give up our logo. I said to him yesterday, it's not a problem if we need to change the color, actually. That was not a planned cue. Anyway, so but of course we want to stick to our brand, and we want to still have it, and so we need to defend it at some point, unfortunately. Right, so but NEOS is not about branding and marketing, it's about NEOS itself, of course, the open source project we maintain and create. So there were 32 NEOS releases and 62 Flow releases last year. That's 94 releases in total, and that's quite something, I think, given the situation we had. So a huge thank you to the release managers, the teams involved, and the upmergers doing all the work to also have these frequent patch level releases. I know it's a lot of work, and I'm very thankful that you did that. So we had, I think after the conference, we had started with NEOS 5.3, which was an LTS release. And so there were lots of, I think there were lots of speed ups for move actions, for example, in the content repository. We had configurable asset constraints. So that means we could define which asset source or which media type could be used as when you are using a specific node type, for example. And for the first time, we had the configurable PSR15 middleware kernel in Flow. What is the PSR15 middleware kernel, you might ask? So all these PSRs are standards from the PHP community, and we are moving to using these standards more and more. So this is the list of standards we already fulfill. And so we wanted to fully embrace PSR 15, the middleware standard, which means that we had to replace the HTTP component we had in Flow. And then we made a big jump version-wise. We skipped NEOS 6 and then had NEOS 7, so we have parity in terms of version numbers to make things easier. So you always know now NEOS 7 is based on Flow 7, and there you go. So, and there were lots of changes under the hood as well, but nevertheless very important changes. So for example, Atomic Fusion was added to the NEOS core, which means that we fully embrace this way of developing NEOS websites now. And for example, the Kickstarter uses AFX now. Then we had other packages included, like the Zeitgeist Silhouettes package, which is now called Node Presets in NEOS. We had further work on the PSR 15 integration, and you now can actually use any PSR 15 middleware and integrate it, for example, for timing your requests and things like that, you know. And we also had quite some UI improvements. So with insert mode and default backend modules. So for example, you can configure NEOS now that when you log in, you don't end up in the content editing area, but in some other backend module, which you might even define, for example, for managing users, right? And then we had, whoops, lots of clicks at once. I forgot my clicker at home, so I had to borrow one. And actually that felt so unreal driving here, because I've not been on a business trip for more than a year, and of course not at a conference. So everything I usually have in my bag is now probably on the desk of my daughters for playing. Let me click again. Yeah, okay, no picture here. Anyway, so NEOS 7.1 is so fresh that the picture is not developed yet. We had PHP 8 support in NEOS 7.1 with some exceptions, so annotations are not fully implemented yet, but they come in 7.2. And we finally said farewell to Ember.js. Sebastian, remember when you integrated that? But it's a nice goodbye. Ember.js suited us well, but it's also very nice that cleaning all that up, I mean, we're using React for some time now, but there was all this old code sitting around, and sometimes we need to address that technical debt as well, and this is now fully cleaned up. We also had the introduction of Fusion Forms 2.0, which allows you to more easily create forms with Fusion, of course. Right. And then we had other initiatives as well, not only development. We had the marketing guild who met frequently online. We even had a marketing sprint in July, I think. And they discussed about organic growth and provide some answers, make participation in the project easier. And actually even started an initiative to create a German version of the NEOS website, which makes sense because when you look at where NEOS is mostly used, Germany plays an important role, of course. So that's also why finally, after lots of years, they also looked at the German Wikipedia article and made sure that things there were actually correct, right? And apart from the guilds and the NEOS core team, we also had some meetups happening. I think they were organized by Sebastian Helsler and Danielina together in Karlsruhe, but they were online meetups. And that was really nice. I actually didn't make it to any of the 3 meetups I think they had, but my colleague Christian told me that this was really nice, and I also heard some feedback from the community. So this is really nice and creative to you know, find some way to deal with the situation, even though you cannot meet in person. Yeah, then remember, I put up this photo last year again already about the event-sourced content repository. And there was not so much progress probably as we hoped for, but also it was not realistic to hope for what we hoped for this year. Nevertheless, there was a lot of work being done by Sebastian and by Bernhard and also by Bastian. So it works now with Event Sourcing 2.0, you know, the event sourcing package we have. Also got a lot of love and improvements throughout the last year. And an important feature also has been developed, which is the event-sourced based routing, because you know how routing works in NEOS, that is based on the nodes you have, the pages you have, and so on. And of course, we need to make it possible to have event-based routing as well. So event sourcing creates a protection, and then routing information is taken from there. So that was a big, important step as well. And then there are things you probably don't see at all usually, and they happen behind the scenes in our infrastructure. So of course we have updates, for example, of our discussion platform that needs to be updated, but also the whole building infrastructure on GitHub. We had some problems there with quotas. So unfortunately, what we've previously could do with Travis, building our tests and so on, had some quota limits which were not enough for an open source project like ours, even after we bought some additional hours. So we had to take the big step and completely implement our build pipeline to GitHub Actions. So, and at this point, I'd just like to thank Alexander Bell a lot, not only for this part, but also for his huge efforts in working on Flow throughout the last year. It really, when you look at GitHub and who contributed, you really see how Alex invested a lot of time there. Thanks for that. Right, we'll hear about that a bit later, but also it's a good example. Sebastian thought, like, you know, the NEOS Media browser, that's something which is still old-fashioned developed. So we have the modern React UI, the content area, content module in NEOS, everything is based on React, but the whole media part was still with traditional templating and like mechanisms you wouldn't use anymore these days. So it's like 10 years old almost. So he took the initiative to modernize that and also applied for funding, and fortunately got some funding, not only from the NEOS community, but also from single companies. So you'll see a dedicated talk about that, what progress you made there. And I think it's a good example of taking an initiative for something of NEOS you care for, and then just go for it. And sometimes that can be just crazy ideas, like creating a NEOS terminal emulator for NEOS. How often have you been using NEOS and thinking, like, wouldn't it be crazy if, and so and so. And then, I mean, even I had these ideas, like, wouldn't it be good to have that and that? But if I don't act upon it, then it will never happen. So big kudos to Sebastian also to actually put that into practice. And if you think a terminal emulator is a crazy idea, oops, can you jump back? Right, then you have to see what René Rehme did with his website. So he had the idea to actually have his website as a role-playing game. I guess because he wanted to learn how do you do role-playing games in a browser. And he chose Neos as a backend for that. And there's a nice video you really have to look to watch, where he explains how he configures this game with nodes and Neos and with Fusion and everything. So it's a really creative use of Neos. Really like that. Right. So, yeah. And there's also a blog post about it. So if you look into the future, what are the plans for Neos? I mean, I really have to say I don't know it. I even know less than the previous years, because it was so difficult to get in touch with the whole lot of people. I know what individual people are doing, but not what everyone has planned as a whole in the Neos team. What we found out, though, is, or experienced throughout the last year, that the way of development has changed a lot. So things are more capsuled. We have better standalone solutions like the PSR standards, and also the discussion of new features has changed a bit during the pandemic. So these bigger changes usually don't require that much code changes, but require good discussions. And for example, the projection-based routing was one of the examples where discussions also happened on our platforms, and then the concept being implemented was not so hard to do. So we see that the Neos UI is still improving, and I think they're also looking for help there. So if you're working with React and know about React, then maybe this would be something you could step in. But the big question, of course, is what's your next feature, or what features do you need in Neos? Because it can happen that lots of people, are so busy with their projects and they are just happy. So we maybe just leave Neos like it is. But if that's not the case, then make some suggestions. Even if you can't implement it yourself, we need to know about that. And if we hear something very often, then we might start an initiative. And with we, I don't mean the Neos Foundation or something like that, but the Neos community. So if you're looking for these new features, look around, be creative, use Neos in unusual ways, and as always, stay curious.
Thank you very much, Robert. That was an awesome keynote. And from what I just heard, I'm wondering, did we really have a pandemic, anyone? I mean, there was so much going on. I thought when we were here last year, I thought, oh boy, if that pandemic continues, then hopefully we can keep up the release schedule. And what you just showed us from the community is we didn't just do that. The people out there came up with even crazier ideas than you and I could have imagined. So awesome projects. It's such a privilege to be part of this open source community. And as you just mentioned, Robert, I think that's one of the principles really we try to uphold in Neos is there isn't some one person saying what we should do next. There is individuals who have an idea, who are inspired, who are curious, who want to learn something, like you said about yourself, thinking, how does the React universe work in the Neos backend? And then they go ahead, try something out, share it with the community. And in our NEOS community, from my experience, you always get support. There's not a lot of ranting and trolling and stuff like that. So I can only reiterate on what you just said. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much to everyone who spent time and effort on NEOS and Flow and the whole community during these past 12 months since the last NEOS conference. Especially, and you already mentioned that, release managers, team members, community members who post their projects and share their ideas and the work they've done. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Without you, this all wouldn't be possible.
I think what really pays off also is that we don't have that kind of centralistic approach, because what you see is that people drop out because of the life situation as well, right? So there are lots of new families now with newborn kids, and so we see that they just drop out for some time, right? And there are people who might have a hard time, like also, for example, my mother died beginning of this year, so the months before were quite intensive. And the good thing is that the whole project doesn't depend on a single person. People stand in, and yeah, there's something I wanted to mention still, because it's so important. If you look at the PHP project, what do you think, working on the PHP core, the Zend engine, how many people in the world are working on that, and how many people could jump in?
Well, I would imagine, I'm not sure about PHP the figures. Exactly, I'm thinking like half of the web is powered by PHP, right? I mean, all the big web projects, most of them, or very many of them, the CMSs, lots of them are powered by PHP. So I would imagine, I don't know, 10, 20 people maybe?
It's one.
One. Are you serious?
So if you look at the just-in-time compiler, it's one person who knows it all.
Oh, wow.
And it's a second person who tries to follow and could jump in a bit. But that's all, right? And that's scary.
Mm-hmm.
So
for such an important technology of the web. So what's your thoughts on that? What can, people watching this live stream, what can we do to help that situation?
Yeah, I think what happens often is that if you're working on something very complex, then you need to do it on your own, right? Because it's so complex that you barely can keep it in your head. Mm-hmm. But that's, at some point, it's a bit short-sighted. So you need to share that knowledge soon enough so that it doesn't become exclusive knowledge. So you need to pair more often and probably also meet in sprints and things like that. I think that helped us a lot to share knowledge about certain things so that we could meet in person. So always look at these places. Is there some tiny component only one person knows about? Then try to address that and try to share it before it's too late, right?
A good point to get involved. And so what I'm thinking right now is a few things. For one, companies who use those technologies to earn their money, it's very, very helpful if they pass on a little bit to open source projects and help them to have a financial base from which they operate. That's probably one thing that really, really helps and may not be as visible, because people may often think, it's open source software, it's free, right? Thank you very much. But there's always a team, hopefully, and maybe only one person actually doing the work. So if you see something like that in the NEOS universe, then like Robert, like you just said, get in touch and ask someone, hey, what are you doing there? Is that something that I could get involved with? And the answer will probably very often be yes, of course. And I remember a really good example of that was probably when we started the event source content repository journey, really, which kicked off with a big workshop where there were lots of people there to find out what are we going to do. And then it condensed to a few people, but at least a few, more than one, who are currently working on that project, and hopefully know what's going on and share that information. Right. One more information to everyone out there watching. Do share the stream with your colleagues and friends. There is some room on YouTube servers. Have some more people watch the live stream. Come join us here. And also hello to everyone in the big blue button. I saw some comments. You know, they pick up everything that you say. Someone, I think Bastian or so, mentioned on your slide there was an info like Tim Cook is from Leipzig or something. They noticed the tiniest bits of details. So yeah, people are watching and paying attention.
That's good.
That's cool. Right. Before we come to our next talk, we did mention before that we have some live music here, so I want to hear some more.
Yes.
Let's go.
So the next talk is from Uhlmann, and he's originally from Switzerland. And always when I think about Jon, what comes to my mind, of course, is his one wheel, which I also had the opportunity to try out once in was it in
Vienna?
In Vienna,
yeah.
Right. So that's a really crazy thing, and actually I played with the thought buying one of myself, but it's not allowed in Germany.
It's not?
It's a pity.
Oh.
Yeah, it's too fast, and it doesn't have a backlight, and it doesn't have
Oh, so there's regulatory
brakes
problems.
and
Yeah,
like,
okay.
like that. So yeah, that is always what I connect with Jon, but of course also his work and what he likes to talk about fusion. And I know that he's got a lot of experience with fusion, so enjoy the next talk where it's all about bulletproof fusion. Ich habe sonst noch ein iPad.
Nee, du willst hier vorne direkt was sehen?
Nee, ich weiß nur, dann kann man...
Vorne haben.
Hi. Why it is so important to take the difficult path of simplicity. Sounds philosophical? Don't worry, we keep it real. Write less bad code. First, let me show something. A few years ago, I was thinking about buying an electric skateboard. I had already ordered one, but then I became aware of the one wheel, the thing here. The unique thing about this is that I need no remote control, no app, can float over hill and dale, and it feels like an extension of my body. This doesn't mean that this type of vehicle is easier to create. On the contrary, putting a motor underneath a skateboard and controlling the speed with a remote control is certainly easier to build than a board with one wheel that has to balance itself and control by weight shifting. This is much more complicated, but the operation is intuitive and infinitely more fun. I think all of you know this thing here. It's an Nespresso capsule. But do you already know the new Nespresso machine? Instead of several buttons, where one button can brew one type of coffee, and beside all errors, for example, create an espresso in longer quantity, there's only one button. The machine reads the barcode on the capsule, and it can adjust all attributes, 5 cup sizes, from espresso to whole carafe, over temperature, and brewing time. It is all perfected to the coffee used. It's done. Another question. Why was the iPod so successful? Because it made it easy to browse large music libraries for the first time. And why did the iPhone usher a new era in cell phones? There was already the Nokia communicator. Because it was easy to use. The same with Google. One search box, done. Simple interfaces are more successful and more fun than complicated ones. If something can omit it, it is a game for the user as well for the creator of the interface. Already Albert Einstein said, "Make things simple as possible, but not simpler." But interfaces are not only user interfaces. There are also interfaces in the development. In PHP, for example, there are interfaces, as well kind of in Fusion. There are the properties which are located directly in the component of the top level, as you see here. href, class, and content, they form the interface. However, appearance classes don't. It doesn't matter how you handle it inside the component in the future, as long as the interface remains the same, you're safe. Another good example you can see is in Flowpack listable. This checks if collection is an instance of Elasticsearch. If yes, this is used and therefore more performant. Otherwise, flow query is used. Great, isn't it? No property where I have to specify what I'm using. It just checks with the ELHelper type instance what is available. As I said, it's not easy to make it simple, but others, and you yourself 2 weeks later, will thank you for that. But what is complicated? Everything that is difficult to understand or change is complicated. You recognize this when you have to change something all the time, or when errors occur that no one can explain. Dependency and lack of clarity are usually causes of complexity. So it's about modularization. First, we need to define what a module is. In the context of Fusion, this is an ELHelper, a flow query operation, a Fusion prototype, or an entire package. In general, there are shallow and deep modules. A deep module has a small interface and a large implementation. In the case of shallow module, it's the other way around. Deep modules are generally preferable because they hide more information behind their interfaces. This leads to better information obfuscation. A module that can react automatically to different circumstances without configuration is certainly better than a module where I have to define everything. A module, for example, a teaser prototype, it can be used for news, blog entries and normal documents, is also better than generating a separate prototype for each case. As long as the interface, let's call it API, still fit together and they do not differ too much. An important building block for this is the separation of presentation and integration, but more about that later. So, when should modules be merged and when they should be separated? Again, you can apply the rules from earlier. If merging leads to a simpler interface and to a module with a greater depth, it should be preferred. If a module mixes different abstractions, modules should be split apart. If general purpose and specialized functionality are in the same module, it should be split. More general functionality should be pulled down into the lower layers, and more specialized functionality should be pulled up in the upper layers. After all, the saying goes, a module should do one thing. This can be extended as follows. A module should be one thing, but completely. This can give you an orientation which modules and functions should be merged and which not. Do you know the answer, it depends? I think it's the most used answer ever. And the same is in NEOS. What is Node? Depends on where you are. If you're on the top page, Node, Document Node and Site are the same. If you are on another page and have selected a content item, all three context variables are different. Handy if you understand the principle. Hell if you don't. Therefore, here again for the overview. The node is the currently selected node. It can be any type of node. The document node is the document of the selected node. And the site is the start page node. This can be easily compared in Fusion. Just say document node equals node, and if it's true, you know you're on the document. You already know where you are. Where we at the next topic, the dear context. Important to know, context is inherited to all child elements. This is great if you want to do that, but in most cases it's avoidable because unpleasant side effects can occur. And thanks to apply and the Fusion components, this is no problem. As you can see here, you could easily put the appearance property in the context and then use this context for appearance classes. But it is better to nest the Fusion components and use the props appearance. Like that, we can avoid to use the context for appearance. And this is just a very, very basic, simple example. But you can adjust this to your needs and you can nest components multiple times. Why AFX is simply ingenious. You may ask yourself, why AFX? There's Fluid after all. Yes, that's right. You can still build your website with Fluid. But the genius besides that you can handle everything in one file is that you can use Fusion prototypes directly in the source code. For example, here we have a link, and inside of the link is an icon, and it's just a Fusion prototype written as HTML tag, kind of. And the other thing is, you don't have to learn the Fluid syntax and the Fusion syntax. You just can use the Fusion syntax in AFX, as AFX is nothing different than Fusion. Separate presentation and integration. While we're on the subject, it makes sense to separate presentation and integration. Presentation is what you can do without data from NEOS. For example, without node, document node, site, request, etc. On the one hand, you can then test the design cleanly, for example with Monocle. The visual components are more versatile, the work is much easier to split between people, and you save yourself a lot of trouble defining the caching. I often have seen code where, for example, a teaser was simultaneously defined as a content element and as a visual component in another content element with dynamic news. Already only this explanation sounds complicated. The result was that the same news was displayed 3 times because Nesta's content element also had a cache entry. At the beginning, it takes a bit to rethink, but believe me, it's worth it. It can help, for example, if you pass data structures to the visual component and fill these structures with dynamic data in the integration. For example, here we see a teaser module. It receives a data structure with items. These items has the href, image source for the lazy bone, text perhaps on the headline. An integration in this example would then look perhaps like this. In this component, we get the news nodes, sort them by hidden before date time, and then we iterate over these news nodes and generate the href, the image source, the headline, the text and the alternative text. And we filter everything that we make sure that the image source and the headline is set. And then we pass this to the before defined presentation component. And at the end, we define the caching. So if a news gets updated, this component also gets updated. One thing more about the cache entry. It is best to always write immediately upon integration. Often you think, I will do it at the end, but you have to do it anyway. And at the moment you write the integration, you have the best overview. Besides, this is also a documents which nodes and values the integration accesses. Everyone after you, including your own me in 2 weeks, will thank you for that. Explain what's going on, especially with prototypes, which are pure presentation components. It is not always obvious what type and/or value is allowed for a property. Of course, you can solve this with commands, but here I would like to recommend a package called PropTypes Fusion from the Package Factory. Even if you don't know the package, just reading it is self-explanatory. It does not explain how, in which way the implementation works, but only what is expected and allowed. Perfect. An exciting approach will be to define prop types first, to consider exactly what the API of Fusion prototype should look like. I think this would help to make the modules less broad and more in-depth of the implementation. I know this is kind of a crazy idea, but let's try it out if it works. However, when it comes to explanation of an implementation, it should not be written at the top level, but rather where the implementation happens. They add precision and explain the what and why of a particular code in detail. A very nice example, which is not in Fuse, but in a PHP class, can be seen on the image service from the Pretty Embed helper. Everybody of you knows Sebastian Kurfürst, and he's not only solved the problem of this service, he also explained it directly in the code exactly what happens and why it's solved like that. Do it, fix it, break it. The best modules are not the first costs, but the ones that have been designed several times. A dare statement, I know. But we also rebuilt the UI 3 times until it really fit. Sometimes it's just good to think around the corner. After all, our head is round, so we can change the direction of thinking. Especially in the web development, an enormous amount of happens that we are all challenged repeatedly to learn new things and solve problems in a new way. Also for us in the NEOS universe, a lot has happened in the last years. Best practice have been repeatedly thrown overboard and replaced by new approaches. But isn't that what makes development so exciting? We live in an enormously exciting but equally challenging time. Never before so much has been possible, and never before has humanity faced such challenges like climate change. I'm firmly convinced that those who constantly overstrong principles and go new ways can change this world, and those who not move on the usual path but go ways so that these arise.
Quite interesting also to see the place where John lives, I think, and also about the concepts. So did you understand the word, Tobias?
The beginning was awesome. I was laughing. I was watching the talk and how John was riding around the woods on his one wheel. I think it was one of the best introductions into the video. I was like, oh, I can watch that for another hour probably.
Did you ever try that, or would you want to try it?
I think at the sprint in Vienna, where you tried it as well, I did too, and it's difficult. I found it difficult, at least. John looks like like he was born with it or something. That was really cool. Thanks so much, John. Can you hear us?
Yes.
How long did it take you to ride these paths in the forest with a one wheel?
Not so long. I think if you experience a bit, you just go and ride. So.
All right, very cool. So yeah, that was quite interesting. It was kind of fusion architecture. Could you name it fusion architecture, right? And it reminded me a bit of very general development paradigms, which like it depends. You mentioned, of course, that's a very typical thing a developer would ask or an architect would ask himself. So, how do you think how different is developing Fusion actually from other programming language, typical PHP and other programming languages, like the methodologies you use there, refactoring and things like that?
I think the first thing is that Fusion, it's much more similar to JavaScript than to PHP. How you access the stuff and all these kind of things. And at the same side, the prototype is always sandboxes. It's in a sandbox, so it doesn't destroy something other. So that's a cool feature. Yes, on how to refactor. I think that would be another talk.
Do you use any refactoring techniques? I mean, also other design principles like, model view controller, model view presenter comes to mind when you said you need to be aware at least where is your presentation and where is your data and so on. It is not.
Yeah. I refactored some time ago the web page from my father, and then I just split the integration and the presentation part. And I think that's one of the main thing, because if you have that, it's easier to refactor in all ways, because okay, it's just getting the data, and here is displaying the data. And if you have split that, it's much easier to change later on when you want to change something.
And reusing your components and so on, I guess, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you, John. That was pretty insightful in many ways. And yeah, I'm looking forward to using more of that soon again when I'm back to Fusion. Thank you, John.
Yeah.
With your crazy front-end skills, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's awesome. Thanks very much, John, for this Fusion architecture presentation.
Right. So what's up next, Tobias?
I would like to hear some music. How about you?
Sounds good.
Can we have some music? And next up is Dmitri Pisarev's talk about React best practices. As you know, Dmitri has given quite a few talks in the past about his experience of getting into React. And Dmitri is really active on Twitter. If you are into React as well, I do follow him, and I see him talking on Twitter with different people from the React community and the core team, and asking them about their ideas about certain integrations or how they would solve certain problems. So I'm really excited how he's really taking us on this journey with him through the last NEOS conferences. So I hope we have him to ask some questions this year again. Yes, okay, I'm getting a thumbs up there. I really enjoyed that last year. So without much further ado, the next talk is React Best Practices, the great shift you might have missed in the recent years by Dmitri Pisarev. Enjoy.
Online. Really sad that I couldn't make it to be in Dresden this year due to COVID travel restrictions. I'm really sad about it. So hope to see you all next year for sure. Hope like this whole COVID madness would be over by then. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dmitri Pisarev. I work in St. Phil's Christian Institute, and I'm a Christian believer myself. Also, I'm a NEOS Minions team member since a few years already. Don't even remember how long, actually. And also, I'm a part-time contractor at a charity startup called Deed. And also, I'm a father of 2 girls and 1 son. I like running and just being outside most of the time. Right, so a few words about today's talk. Like, I was supposed to deliver a talk about React best practices and all the things we have learned building Reacts React applications last few years, but I would have to focus on one specific topic today because it just took all the time of this talk. So this topic that stole all the attention today is, you were right, you guessed it, it's state management. So why is that such a big topic? Well, here you see like all the state management libraries that are there in React, and I had to try out a good part of them actually, just to see, just to make sure I'm not missing anything important. Yeah, that has severely affected my mental health lately. I have been losing sleep. I've been seeing nightmares about being trapped in a state manager or in a saga or whatever. So hopefully it would go away after I finish recording this talk. So anyways, bear with me. And the reason why we have had such innovation of state management solutions is because when React was presented back in 2013, it didn't provide like it didn't give you an opinionated solution on how to manage your state. All it gave you is a set state method, and they were free to experiment how you would spread the state, how you would coordinate state updates, etc., etc. And that's both like a bad thing and a good thing, because we've seen like amazing innovation happening in the last few years, and still happening actually, and that wouldn't have been possible if we would have had an opinionated solution right off the box. So before we move on, let's define what we understand by a state management solution, what it should provide us with, because like when preparing for this talk, I've heard a lot of opinions on that. So for this talk, I take like the simplest approach to this, and a state management solution should allow us to store an initial value, to read from that value, and to update a value. And you'd probably say that we already have such a state management solution right inside React. It's called useState. It allows us to do all three things quite elegantly, I would say. So why would we need anything else besides that? So here is the first problem. Back in the days, the only way, like the only official way for you to spread the state throughout your app was via props drilling, which means just passing state down through props. And while it had some benefits of being explicit, and you could like immediately see where something is coming from and where it's being used, etc., it was rather hard to work with on a larger scale. So quickly, some solutions started to appear. And now we have a context API, a stable version of context API, which has replaced the legacy context API, which had its own set of problems. So what it allows us to do is to put the state, again, like somewhere at the top level of your app, where it's going to be used by all its children. And then we put the state into a context provider. And then any component that's a child of this provider, no matter how deeply nested it is, it should be able to consume this context with use context hook. So it looks quite elegant and simple. And actually, for a lot of things, it should be enough just to use these two, like use context together with use state or use reducer, and you should be good to go for simpler apps. However, we would have a problem in a bigger app, like for example Neo's user interface. We do have a rendering, we do have like representation of the same information of same entities in different parts of the user interface component trees. And so, for example, if we update a value in one place, like for example in an inspector or through inline editing, it should spread, it should be like synchronized with all other places where you see that information in an app. So with context API, we could have put like the whole node tree into context and subscribe from each of these nodes to it, and that would work. But once we update anything within that state, it would re-render not only the children, not only the nodes which were supposed to be updated, which were edited, but also all other nodes which subscribe to the same context. So context has a very cool optimization feature that it allows you to work, allows you that all context subscribers would get updated whenever context changes, even if there are some components higher in component tree that implement, for example, should component update that bail out of updates, but deeply nested component would re-render anyways if it subscribes to context. And that's actually quite cool, because like the legacy context API wasn't able to do that, and there would have been problems when where updates to your app could have been swallowed by some components which have implemented should component update, like not in the right way, forgetting to check for state values, context values. So yeah, how do we solve this problem? And there is actually an ancient solution you probably all thought about right away. It's called Redux. And here's an example. Like, first, just let me answer a few of your concerns about Redux. So the biggest complaint I've heard about Redux is that it's very boilerplatey. So you need to write a lot of boilerplate code. And that's actually no longer the case with Redux Toolkit. So here you see an example of the same code. And like if you compare it with the context API code, there's just not much more code. You see a helper function create slice, which creates for us a store and a reducer and actions. No, it doesn't create store. It creates for us reducer and actions in an opinionated way, the way that's suggested by Redux maintainers. And I don't know how you feel about this, but I'm quite okay with writing such code, and I don't think that this amount of boilerplate is currently a big problem. But you might still say, like, doesn't Redux use context itself? Like, we do have to wrap our whole app in a Redux provider, right? Well, actually, Redux uses context API only to pass down the store and not state itself. The state lives outside of your component tree. And basically here is a very naive implementation where you see we get a store from context and we subscribe to store updates. And then we have a way to force re-render the component that has subscribed to the state. Like force re-render is just basically set state with some arbitrary value, which causes component to re-render. But we only do it when the value that this particular component has subscribed to has changed. So here's what Sebastian Magbech, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, had to say that that Redux context is good for low frequency updates like locale theme. So it wouldn't do for general state management. Actually, if you're curious about this topic more, you can read about how Redux was rewritten in version 6 to be using context to spread state and how it failed with performance issues when trying to do that. And in version 7, it was rewritten back to having state outside of React. That's a very interesting and tricky problem to solve. So Recoil is another library from Facebook, which was presented last summer, which is trying to give a stab, trying to solve a problem, the same problem of performance when multiple component trees are tracking the same value. And the performance problem we have with Redux is that the more nodes you have in your app, the harder it becomes to track this like equality check. So we don't re-render all the components, but the complexity of checking which components should be re-rendered and which shouldn't, it increases in a linear way. And Recoil solves it like in a quite interesting manner. You can think of it as wrapping each node in your app tree in a separate context. So whenever whenever context value changes, like just those places like with this particular specific node in your app, they would be updated, and it doesn't need to care about any other nodes. So from ON complexity, it changes to be O1 complexity. And also, it's even less boilerplatey than Redux Toolkit, and it provides a very familiar API, quite similar to useState. So here is an example of the same code rewritten with Recoil. So basically, we take our usual useState hook and replace it with useRecoil state. We point it to a particular state atom, which has its own ID and a default value. And then anywhere in the app, we can subscribe to it and get the same set state tuple that we are used to from useState. So actually, I've written already, I think, 3 apps with Recoil, and the thing I especially liked it is about how quick it is to get used to and learn. The problem with it, however, not the problem, but if you compare Recoil to Redux, you lose the semantics of actions. So Redux gives you a log of all actions that were happening in the app, and Recoil allows you to track updates globally, but you don't have semantically described actions, which were reasons to those updates. So that's a bit unfortunate, but in a lot of cases, there's just no need to do that, no need to track state updates so explicitly. So if you are ready to throw that aspect of Redux away, you cut on a lot of boilerplate, and it's just really nice and easy to use. And there is even simpler and more lightweight library called Yotai. I probably mispronounced it. Sorry, I forgot to look up how it's supposed to be pronounced. But anyways, it's basically a clone of Recoil, implementing a subset of its functionality. So even for simpler projects, it has like smaller API service, even smaller API service to learn, and also does the job quite nicely. So yeah, I would recommend using this Yotai for cases when you just have a simple app and you don't want to bother with context API to spread the state around. So this is actually, like, I think quite lean way to describe what you want. There's another one called Zustand. Did I mispronounce it as well? Yeah, okay, write to me if that was the right way to say it. Anyways, so the way it's different from Yotai and Recoil is that it doesn't need a context provider, which like basically your store lives completely outside of React land, and that allows you to let your React app communicate and share state with some other non-React code. So if you're doing micro front ends and you need some simple solution to coordinate state, that's a pretty cool way to go about it. So we have discussed state management, but like when we talk about state management, which is just basically tracking updates to state, there is another topic which is closely related to it. If your state updates are caused by some effects, like some asynchronous operations which are touching the parts of the system which are outside of your front-end app, then you also need a way to coordinate what's going on. So we already have an effect management system built into React, and you all know it. It's called useEffect, useEffect hook. So here, for example, we are fetching a list of blog posts and showing a loading indicator while it's loading, an error message if it failed, and a list of blog posts when it's done. And that works nice, but that's kind of like a very imperative way to think about effects. Okay, so let's look into how we could have solved the same problem with Redux. First of all, we have used a Redux toolkit again to define our reducers and actions and default state. And here it's defined way more declaratively, like we no longer set each state piece one at a time, but rather we have actions which describe all the legal state transitions. And also Redux toolkit supports out-of-the-box Redux thunk, which allows you to dispatch to make async operations and return promises from within your action creators. So here we first dispatch a fetch started action, then we do the actual fetch, and we do fetch complete on completion. And then display the information which we got this way. Like this piece of code is not really declarative as well. It's like basically a function, an asynchronous function which can do whatever you want. And like it has maximum freedom, and freedom is rarely a good thing in software development. So you may look into one of like many solutions for managing effects with Redux, be it Redux Saga or Redux Observable, or many others. I have like worked extensively with these two. Actually, Redux Saga is used in Neos UI, and it served us a good job there. Now, you might be wondering how Recoil goes about solving the same problem. And actually, it supports returning promises, like doing asynchronous selectors. The way the loading state is handled here and the error state is handled is different. It uses the experimental React suspense API, which only works in concurrent mode, which is not available in the production versions of React, but you may still use it anyways, because Facebook does. At least you can try. So how this works is that when this, while this promise hasn't resolved, the app suspends and shows a loading indicator instead. And once the promise has resolved, it just continues to learn to render posts list component with all posts being there already. So you've already heard me mentioning Redux Observable, which under the hood uses RxJS. But in case you like RxJS and you don't have to use Redux with it, you can use you can just basically subscribe to your observables directly in React. You can do it like do it in use effects, and you would subscribe to your observable and set state on new values coming from it. Or you can use a very cool library like observable hooks, and there are many other similar kind of libraries which do similar things. So yeah, you might argue that this code is really hard to get and hard to wrap your mind around, but basically it works like math. That to an uninitiated person it looks really intimidating, but once you get into it and spend some time learning it, it helps you to operate like with events in using like a very powerful and concise mechanism that it provides. And the good thing is that it's used, like it's quite popular, and it's used in Angular and basically in a lot of other places. So I would say it's a good investment to use RxJS in case you would need to do some complex transformations with events. But the downside of it is that if you have like a lot of junior developers on your team or a lot of contractors, they might just start writing code by copy-pasting some things from somewhere without clearly understanding what's going on. And I've witnessed myself like on some projects where that leads to some subtle bugs where people have written RxJS code without fully understanding what's happening and never taking the time to learn it properly. So yeah, that's like the thing with all the high-level abstractions. If you don't invest time into learning them, they would give you more harm. They would bring more harm than good. So proceed with caution, I would say. And another high-level abstraction that could help us to make our business logic more predictable and clear is Xstate. It's a state management library based on finite state machines. So it has this declarative format to define legal states your app might have, and also legal transitions between these states. So here, for example, you can see that once we are in an idle state, we start with an idle state, and we get a fetch transition initiated, which takes us to loading state. And inside loading state, we invoke an asynchronous action, which, when resolved, like it transitions us to a success state on done, and gets the event data, sets the context to event data. And on error, it sets errors that we got, and from a success state you can't go anywhere, and from failure state you might retry. And they have a very nice built-in state machine visualizer where you could see just these things happening. So we start from idle, transition to loading, then we either go to success or to failure, and from failure we might retry. And one more library I've discovered, which is really hyped in Russian React community. It's called Effector.js. Effector. But I guess people outside of Russia haven't really heard about it much. So I'm not entirely sold on it myself, but I'm getting into it. It's it also tries to combine a state management and effect management into one box, basically. So you have actions, stores, and effects, and you have you have some powerful operators to map, to connect in various combinations these three things together. So I mean, it took me quite some time to get it, but yeah, I'm kind of slow. Maybe you'll have more luck. So here's what's basically going on. We define an effect, which is basically an asynchronous function which may resolve into three states of either fail or done. So yeah, it has like a pending state, and it will emit an event of done or fail. And then we can create a store subscribing to these done and fail events. And then we can use this store to just render the UI. So it's definitely something to try to experiment if your app has like a complex complex business logic that you want to define outside of your app, outside of your UI layer. You want to extract the business logic from the view layer, then that's a good thing to try. I mean, I personally would say that I didn't have so many projects where it would be justified to use something as advanced, because I believe that each tool should be used to match the complexity of the task that you are facing. So if you just bring the fanciest tools like Effector.js or RxJS to simple problems, to teams where there are like a lot of junior developers, or I guess people would just struggle with it and misuse it. But that's just my feeling. I'm curious what you guys think about like when it's justified to use which solution, but I generally prefer to take the simplest solution possible, and then just move on from there and refactor when you see something difficult to describe. Like when you see the situation getting out of hand, just refactor and find a better tool. So I would definitely be exploring Effector.js more myself, and hopefully I would get some cool project where it would be justified to try it. But give it a try yourself and share your feedback, share your findings. I would really be curious to know what you think about it. I spoke yesterday. I spoke with the creators of Effector.js, and they were really nice to share, to explain some things which I couldn't get myself. So we've already looked into quite a number of ways to manage state and manage effects in your app. But there is also one thing to keep in mind, that our app actually have different kinds of state, and different kinds of state deserve different kinds of treatment. So let's think what we have in our app. Like, first of all, we have some local component state, like, for example, opening or closing a model. Then we have a cache of our server-side state. So basically, that's like a list of posts that we have shown in the previous examples. We might mutate server state via mutating requests, and then we would need to update the cache, and also the server side cache of our data might get out of date if somebody else edits the same data besides us. Then we would need to refetch the data from the server side to update the cache that we have. Then we have a global app state, which is like a theme, or like anything that basically all of our components should be aware of, like the language, etc., the logged in state and whatnot. Then we have a routing state, like the location which we are in the app. And finally, we have forms, and forms like also complex topic of their own, which deserves special treatment. So let's start with URL state. So I think like the URL is a perfect state manager, like a state container. So you can put a lot of things into it, and that would allow your UI to retain state on like reloads, and it would be possible to share a link and let a person see like exactly the same thing on their screens. Actually, I believe in URL as a state container so much that in one of the recent apps that I've built, I've used xstate to help me manage URL transitions. So imagine we have an onboarding flow in our app. So here's just some small part of it, but it gets more and more complicated as we develop the app. And we can describe all the onboarding states in a state machine, which shows like all the legal state transitions between them. And if we want to resume onboarding, we would know to which place inside the onboarding to go to exactly, which is done via guards. It's another feature of xstate. So you can visualize all the onboarding steps quite nicely, etc. And as the onboarding logic grows, you'd only appreciate it more that you've invested into extracting it from inside your view layer. And here we use the xstate, a state machine, but without actually putting state into it, but calling it getting the state from a URL. So here is just like a quick and dirty example how we see if we get the current onboarding state from a URL parameter, basically, and we call the xstate machine providing the current step and the action that we want to take. And then we get the value of the state machine in which we ended up, And if it's different from where we currently are, we just initiate a router transition with that value. So it's like kind of trivial example how you can be creative and use a state machine with an external state. And in general, instead of synchronizing states, it's better to just have a single source of truth for your state. So, for example, if URL is the source of truth for your state, then there is no need to duplicate that state inside of your state management machine. Another thing, so let's talk a bit more about this server state versus client state problem. So, so we already talked about server state being just a cache, like the things which you get from the server and which you keep inside React state. They are way different in nature compared to other things which are client only. So they are basically only cached from the server. And as you all know, caching is hard. You need to be able to invalidate caches, to update them at the right time. When you do a mutation, you need to both, like, for example, do optimistic updates and then know how to roll back your state in case things go wrong server side, etc., etc. And this is a very complex topic. And actually, if we look, for example, at Neos UI, it was a source of complexity, like of the majority of things were, and bongs as well, were about fetching the state from the server and updating it and keeping it in sync. And there's been like a number of tools, like Apollo client if you're using GraphQL, or React Query for REST APIs, which solve a ton of problems with a very simple API. So here's like the same example rewritten with use query. So we just basically fetch posts, and then we let React Query manage the loading status and the data that we get out of it. So while it's loading, we just show a loading indicator, and once the data is there, we just render it, and that's all. So it's like basically as simple as it could be. But under the hood, it's doing a ton of things. So for example, it's doing like automatic prefetching and refetching if data gets out of hand. It supports server-side rendering, render as you fetch approach, and so on. It's just, we just have no time to go into all the details. I could have a dedicated talk on React Query, just how powerful it is. I've used it in a number of apps as well, and it just works miracles. So that's a really cool thing, that you can outsource a lot of most complicated work to this dedicated libraries, which like work kind of magically and do a lot of things for you under the hood. And then all you have left with, like, all the state that is left is usually just simple enough for you to deal with yourself without using any complicated standard state management solution, just like with context and use state. And that's a really good thing, because such apps become much easier to maintain. So here's actually an example of what we were doing in Neos UI. So as I told you, we were using Redux and Redux Saga, and this is an example of what we do. Like, this is just a very small fraction of code we use to synchronize node state And that's actually what we see going on in the media UI package that Sebastian is building right now. And I had a chance to help him with a few things there as well. So like when I saw that code, I was really kind of amazed by how much simpler it was to get into compared with Neos UI. Here you see like a way you just use query. You have some GraphQL query here in asset collections, and you just use it in your components. And when you want to update a certain, when you do a mutation to update a certain component, it just works without any manual work. But if you are creating new entities, you need to write a cache update function, which like the API for doing that is not superb, I would say. It's a bit low level. But yeah, it does the job done anyways. So I guess that's like all I want to share with you today. I hope you found it insightful. Let's just quickly recap on the problems which I have discussed today. So basically, the most important takeaway I would say is that not all states are created equal. So find the right tool for the job. Probably you don't want to be managing all your state in your app with one single tool. Don't try to pick advanced, complicated, low-level tools if you're doing something common. In such cases, it would be much more efficient to choose a common tool like Apollo Client or Redux or React Query to solve that problem. And if you are doing like advanced crazy stuff, you probably know what you're doing anyways without this tool. In that case, try a factor if you're doing crazy things and share your findings. That would be very interesting to see how you advanced people find this library. And every abstraction has a cost to pay. So if you're picking some high-level math-based abstraction like RxJS or a factor, then you would pay for it by having to teach all the developers on your team and by making sure they write the right kind of code. So in some cases it would pay off, in some cases it wouldn't. Like I know a lot of projects that failed and that had ridiculous kind of bugs just because people were not understanding what they were doing using some really complicated solutions where a simple use state would have sufficed, I'd say. So choose simple abstractions for simple problems and advanced ones for the advanced problems. And don't be dogmatic. Don't care too much like about what other people think and say like, for example, if you have experience using Redux and you're efficient at it and you have developers trained to use Redux, do use it, keep on using it. Don't listen to people who say that Redux is dead. So don't be afraid to experiment, don't be afraid to fail, and share your findings. So follow me on Twitter. I try to share my experience as a software developer there, and I would love to listen to what you have to say. Yeah, and that's, I guess I survived preparing yet another online pre-recorded talk. Hope it's going to be the last one for me, and the next time I would see you all live in person and have a chance to drink a cup of tea with you. So see you next time live. Bye.
Speaking of live, thank you very much, Dmitri, for this awesome well, it was I would say deep dive. It wasn't an introduction. It was a deep dive into the current state of React. No pun intended. Dmitri is live with us in the video. And for those of you who joined the stream for the first time, after the talks, which are pre-recorded, we have the chance to talk to the speakers live. So here is Dmitri. Hi, Dmitri.
Hey everyone.
It's so great that you have the chance to talk to us. You just said in our preparations already that you're in your dacha again, watching NEOS conference, and your kids are there with you. The picture you showed with the twins. Yeah, that's the picture I have in mind when I think about the last 12 months. You know, home office, and on the other side of the camera, there's mostly chaos, especially for those who have kids. Thank you very much for the time you took to record this talk. With everything you just showed us about React, when you think about the NEOS backend, are there specific areas where you say, with what you've learned, you would redo those areas? And is that something that if people wanted to, they should get in touch with you to plan that?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I've been thinking about it ever since Sebastian has shown me his work on the media UI, and I was just totally amazed how much simpler things are compared to how we did them in the NEOS UI. And if we could use, for example, Apollo client for managing all the caching of server state and all the interactions with it. But then, like, when I thought about it a bit more, probably it wouldn't be as easy as in Media UI. Probably it wouldn't be just as simple as just taking Apollo client, because we have an iframe in the main UI, and you have multiple ways to fetch data, either through AJAX requests or when they are rendered as script tags inside pages when you browse them through an iframe. And it's all really like a lot of custom stuff going on. So like it wouldn't be possible to just drop in a replacement of what we have now with an Apollo. But if I was doing it now, I would definitely think more about separating the backend state logic, like how we cache backend state, from the actual UI interactions and UI state management. So even if still using and Redux Saga, which I think is still perfectly fine to use, like I would try to separate different domains of state management better. Okay, that makes you.
Okay, so if someone from the community who's maybe watching the stream right now wanted to get involved in those kinds of activities, where are good touch points? Where should they, say, hi, I would like to contribute?
Well, that's definitely NEOS Slack or our GitHub repository, but Slack would be the quickest way. We have a NEOS UI channel in Slack where Marcus and Sebastian and Bastian and Christian and other people who are like more active with the UI now than I am. Like I haven't unfortunately been super active lately with the UI work, but I hope to be getting back to it, especially once we have live sprints. That would definitely help with the motivation. So if, by all means, get in touch. I think there are like a lot of things which can be improved. So either with Media UI or with NEOS UI, we have loads and loads of opportunities if you want to get into open source and just try cool technologies and complex problems. We have plenty of that. So come and say hi.
Yeah. Robert, do you have another technical question for Dmitri? Maybe?
Well, I mean, all I understood was that reactive streams is about people who make lots of promises and then maybe can keep up or not. But well, how do you actually decide on which of these frameworks to take, especially in these cases where you usually don't have a clean architecture like in the Neos UI where we have transition phases and you have this concept and this and this. So when do you make like the point it's enough to switch to a new framework?
Well, I think the most important thing here is to have a clear picture of the problem that you're solving. Like, for example, if it's about state management, then what kinds of state you have, and should they all be handled by one uniform library like Redux or Effector, which, by the way, I think like all of you watching should definitely check it out. It's a new thing, but looks very promising if you have one unified thing to handle it all. But I think like once you have a clear understanding of what you're doing, like if you're doing something more standard, like standard stuff, then some React query or Polar would help you simplify your code by like 10 times without exaggeration. And it would be silly not to take advantage of other people's work. But if you're doing custom, then Xstate or Redux ecosystem was like Redux or Redux Observable or like Effector, like any of those more complex libraries would help you. And I think like it doesn't matter so much which library you choose. It's more about how consciously you make this decision and what quality of thought and architecture you have behind it. So don't spend time like internet wars of bashing Redux, and rather try to think more about the problems which you have and not somebody else is having.
Yeah. So I think the key point for me I took from this is these frameworks can help you a lot, making you write much less code, but don't use them if you don't understand what they are doing, right? So you need to understand the concepts as well. So, well, Dmitri, thanks a lot talking to you, and hi to your place. Hope to see you soon. And
it would be really, really cool to, you know, if we could have a sprint in person again next year. That's something, oh man, that was so cool seeing you.
Let's wish it was the last time I did a pre-recorded talk.
Hopefully.
I want to see you live and give you big hugs.
We're sending lots of love to Russia. Thank you very much for joining us today, Dmitri. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
Bye.
So before we go on to the next talk, a few reminders for everybody out there watching the stream. The quiz is still online. If you want to enter to have the chance to win some awesome Neos merchandise, go to www.neoscon.io/quiz. We already have a couple of entrants, and you know, someone told me there's still a possibility for new entrants to have a good chance to win. So go to www.neoscon.io/quiz for your chance. As well, if you want to have, I didn't bring the swag with me. If you want to have one of the Neos conference t-shirts or one of those cool FFP masks, Robert has one of the masks. So you can shop that at neoscon.io/shop with a www in front of that. And if there's any trouble with that, just let us know in the chat. There's the big blue button chat. Lots of conversations already going on there. It's really cool reading you there. Thank you very much. And there was another idea that was pitched to me, and I was asked to let everybody out there know that. For all those nominees for the Neos Awards, and those are published on neoscon.io, talk to your teammates if you want to get together in a video session when we actually do have the awards in the evening, and if you want to record that so that you could post a reaction video to your possible win this evening. Now that would be so awesome. So if you're watching the live stream right now and you're one of the nominees, do get in touch with your team members. That would be really cool to see some happy folks reacting to Neos Awards this evening. So I'm ready for some more music. Are you, Robert?
Oh, yeah.
Jan,
Please.
let's hear it.
Well, as most of you who have somehow dealt with flow know that in its core it has some principles or supports some principles called domain-driven design. Well, and domain-driven design is basically about understanding the problem at hand. So you start asking the right questions instead of just thinking in technical terms and database rows and so on. But the question is, of course, how do you get, as a developer, for example, get that domain knowledge? And there are different ways how you can do that. Recently, there are techniques like event storming, for example. But really understanding the domain requires asking questions. And one technique for that is domain storytelling. So the next talk by Henning Schwentner is about domain storytelling. Henning is from Workplace Solutions, and he wrote a book about domain storytelling and is also the translator of Domain-Driven Design Compact. So I'm very excited to watch this talk about domain storytelling by Henning Schwentner.
Welcome everybody. Welcome to my talk, Domain Storytelling, here on the NeosCon. I hope my clickers work now. Okay, yeah, welcome to this talk. Good morning. When you will see this talk, I think it will be morning. And since this session is about storytelling, I would like to start by telling you a little story. So get yourself comfortable and imagine a group of cavemen sitting around their fireplace, like you can see here. Outside, there's winter, the wind is howling, snow is falling, and it's a bit boring, of course. So one of the warriors stands up and tells the others a little story about how he hunted the mighty bison in the summertime that they are now eating and nourishing from in the wintertime. And after he has finished his story, there's a silence, and the group hears a scratch, and they turn their head and look onto the wall. And what they can see there is that one of the other warriors took a piece of coal and painted a picture of the story that they just heard. So we can still see this picture today, 20,000 years later. This earliest piece of art, or one of the earliest pieces of art, of human art, a bison hunt. And now, 16,000 years later, still the same is true for us modern human, that we still like to spark a fire, tell a story, and paint a picture. And that's what we're doing in domain storytelling as well. Of course, it looks a little bit different for us modern men. So there's no fireplace anymore. The fire is now a whiteboard that we're gathering around. And that story is told by our domain experts, by our users. And the painting is no longer painted on a cave wall, but it is painted on a canvas or a whiteboard. Like you can see here, my friend and colleague Stefan is doing a domain storytelling session. Stefan is not here today, so you have to get along with me. And who am I? My name is Henning Schwentner, and I work as a coder, coach, and consultant. So that means when I'm lucky, I get my hands on the keyboard. But as you all know, you make more money when you go to the right. So that's why I typically have today to do what I'm doing here with you. I stand before people and tell them what's right with software architecture, or what I think is right. And I'm doing trainings. I'm giving trainings. That's one thing that I do. And the other thing is that I work with teams working on their software architecture, which today means typically splitting up their monoliths. And the good thing about monoliths is you can build them in every programming language. So I see a lot of different technologies, which is great since I'm a technical person. And to be honest, you can build monoliths equally in every language. Well, one language is missing here that's especially well suited, and that's, of course, COBOL. And I work at a company that's called WPS, or Workplace Solutions. We're the one with the touch table. And talking about stories, from the cave story to a real domain story, let's look into an example domain so I can show you what domain storytelling is really about. So let's imagine Bob. Bob is a victim of Dieselgate, and he wants to get rid of his old car and buy a new electrical car, like you can see here. But Bob has one problem. There's no money in his pockets. He still goes to the car dealer and asks, do I get a car for this? And of course, he's in fear that the answer will be no way, you don't get a car for this. But car dealers, they are people with ideas. And so the car dealer says, no problem, or maybe that is a problem, but we got a solution for this problem. And this solution is called leasing. So you don't have to buy the car yourself. We are going to buy the car for you. And then we're going to lease it to you for a monthly rate. That is called leasing. So we do not just have the car manufacturer here and the end customer there, but we get a leasing company in the middle, and this leasing company will buy the car and then rent the car for the monthly lease to our customer. So the leasing company does not have an interest in the car itself, just has the interest to lease this car to our customer. Let's look more closely into this story. Let's paint it on a canvas. So we have our Bob here, the customer, and this customer tells his wish for our car to a salesperson. And the salesperson then calculates the monthly installment for the contract. That's the monthly payment that the customer has to pay. And then the customer signs the contract for the salesperson. And now the salesperson passes on the contract to a so-called risk manager. And the risk manager then has to do a risk assessment. That means they check the credit rating. That is, they check the risk of the customer. And then they calculate the resale value. That is, they check the risk of the car. And based on these two risks, the risk of the customer, the credit rating, the risk of the resale, of the car, the resale value, the risk manager votes the contract. To vote means the risk manager says, yes, the risk is low enough, we're going to do this contract, or no, the risk is too high, we can't do this business. Let's assume the risk is low enough and the risk manager votes positively, then the salesperson can give the car to the customer. So what we can see here, that is a so-called domain story. That is a picture or a diagram, something that's drawn from a told story. That's what domain storytelling is about. We want to spark a fire, paint a picture, tell a story. So we bring together the right people, especially domain experts. They tell us their story, us developers. And while they are telling their story, we record this story graphically on the canvas, like you can see here. And the idea is that we can get rid of misunderstanding by doing this. Okay, so let's look more closely into that. What did we just do? What is domain storytelling? Explained. Domain storytelling is one member of a bigger family of methods. And this bigger family is called collaborative modeling. Collaborative modeling means we bring together, on the one hand, us, developers, and on the other hand, them, the domain experts, the users, the people that are using the software and the people that are building the software. And these two groups of people, they should work together on the domain to understand. And what they have to do is knowledge crunching. That's how DDD, domain-driven design, calls it. Knowledge crunching means we chew on the domain knowledge until the juice gets out, the essence gets out. That's what we want to know about. And there are different methods in this family of collaborative modeling. User story mapping is something that you might have heard about. Event storming, that's another method you might have heard about. Those two are methods with sticky notes. And then there's one method that we're talking about today, that's domain storytelling. That's with stick figures and arrows. And what all these methods have in common is that we're modeling collaboratively, and that means it's important to have the right people in the room. Who are the right people? Of course, when you can get Chuck Norris, he's always the right people, but usually he just has to save the world, and so he won't have time for you. And then the right people are domain experts and developers. And talking about the domain experts, not any domain expert is right. We need those domain experts, those users who are really doing the work, because we don't want to hear fairy tales. We want to hear what's really happening in the domain. So usually it's interesting what bosses say, how the work they think is done, but we want real people from the trenches that are really doing the work because they understand what's really happening. And that's what we need to understand. And this is important for us because misunderstanding is so easily done, especially between domain experts and developers. So this is our domain expert here, and he thinks, well, I get this beautiful flying horse, and well, yeah, this is what he gets in real life down here. And this is often happening in software development. I don't have to tell you that, you probably know that. So collaborative modeling, domain storytelling is also about expectations management. We have to bring our expectations together. What really is possible building with software. And to build this common understanding, we just have a simple rule. The basic idea is pretty simple. We listen to the story, we hear sentences like the salesperson passes on the contract to the risk manager, and then we draw a picture of that. We draw a diagram. You hear the sentence, and you can see here, this is the drawn sentence. Salesperson hands over the contract to the risk manager. And since we draw this, our user, our domain expert, can see what we are drawing, and he can then say, well, this is wrong or this is right. In this example here, he would probably say, well, I'm not handing the contract over. What I'm doing is I pass on the contract. If you look here, what he said is the salesperson passes on the contract to the risk manager and not hand over. Maybe he says, well, hand over is also okay. Hand over and passes on is the same for me. And maybe he says, no, it has to be passed on because in this particular domain, pass on and hand over have a different meaning. And these differences in meaning, that's the small differences in meaning. That's what we want to know about. That's what we want to learn because we want to understand our domain, because then we can build the right software for it, right? Okay, so what we're doing is actively listening. Active listening means we are not just listening and nodding and say yes, 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 and then we're split and he said red and I understood blue, but while we're listening, we're repeating what we understand. You can do this by rephrasing, by saying it again in your own words, or you can do it by drawing it. That's what we're doing in the domain storytelling. We draw what we have understood, so we are mirroring our interview partner, what we have understood, what they have said. And what we listen to, what we tell them are concrete stories. Storytelling, that's something that's deeply human, that's deeply rooted in every human being. It's telling stories, listening to stories. In the opening story we saw, that's something that even the cavemen did already. And all of us have heard, for example, this fairy tale here, like Hansel and Gretel, sitting on the lap of our grandmother. So even children already enjoy telling stories and listening to stories. And we're using this here in the technique, so we let the domain experts tell their story. And what we're not doing is painting abstract processes, process modeling. That's something that also might be important later, but that's not something that's well suited for the communication between developers and domain experts, because domain experts, they are usually normal people, not developers. They have no formal education and formal methods, and they don't know what all these different signs here mean, that we have different cases and all this stuff. That's why we stick to stories, let them tell stories, and retell those stories by painting. And a story is not just made of one sentence, but of several sentences. So a domain story evolves and develops while it is told. So we start with sentence 1 here. The customer tells this wish for a car to the salesperson, and we get to sentence 2. The salesperson calculates the installment for the contract. So we have these small numbers here, so-called sequence numbers, and they bring time into the story. So we have time as a dimension here as well. And these pictures that we're painting, these diagrams that we're painting, they have a very basic so-called pictographic language. We have basically 2 kinds of icons and 1 kind of arrow. So what are the 2 kinds of icon? We have the actors, those are the stick figures, usually people that are doing something. And then we have the other kind of icon, the work object, the things the actors are working on. And then we have the 1 kind of arrow, the so-called activity. This expresses what the actor does with the work object. And then, of course, we have the sequence numbers, we've seen that earlier, to express the time. So what are examples for these building blocks? We have the risk manager as an example for an actor, we have the contract as an example for a work object, and we have votes as an example for an activity. And we can form sentences of these basic elements. So the risk manager, votes, the contract, for example. What we can do now with these icons is that we can vary them. So we can use different icons for different actors. So we have a person here, or a group of people, or an IT system. All of them can be actors. Sometimes we put a hat on the head of a person, or you tie something about their neck, and whatever is suited in the domain that they are working on to express those people. And the same is, of course, true for the work objects. There we also can use different icons for different work objects when it makes sense. For example, we have this installment here with a $, or this car icon for the car. From my experience, it's a good idea to have different icons, but not too many different icons, so the language will not water down. So a handful, 2 handful of icons is usually enough for 1 domain story, or for a couple of domain stories that are in the same domain. And of course, we will find the same icons again to show the same thing. Or sometimes it makes sense to not use an icon that represents the thing itself, but that represents the medium over it, which is communicated. For example, here, the contract is passed on a phone, the contract is signed on a piece of paper. So this pictographic language is pretty simple, of course. And I also want to point out what's not part of the pictographic language. And that is, we don't have cases here. We don't have if, else, switch, or in one domain story. And that is deliberately, that's by design. We do not want to have it in one domain story because we want one domain story to be simple and to be easily understandable as a whole. Also, when you think about it, stories are told from A to Z and not with if this happens, then that. Example, when we think about Hansel and Gretel, it doesn't go like, if the sun is shining, Hansel and Gretel go into the forest and the witch is catching them. Or if the sun is not shining and it's raining, then they stay at home and the big bad wolf comes. Okay, this is not how stories are told. Stories tell one scenario, tell one case. And that's what we're doing with domain stories as well. We say domain storytelling is a scenario-based method. That means we are usually not modeling only one domain story, but several stories to have these different cases, but also to go into different granularities. Maybe we have one big picture domain story and several more fine-grained domain stories to go deeper into one domain. Okay, so that's one thing that's maybe special about this method, that we're scenario-based, that we do not have different cases in one picture. Another thing that you might have noticed is that actors appear only once, and the work objects, they can appear several times. So we have the customer here, and he appears in step 4, fills out the contract, and in step 5, signs the contract. The contract here is twice the work object, the customer is only once. And we do this for several reasons. One reason is we want the stories to develop around the actors. That's why we have the actors only once. Plus, we want the pictures not to be too cluttered. And if we had another arrow from the customer here to the contract, that would be hard. And probably we're doing different things with the contract, and we are passing it on to another customer, and then there's many arrows and you can't understand what's happening. And another thing is that we want to have boundaries inside. Okay, so now we can use domain storytelling on different media. The usual thing is painted on what we call a canvas, that is a big wide place, like a big piece of paper or a flip chart or a whiteboard. There are also digital options there. We're going to look at them later. But if you start on a piece of paper, then you usually want to do something like this. Here, a great wide empty space where we can do the actual modeling. We put the name of the domain story on top, and then we have on the right the possibility to note something, annotations, variations, preconditions, assumptions. That's stuff that we may want to write there. And the background between these, where you want to be scenario-based, is this here. 3 good examples are better for the understanding of Okay, so what we're going to do now is roll our sleeves up, and Christian was so nice to be my interview guest, and we are going to show you now in a real-world situation how modeling can be done. Okay, I'm going to switch to a browser window here, and I'm using a browser-based tool that's especially built for domain stories. Okay. This tool is called egan.io. So egan.io will lead you here. Okay, and then we need an example domain. And since I'm based in Hamburg and Christian is based in Dresden, we said, let's travel. Let's imagine I would have to travel next year in real life to the conference when the pandemic is over. And how would I travel with the train from Hamburg to Dresden? Okay, Christian, please. How would you do it?
Sounds good. Yeah. I mean, first step would obviously be to check out possible routes between Hamburg and Dresden. So I would consult the Deutsche Bahn website for possible connections.
Okay. So you would look for connections. And routes was another word that you were using there.
Correct.
Looks up connections. And you said you are going to look it up. Who are you in this sense? What's your role name?
I'm the traveler, I would say.
the traveler. So the first step is the traveler looks up the connections. And you said on the Deutsche Bahn website.
As a frequent Bahn traveler, I would probably do that first before considering other options, yes.
Yeah, okay. For the sake of the exercise, let's imagine you're not using the app or the website. Let's focus on the paper process. That often helps to understand building the project. I'm going to tell you later why that's a good idea. So let's imagine you're doing it the old-fashioned way. Still, you're going to look up the connection, and then what are you going to do then?
Then I guess I have to go to a ticket office and buy a ticket.
Okay, great. So you buy a ticket at a ticket office. So step 2, the traveler buys ticket at the ticket office. Okay, and then?
I guess then I bought the train at the correct time, but depends how much steps I want to take in between, right? Depends on the travel, I guess.
Yeah, true, I agree. So you board the train, and maybe there's something happening in between.
Yes.
You said you're doing that at the right time. I'm going to note that here you can see this. This is a note as another element of the pictographic language. Okay, so you board the train, and then?
I hope the train is on time.
Mm-hmm.
And I arrive in Dresden at some point, I guess.
And who's doing this? And who's starting the train or driving the train?
Right, I guess the train conductor.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to model that as another actor.
Sure.
The conductor. Starts the train with the traveler inside. Okay, great. Sorry.
Yeah.
Entschuldige.
Yeah, kein Problem.
Okay. Okay, so then the conductor starts the train with the traveler, and what's happening then?
I guess I get off at the right stop.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The traveler gets off at the right stop. Is there a special name for that?
Well, I guess as we model a specific connection between Hamburg and Dresden, I would go with Dresden main station for now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think when I think about that, probably right stop is better because
yeah,
that would work for other stories as well. Okay.
But obviously, I would need to know when the right stop will happen. So I don't know if we want to introduce the train support personnel that tells me when the next stop happens and what the next stop is.
Okay, maybe we can
use the
conductor to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. So the conductor tells about this right stop, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's he announces.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yes.
The next stop, and then the traveler gets off at the right stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Sorry. So, ich hoffe, jetzt ist es besser. Okay, so let's step this through. this again has a step mode. So the first step is the traveler looks up the connection, then the traveler buys a ticket at the ticket office, and then the traveler boards the train at the right time, and the conductor starts the train with the traveler, and then the traveler gets off the right stop, and the conductor announces the next stop. No, there's something with a numbering, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So this should be another number. I think that should be step 5.
Sounds good.
And then it makes sense, right? Okay, and that's it? Or did we miss something? For example, the ticket, is that used ever again?
Good point. I guess the conductor has to check the ticket at some point.
So the conductor checks the ticket. You said at some point, what would be the right point?
Between starting the train and announcing the next stop. In our case, I guess makes most sense. Yeah.
Okay. So
that would be 5, I guess.
5 and
yeah.
5, 6, and 7. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This now assumes that the same conductor is starting the train and checking the ticket.
Yeah, which is obviously not the case.
So there would probably be 2 people. So is this guy also called conductor?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure what they are called. It's like the
okay, then let's
train service personnel, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, train service.
I guess train service is fine.
Okay, great. Okay, and then we have a process. And that's cool. Okay, so as I said, we should give this a name. So travel by train is the right word. And yeah, Christian, thanks a lot. That's nice. That's a nice process that we built here. And what are we using that for now? So we traveled now not from Hamburg to Munich, but from Hamburg to Dresden. But still, we painted a picture. What are we doing with this picture next? And there are several things that we can do with it, obviously. For us as developers, as software developers, as programmers, the usual thing that we're going to do with this is we are going to design a program for that. And how can we use this for program design? When we talk about domain stories and design, then domain-driven design is not far, or as we call it, #DD design. And domain-driven design has this idea that we build the software in a way which is deeply rooted into the domain. So the idea is we build the software as a mirror of the domain. That means we take the work objects that we find in our domain and put them into the software. So we're building a model of the real world of the domain in the software. That's why we call it a domain model. Here you can see what a model is. Here we have, on the left hand, we have the real world. And here we have a model, something that's modeling the real world. And the model is always an abstraction, as we can see here. And how can we build this model with domain stories? How do we come from domain stories to code? There's some basic rules. The first rule is we look at the central work objects, and from these work objects, we build classes when we're object-oriented. So for example, we found the contract here, customer signs contract, risk manager votes contract, and then we make a class out of this. We build a class contract. or the same would be true for the travel example. We would obviously want to have a class with a name ticket. Okay, and the next thing, and that's maybe more interesting, is that we use the activities and we make methods out of them. So we're not only using the nouns like contract, but we're also using the verbs like sign and vote. And this way, we build a domain model, a model of the domain in code. And this is what we call a domain model with rich behavior, because we do not only have a nice contract, a nice class name contract, we also have nice method names, sign and vote, that express what's happening in the domain. And that's something really good. And we can do this in an object-oriented way here with classes and methods, but it's also possible to do this in a functional way. Then it would be types and functions. But the idea is still the same. We still want to know the work objects and the activities. In DDD, we call this also an entity. And when we move on from here to code, then of course something look like this in Java. Okay, an der Stelle would probably be better to have an example in PHP, right? Okay, so and this is the UML class that we saw earlier. If we want to implement it in code, then it would probably look something like this. So we have a class here, contract, and then we have methods, sign and vote. And yeah, this would of course work the same way in other languages as well. Okay. More or less, this is one of the basic ideas of object orientation. We take the objects of the real world and make objects out of them in the software. And we're not only taking the objects themselves, but also what's done to these objects, the actions. That's what later becomes the behavior in the software. So if you want to have a look more deeply into this and want to see a real implementation of that, there's this small example which I'm using in my trainings. It's called Leasing Ninja. You will find it here at leasingninja.io, where I show this leasing domain and how we use domain storytelling and how we implement it in the end in different languages. There's an example in PHP, but I think that's a pretty early alpha version. So maybe you want to go with the Java version. So this is a basic overview about domain storytelling. I hope I got you a little more steps than you can see here, how to draw on all. 2 easy steps. Step 1, draw 2 circles. Step 2, draw the rest of the demo. I hope I got you step 1A, 1B, 1C in between. But still, of course, it's not easy to do. So if you want to go more deeply into that, I know somebody who's doing consulting with this stuff. And if you want to know more about domain storytelling, I have to look on my watch, and I think we have 2 more minutes left to see one of the details there. So one thing that's interesting is there are different modes that you can use domain storytelling in. So there's a moderated mode. That's what Christian and I were doing. I was the moderator and the modeler, and we're asking questions like Stefan is doing here. And then there's also the co-op mode, the cooperative mode, which means everybody can ask questions everybody else, and the people are working together and modeling together, like we can see here. Everybody is on the same eye level, and they're building all this stuff. And there, here's another example. This is especially fun on a whiteboard. And when you're doing this co-op mode, what usually it usually helps with that this is here not happening too much, that somebody's interrupted because this mobile rings or all this stuff. So if you have an experienced group of people that are used to the method, then it's usually more fun to do it in a co-op mode. On the other hand, moderated mode is also nice for the right situation, especially if you have shy persons there, and it's good to have a moderator who asks not only the loud people, but also there are people that are not so loud. And then, of course, there are different tools that you can use, domain storytelling. We saw whiteboards and flip charts here. We saw PowerPoint. That's what I showed you here. That's a medium, well, that's not too well suited for a workshop situation. I wouldn't recommend PowerPoint there, of course. There, in a workshop situation, I like using a whiteboard with sticky notes, because whiteboard and sticky notes, then you can easily move things around, do refactorings easily. And if you don't have a whiteboard, a flip chart or some brown paper on the wall will also help. But here the arrows are more permanent, and that's of course not as much as fun because you have to cross them off and so on. Digital whiteboards, they are also fun, like this thing here, or this is the Microsoft Surface Hub. That's the most fun because it's 80-inch, very big and nice, but of course it's also big and not easy to move around and pretty expensive. Another thing that I like is this here, a tablet with a pencil. That's something that's also working now in these pandemic times, where you might want to draw it on a Miro board or something like that, or a virtual whiteboard that everybody else who's not in the same room can also use. And then there's, of course, Egan.io. That's the tool that I were using together with Christian. And Egan is open source. You can find it on GitHub. It's JavaScript stuff. Okay, how to move on from here? I like to give you some further reading. Domainstorytelling.org. That's the website for the method if you want to go more deep into it. And if you want to read something more comprehensive, then this is the official book written by my colleague Stefan and me, Domain Storytelling. It's published on LeadPub. You can buy it there for $15, but you don't have to buy it for $15. NeosCon attendees get it for $10 if you use this coupon code here. So, and now would be the time to take a screenshot of this QR code here. So, okay, then I already talked about Leasing Ninja. If you want to see a real world example, then that's maybe something to look at. And yeah, the end is near with this. Usually, if we were not in the pandemic, I would offer you some swag for your laptop, but well, sorry about that, won't happen this time. I just say thank you, and this is it.
Well, thank you for introducing us to domain storytelling. That was great, and I feel it could be a really useful tool in the toolbox of NEOS users as well. We designed the framework in NEOS based on domain-driven design principles way back, so we only had the very first, the original domain-driven design book at hand. Things have changed. We are also feeling different about the approaches that we took back then, but obviously we still stand behind domain-driven design as a tool and as a very helpful direction of going forward with software design. Ultimately, NEOS itself is a content management framework, I would call it. And in that regard, many of our users don't, or I mean many, but there's a couple that don't actually write software, but do websites mostly. Very specialized, very customized websites. And I'm thinking, I think that this tool could also be used for that, to figure out, because websites are so tied into customer processes these days that even if you don't write the software behind the website, it can make sense to do such a process.
Yeah, I agree. It also can be used totally independent from software or website, just for business process modeling or stuff like that. Yeah. I'm not using for that because I'm a programmer, but I think there are many use cases for those stuff too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Yes, thank you again. I'm looking forward to maybe next year and the swag in person. Then we will see. But this was a perfect introduction. Thank you a lot, and thank you also for the coupon.
Okay, Franz.
And well, hopefully see you next year.
Yeah, thank you for being my interview guest, and see you next year.
Yeah, thank you, Henning, for this presentation, and also thank you to Christian for moderating this talk at the end. So domain-driven design has been an important part for the NEOS project and has evolved, as Christian also said, throughout the years. Maybe just as a reminder, I participated in one of the conferences, the Domain-Driven Design Conference, Domain-Driven Europe, co-organized by Matthias, who also helped us with the architecture of the NEOS content repository. And it's so nice to experience these people, because they are not talking about specific programming languages. They are talking about domains and problems and solutions, and it's quite exciting because people are not sitting there with their notebooks. Actually, literally, I think nobody had a notebook open there. They are more like writing on sticky notes and on walls and all that. So fortunately, we have Christian live here to answer further questions because Henning couldn't make it for this conference. So, hi, Christian.
Hi, Robert.
So what's your impression about domain storytelling? Did you know that technique before, or how do you put that into the toolboxes you already know?
Yeah, no, I didn't know it beforehand. I had a look at it for the talk, and I think I will have a further look at it. Even though there are a couple of tools that are similar, I felt very reminded of how I conduct workshops with clients myself. And obviously having a defined toolbox that I can communicate to others with helps to make that process even nicer.
Yeah. Did you do event storming as well, or is there a relation between both? Do you know?
I didn't do much event storming so far, so I wouldn't dare to compare them too deeply. But I feel that the outcome might be similar in a way. Just that the event storming is more focused on the events part, where this is more on a process part, I would say. Although I guess the same information can be gathered in both ways.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it comes more naturally when you think about domain-driven design, how that can help you with designing big applications, or also examples like you mentioned, like car rental, leasing, whatever. But do you think that that's also suitable, as you also asked, for regular websites? I mean, sometimes we might think like, well, that's just pages, you know, where's the story?
I think a website especially needs to tell a story to the visitor side. It needs to convey whatever the client wants to convey to their customers. And in that way, thinking about stories, and especially today, many websites are not just static information transportation devices anymore, but also interaction devices in many ways. Yeah. Thinking about the interactions is I think very important.
Yeah, customer journey probably.
Yeah,
is
exactly.
One of the words you'd use there.
Yeah, and despite it being called domain storytelling, it's as I said, it's mostly about storytelling. So I think it's very well applicable in that regard.
All right. What I would say from my experience with customer workshops, and that's probably, Christian, something that you can relate to, the interesting thing for me is in our projects, we have a lot of different domains. So the abstract concept of a domain-specific language, we speak with a certain customer to use their terminology, is something that I'm very familiar with. And then I use the word, okay, so let's speak in your domain language with the customer. And they look at me like, which language do you want me to speak? Have you made a similar experience in your workshops, or do you introduce that concept?
Yeah, I actually tried mentioning it as because it's kind of a technical concept, I feel. It's something I keep on the development side, rather just try to, by listening to clients, figuring out what they call things. So either I just describe what I'm talking about, or I just let them drive it, and then get what terms they use, just try to apply those in the project instead of trying to explain them what a domain-specific language is and how they should tell me the diction for the and all that.
And from a technical perspective, I always experience that as it is a kind of translation. Then for me at least, I don't know how it is for you, Robert, but for me it's like, okay, there's a customer language and there's a technical language in the background, and matching those two together, and this concept of domain-driven design is a very useful tool to bridge that translation gap. So I very much enjoy talks like this one from Henning and Christian, of setting that mental stage to bridge that distance between the developers and the customer.
Also, I mean, often is the first time when you're modeling these domains is the first time customers really think about their problem at all. So that's definitely a useful technique to use. Well, thank you, Christian.
That's absolutely for me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
With Christian, I always need to ask him something very specific. You have a wonderful background today again, Christian. I would say you look so sparkly.
Yeah, I do, right? I mean, especially the background.
Does it work in the stream?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Sparkling, actually.
Yeah, I think we can see it a little bit. So in the preview, with the flashlight, Christian actually has a sparkly shoes background. That's so awesome. Thank you very, very much for showing that to us, Christian.
We need some sparkle in the NEARS conference.
The color you bring to these conferences is so valuable, and I love you specifically, and specifically for that, for bringing that. Yeah, the color you bring to our conferences.
Next year again live, hopefully.
We're all looking forward to a live conference. I think it's been, 1.5 years since most of us met in person, at least 1.5 years. So thank you very much to Henning and Christian for their talk today. Thanks for the opportunity to have this conversation with you, Christian. Thank you.
Yeah, super cool.
Thanks, Christian. And fortunately, we can have some live music still. So go for it.
So we have one more talk before our lunch break.
Yes.
And hopefully before your lunch break as well, because
is this going to be a little commercial for some other system?
Yeah, kind of, because I personally really like that with NEOS conference, we're not like, oh, this is only about NEOS. We also actively invite other CMSs and other communities to present their topics here, so that we have this interaction and we get to know their concepts. And when we get the opportunity to do that vice versa, when, for example, I was at DrupalCon a couple of years ago, I think you're traveling around, usually you're traveling around conferences a lot as well. And Sebastian was at the, what was the other one? The Plone conference here in Dresden the other year. That's an awesome opportunity for exchange. So I'm really excited for this next opportunity where Matthias Witte from Tech Division will tell us about NEOS and Adobe Experience Manager, and he calls it birds of a feather. So Matthias is a senior developer and I believe head of CMS at Tech Division, and he has been in contact with NEOS since when it was still called Phoenix, and that's a lot of years ago, isn't it?
That's long ago, yeah. And we had the Flow 3 Experience Conference in Kolbermoor back then. Yeah.
Wow, yeah. And Kolbermoor was a great couple of years where we had Flow 3 Experience and then Inspiring Conference, which later on developed into NEOS Conference. So I'm looking forward to Matthias' talk about NEOS and the Adobe Experience Manager, birds of a feather.
Before we go, we have a special affiliation actually with Adobe Experience Manager, because many years ago, Carsten Dammelkans and me sat together with David Nuschela, who created the how do you call that? The previous product, which became Adobe Experience Manager. And we discussed the content repository architecture, which we were about to create.
That's interesting. Do you know if they incorporated that concept into their software?
No, probably the other way around.
All right, so let's hear Matthias talk about NEOS and Adobe Experience Manager.
I'm Matthias Witte. I'm head of CMS at Tech Division, and I'm talking today about NEOS and Adobe Experience Manager, what they have in common and what are the differences. We are developing on NEOS project since I think 2013 and on AEM since about a year. About this talk today is not a classic comparison, so we are not comparing the systems which is better or something, or which got more features. It's more about, or the goal is more to show some interesting insights and some exciting features and some different approaches for common problems. The talk is primarily for technical guys. Yeah. So the agenda is first AEM and NEOS origin. They have the same origin. The architecture, the developer perspective, and we're looking on some workflows and features from the editor perspective. Yeah, before Phoenix and before AEM, there was CQ5. CQ5 was a content management system. Was what was developed in the early 2000s. Adobe bought the product and rebranded it from 2010 till 2012, and from then on it's called Adobe Experience Manager. Many of the concepts were inspiring for Typo 3 Phoenix, which was later rebranded to NEOS CMS. So this is the origin for both systems. We have a look at the architecture. So there are different schemas you can do about the architecture. This is the schema I choose for this comparison or for this overview. On the very top there's the UI and the customer packages, like a site package or custom plugins with different node types and stuff. Below that there is the content repository and the media assets and a rendering engine. All this is built on the Flow framework inside the flow framework there is the HTTP module with which serves the content. This is built on top on Composer. And if you look at AEM, you have the application layer, the AEM itself. This is built on the Apache Sling framework. It's a web application framework. You could compare it to the HTTP module and many other modules inside the Flow framework. Below that, there's the Apache Jackrabbit Oak. It's the JCR. It's a Java content repository and the storage layer. The Java content repository is the storage layer itself. This altogether is built on the OSGI Java container. The content repository, so this looks pretty familiar to you, I think. The content repository is a tree structure of nodes and properties with child nodes. You've got a query logic, you've got different node types and different properties, and you get a path for every item. So you should have a path for every item. But the problem is a little bit in the NEOS project or in the NEOS system or in the NEOS ecosystem, not everything is using this path. For example, if you do a reference from one page to another, so if you do a link, you create a link inside the content to another page, this reference is persisted with the identifier and not with the path. Or another example, assets are not even, assets do not even have a path. Assets have only identifiers. The JCR, the Java Content Repository, has some more features. So you have transactions, you have queries, you have a certain structure, and you have integrity, like in a regular database. You also have file system features, like you can place binaries, you have a certain hierarchy. You can use locking, so you can lock certain nodes from to prevent the editing of them, and you can maintain the access control, so you are able to fix the permissions, or you can maintain the permissions on the repository level. There are also some other good features like multi-value properties. You have the possibility to persist unstructured content. You have ordering, full text search, and the little word versioning is a pretty huge huge feature in the back end or in the logic. This means that every change in the JCR is persisted, so you can go back in time to a certain point and look at the content in the repository. There's also observation, so you can add observables on changes on the nodes and the repository. And this all is encapsulated in the standardized API. And yeah, this is the JCR standard. So in the JCR or in the AEM environment, everything is content. So editorial content like nodes and properties, this is the same like in the NEOS, but also templates, assets. So if you upload an image, it's also persisted in the JCR. If you add users or groups, if you maintain policies for some features the user can do, all this information is persisted in the JCR. Also the configuration, many parts of the configuration can be done in the JCR, and even the code. So we have a quick demo of that, so we can look into the content repository itself. AEM has a built-in editor for the content repository. It's the content repository extreme. It's called like that, and it's pretty extreme. No, it looks very old school, but it's a very useful tool, and it's also available typically on production environments. I'll tell you later that that's not the real problem, or you don't have a security problem of that. So to give you some examples, we look into the structure. I created yesterday a NeosCon site project, and you can see the pages here. This is the start page, and there are some child pages, and the start page has some properties, so you can see the properties here, and you can maintain the access control of this specific node, and you can look at the replication information. So yeah, you can see much metadata about the node here, and you can go deeper inside this particular side node, and we can see here, okay, there's a title content object, there's a container. Inside the container there are teasers, there's the hello world text and image node and stuff. Okay, so to give you another example, you can see here the users. So here are users stored also. So this is the admin user itself, and you can see the groups. And to give you another example of the possibilities of the CRX content repository, the JCR. This is the data digital asset management, and inside the digital asset management you can see the uploaded files. So you see here's a contact JPEG or oops JPEG, and there you can see where it used. You can see the renditions of this file, the original file, and other resolutions. Yeah, and this is very strange, or this seems very strange at the first point. Here's also the implementation of our components in this project. For example, there's the Hello World example, and you can open up the template for this component. Also, there are the libraries like the CSS or JavaScript and stuff. Okay. So everything is content, but what is the point? You often have a strong bound between configuration, implementation, and content. And if you rely only on paths to the nodes and not identifiers, you can rely on certain configurations in your implementation without deploying the configuration. And you can maintain the configuration inside your instance. And this also is the solution for content itself. So if you are planning to ship content with a certain deployment, you can do that. So you are able to deploy content, you are able to deploy implementation and configuration. And this is also needed for the next feature, for the feature of versioning. So if you think you're if you're going back in time on your content, so you're looking at your start page, for example, and you would like to see how did this page look and behave a week or 2 months before, because you're analyzing your data from analytics, you can go back in time and then you can really see how the page looked like and worked like, because with all these deployments in between, because the implementation and the configuration is also stored inside the JCR. So you are able to look at the page on a certain point of time. And you are able to maintain the access control. So you are able to configure on the repository level which user or which service is able to adjust certain files. And this belongs also to binary files or styling files and other things like the content. And the entire access concept is for this is usable for all files in the entire environment. If you think on deployment and replication, like the image below, so you have an authoring instance where you're editing your content and the authors generate the content. If the author publish this content, the content gets pulled to certain publish instances, and these instances are used by dispatchers to ship the content to the visitors. If you are able to publish content, you are also able to publish and publish configurations, and because often the configuration and the content are have a strong bound. But there are also pitfalls with this feature. So first of all, you have a big mind switch. Why should I merge content and code? And for this you need, as a solution, you need certain deployment strategies or build strategies. For this, there is a filter definition where you can define what node should be merged, what node should be overwritten, and so on. Also, the development is influenced by this behavior. So most or a huge amount of changes you're doing as a developer can also be done inside the AEM instance in the editor backend. So if you think on templating, you're not supposed to do this inside your IDE. You also can do this very easily inside the AEM and pull the code out of the JCR into your workspace. So now we look at the development. First of all, we'll look how to start a new project and the typical workflow as a developer. On the NEOS side, if you start a new project, there are certain projects which can help you to start. So there's the NEOS Kickstarter, which generates flow packages with controllers views and templates. There's also the site Kickstarter, which generates NEOS site packages with basic node page and a little bit configuration. And there are also some really cool community projects like the Codic Skeleton. It's a nice project with different best practices in the NEOS project environment, and it's a very good project and an easy project for starting projects for your own project. On the AEM side, you have project archetypes, which are command-based tools for generating fully working AEM projects. So it's typically these archetypes are open source projects from Adobe itself. You can generate a project, a regular site project, or a web app ready project for React or with React or with Angular as a single page application using the single page application software development kit. Yeah, there are different parameters which you can set. You can apply starting for the start a certain country, or you can include examples and so on. So we look at how does this work. You execute it, and it's very straightforward and very fast to create a project. Now I created a project, or I failed. Okay, I failed. Why? I'm not sure. Exists. Okay. So I've already created here a project, but it should be very fast. So. Okay, but this doesn't care because I generated yesterday already a project for us for this talk, and I show you a little bit about this project. And we don't do the deep talk, so we're only scratching on the very first level. So first of all, what you get is a nice README, how to use this project, how to build, how to test. Like we see, there's a fully working environment for tests, for unit tests and integration tests. There are tools applied for static analysis, and even there is a front-end project inside this project for creating the front-end libraries with Webpack. So this project, inside this project, you get all you need and you can start. And there are already some tasks done. So if you look a little bit deeper, there are already components which come with this project, like certain components, content components, and templates. For example, we can look here a little bit deeper. So here are templates. There's a page content template and some other single page application templates. And this is the interesting part, because remind, everything is content. You got a filter, and you have to maintain this filter. So this filter maintains what strategy should be applied if I deploy this project, or if I build this project and deploy it into my AEM instance. And this project comes with a pre-configured filter configuration. Yeah, so now we go back and we do a little bit editing inside the AEM. So we want to adjust the default template. So we open it up inside the AEM. We can do this inside the inside our development environment in our IDE. So I can adjust the content here, the template for the page content here. So I can adjust the initial content, the structure content, policies, and much more stuff. But if you, like you see, you have to maintain XML files and you have to read the documentation, but you can do everything here. But if you want, you can also do the changes here. So you can open the template here. Hopefully it works. Yeah, it works. And you see the entire template. So what you're able to do here is you can add new components to this template. Like we are in the structure view, we can edit the initial content and the layout. But for this case, we only change a little bit of the features. So we adjust the policies. So we want to enable, I don't know what should be here, something like, I don't know, the breadcrumb. Okay, breadcrumb is also usable. Or what we can do is we can move components here. So this is the breadcrumb, and you can maintain or you can adjust the configuration of this breadcrumb, and you can do this. And this is locked, so the editor is not able to adjust this, and this component is unlocked, so the editor is able to add content here. So now we are able to, we've done all changes here, and now what we can do is we can go into our IDE and I can say I want to get these changes I've done here. So, and we see this file has changed. I think here should be exactly the breadcrumb we just added is here, and we also adjusted the policy, so we added breadcrumb here, I think, I'm not sure. Breadcrumb. Okay, never mind. I don't know where is it stored, but it's not so important because the JCR knows the references and the content gets applied here. Okay. So now we are talking about content management itself. First of all, it's about content changes or bulk content changes, automation, and editor coordination and communication. Content changes are done in NEOS in Workspace. So every change you're doing is inside your personal workspace. If you need the assistance of other users, you can create workspaces where several users are able to maintain the content. You have a freeware mode and you have publishing. On the AEM side, you have launches. Launch is a concept of, it's a similar concept of workspaces, but a little bit different. In launches, enables you to edit content for a feature or a bulk publication. You can create a launch of source pages. So you select pages and you do your changes inside your launch copy, and changes of the source pages get applied to the launch copy if you don't break the inheritance. And after your changes, you can promote these changes to the source pages back. After that, you can publish the changes onto the publish environment. If you talk in AEM of publishing, you mean the replication of content from a authoring instance to a publishing instance. So publishing does not mean publishing content from your workspace or from your launch. So it means replication of content from one JCR instance to another JCR instance, or from one AEM instance to another AEM instance. So let's do it. Demo time. For example, if you have this NeosCon site with schedule and speakers and some more other pages, sub-pages, and you want to change the content after the conference or on a certain date or something, I don't know. So you can select the content you want to get inside this launch, and you have to name it. It's like the workspace name in the NEOS. So we call it, I don't know, post NeosCon, for example. We want to have the existing content. We don't have a launch date, or we can set a launch date. I don't know, it doesn't care at this point. So we can create this launch, and I can open it up. And now I'm in the editing view of this page inside the launch context. This page is part of the launch post NeosCon. So I can do my changes here. I have to break or cancel the inheritance here. Okay, I break the inheritance and I want to adjust this text. I say this is my new text. Yeah. Okay, and I want to, I don't know, I leave it at this. Okay, and I say it's okay for this. And what I can do now is I can go into the launches overview. I can select this launch and I can promote it. There are certain scopes for this. First I select delete the launch after promotion, and I can promote the full launch or promote only the modified pages. So this is the modified page. I can preview the changes, and now I see the change page, and this is like a diff view of the content. So inside the lorem ipsum, okay, this is not so good, but you see what the point is. You can see the changes here, and you can close, and you can say, okay, okay, I got back. I promote this change, and the change is done, and the change is now applied into the regular site. Okay. So now we're looking on the automation. In NEOS you have certain tools, or in Flow to be precise. You have signals on certain layers like the content repository flow, NEOS and media module and other modules. And you also have schedulers, so you're able to implement command controllers and can call them through a cron job. These are developer tools only, and in NEOS, in AEM, you also have these features in the Java, but you also have in AEM workflows and launchers. And the workflow and launchers go hand in hand with the development tools. So like I said before, everything is content, and even workflows and launchers are content. So we have a look on that, what we can do with this, with these tools. So we have workflow models to look at the first part of this chain of tools. So you have different workflow models. You can create them as a developer in your development environment. You can also create them here inside the backend on the AEM, or you can adjust them or edit them. So we take a look in the launch review workflow model. You can open it up, you can edit the workflow model, and hopefully it's loading. Yeah, it's loading. So you can view the model. You have simple steps you can add. You can add simple conditionals. You can add pre-built steps. You also can implement as a developer your own steps. There are certain interfaces which you can implement, and then you get your own steps here. An editor can edit these steps here and can build his own workflows. So there are different workflows, but it's a bit too deep to look in every workflow model. I want to show you also the launchers, but first, okay, the launchers first. You can create launchers. A launcher is like an observable, like an observable on the content repository to do certain things. So you can create your own launcher. You have different event types like created, modified, and removed. So if a node gets, I don't know, removed, and it should be like a page node, and it should happen in the path of NeosCon. Why not? And it's only should get applied on the authoring or the publishing instance. I say author. You can add certain conditions here. You can enable or disable features, and you can select the workflow model. What is a good example here? Unpublish from YouTube. So if you I don't know if a YouTube model is here, a node type for videos, but you get the idea of that. So you can do any node type, whatever. And you can just create it. You also can do here not just the path, you can do globbing here. So to give you an example, asset processing, the modification, there are some pre-built launchers within here. And much automation, or a huge amount of the automation is done with the launchers itself inside AEM. You also can start workflows manually, and this is a pretty interesting case. So you can select a certain node in the tree here, and you can say, I want to create a workflow, and select the dedicated workflow you want to do. So I don't know, request a copy or publish to YouTube, whatever. Publish this to YouTube. And you can select the scope. Yeah, this is right. And you can create it. I don't know what's happening either. I didn't configure anything for YouTube. Hopefully I don't publish anything on YouTube now. So the launchers allows you to automate workflows, and the workflow models enable you to define certain workflows and tasks, task chains. Yeah. Okay, so we look back. Now we are in the editor communication. Often you have problems as an editor to find the right nodes and the right content you should edit or you want to edit. So often you get questions like which content should get reviewed, or what image is not appropriate, and what should I do next. The editors often communicate with URLs. They share the URLs, the screenshots or videos, or they do video streaming or something to organize the work and the task they are doing. Also, you have probably automated tasks. And sometimes these tasks go hand in hand. So mind if you do something like a translation, probably we do a demonstration. Okay, so we go into the backend of the AEM and we want to do a translation. I want to translate this English page into German. So I create here a language copy and I select the page. Okay, I want to translate this page, including subpages, and I want to translate it to German. I ignore the configuration, I think it's okay here, and I don't want to create the structure only because this is a bit boring. I want also to create a translation project. Translate into German. Okay, so I created just a new project. And what is this? So this is a combination of automated And currently there are only automated tasks inside, so I can select it and start. But I want to do something else now. I can add, I can maintain the users who are inside this project team and get notifications. And I can add new tasks. So I can add a generic task like review this translation or this automated translation. And I can say the assignee should be something like me. Okay. And I can say this is the payload of this project, the German translation. Please review this translation and do your changes. Okay, I can set the task priority and stuff. Okay, I submit it and it's done. What I can do now, I can start the project. So I go into the project and say start this translation job, and it should be really fast because we don't have much content. So it's done, completed one job, but if you look in there, there's still an active task, and this is the task I got. So if you look here, you get an overview of all my tasks, and yeah, please review the translation. Okay, I look at the payload, look what is done here. Okay, it worked a little bit. Epische Reise. Stoppen Sie nicht auf halbem Weg. Okay, the translation is not so bad here. This hello world component could not be translated because it's the text comes from the Java implementation. Okay, this is my new text, nice. But I see there's something wrong. The page, the speakers page is called Lautsprecher. What's not so good here. So what I can do now, I go here as the editor and say, okay, this page has to be changed. It should not be called Lautsprecher, it's also speaker. Speakers. Oh my God. And it's fine. And now I can go into the tasks and say, okay, I'm done with it. It's complete. Done. Okay. And now, if I had added me as a project maintainer, I think, I'm not sure, then I get a notification that the task is done. And I also can add workflows, for example, to it, which notify me automated by email and other notifications. So lastly, a short look into the CRX. So you can also see the workflows here, just to be complete. So every workflow which is added here can also be reviewed and edited inside the JCR. So everything is content inside AEM. Okay. So thank you for listening, and I hope I inspire you with some insights and wish you a nice conference and a nice day. Thank you very much.
Back. Thank you very much, Matthias, for this. Well, what was it? An introduction, a comparison of NEOS and Adobe Experience Manager. And we're very thankful that Matthias joins us now for some questions. Hi, Matthias.
Hello.
Thanks so much for your talk. And what would you say, let me dive right in with a very specific question. You have experience with Neos and with Adobe Experience Manager. And when a customer comes and the content management system needs to be decided upon, how do you do that? What's the process there?
In most cases, it's more a strategic decision by the management of the customer. So in most cases, it's a really huge company, and huge company want big products. So they want first level support, they want legal guarantees, and this is mostly the main decision done by customer. They want AEM and they don't want Neos. So there's not really a decision process.
So in the projects where you end up using Neos, which I know that Tech Division does Neos projects, what's the feedback there from the customers? Who use Neos, and which is, from what you just said, often the underdog product, maybe.
Neos is like the system you get in touch and you get a feeling and you're able to use it, and you really get fast forward the workflows and how does it work and how to use it. And on AEM, you need more introduction. So it's a huge product and you need support. And so for the regular customer, I would say Neos should be the right decision. And if you have certain requirements, you are going to probably try AEM.
Okay.
You mentioned the content repository, of course, because that's also a very important bit which Neos shares with AEM. So, but we at very early in time we took a different route in terms of workspaces. I remember back then when we discussed JCR with David Nüschler, the state was that if you want to create a new workspace, basically everything is copied, right? And back then we decided for Neos that we wanted to have these nested workspaces where you have this kind of shine through approach and so on. So do you think that there are like cases for each of these or disadvantages, advantages of either concept? And probably also a question, considering everything as content which lies in the content repository, that's an important concept also in AEM, that you even put code in there. What's your experience compared with kind of traditional development where you use have code in Git and so on and deploy it independently from the content?
Yeah, so for the first question, I think the workspace module in Neos, or the workspace feature like it's implemented in Neos, is very useful, but you have to understand it. And probably some customers don't can this. They often have problems with this feature. They are not using it like it should be used. And in AEM, it's completely abstracted from the user. So the user does not recognize there's something like this going on in the backend. And probably this should be implemented probably, or a lightweight solution for that in Neos for the workspace feature. The second question, what was the second question? I forgot.
If you
the
put
development
code
part
into the content repository,
yeah, you have to. It's really a mind switch. So the development is done by Git, and you have your local code and stuff. And it's from the developer perspective, it's like a regular software project. The main difference is the filtering and the deployment strategy. So you have to maintain your filter logic. You have to be sure what happens with the code and the content on the system. And this is pretty difficult to understand. From the beginning on, we did something wrong at the start, and it's pretty different, and you have to switch some workflows here, but it also works for us now.
Okay. So thank you very much, Matthias, for this comparison and this introduction to Adobe Experience Manager and NEOS, and seeing the similarities as well as the differences, as they do, I think, target different niches of the market, both products. So thank you very much for that, and for all the other viewers out there, just some short remarks before we go into our lunch break. So first of all, remember to enter the quiz if you want to have the chance to win a awesome NEOS merchandise package. You can buy the NEOS conference shirt and the NEOS branded FFP2 masks in the neoscon.io/shop website. And as we are a little bit behind schedule, we plan to start with the behind the scenes at 2 p.m. And last but not least, before you run away, we do have some more music for you. So here goes Jan.
Unsere Arbeitswelt verändert sich.
Wir haben entschieden, das neue Arbeiten aktiv selbst zu gestalten.
Wir werden sicherlich einige oder sehr viele Aspekte, die wir jetzt in den letzten Monaten eingeführt haben, einfach auch beibehalten, weil sie sich bewährt haben, auch wenn diese Pandemie vorbei ist.
Und dafür ist es aber total egal, wo wir arbeiten. Ob zu Hause im Homeoffice, ob im Büro, ob wir, keine Ahnung, irgendwo unterwegs sind.
Entscheiden zu können, wo und wie wir arbeiten, erhöht aus meiner Sicht die Selbstbestimmung aller Queos.
Wenn ich mir für diese Veränderung eines wünsche, dann ist es, dass unsere Kultur so nah und lebendig bleibt, wie sie es bisher war.
Queoweit gibt es neue Formate, die uns überraschend auf ganz neue Weise miteinander verbinden.
Man sieht die Leute nicht mehr im Büro, aber man sieht sie natürlich trotzdem. Viel in Zoom- oder Teams-Konferenzen, virtuell an verschiedenen Plätzen zu Austauschformaten. Und auch dort sieht man, dass das Vertrauen, was wir in unsere Mitarbeiter haben, mehr als zurückgezahlt wird.
Ich bin fest davon überzeugt, dass wir das Beste aus zwei Welten kombinieren werden.
Genau das leben und lieben zu lernen, das wünsche ich mir.
Hallo, na? Das wird der Opener. Oh Gott.
The Flow Native team, and that's Christian, Karsten and me, we're passionate about NEOS. So we're usually busy with working on NEOS, helping other people using NEOS, and we created a cloud platform specifically for NEOS and Flow called Flow Native Beach. And we may be pretty good at coding, teaching and all that, but we usually forget to dedicate some time to talk about what we have to offer. So here's our chance to give you a quick glimpse on how Flow Native Beach looks like. First of all, Beach is great for projects of all sizes. Our customers use Beach for small sites, like for a doctor's office or bakery next door, as well as for projects for big enterprises and with special setups which automatically scale up to dozens of servers. In Beach you can create projects. Each project represents one NEOS or Flow Git repository. And then each project can have one or more instances. Each instance comes with its own database, Redis, cloud storage and configuration, so you can create one for production, another for staging and other test instances. Beach automatically checks out your Git repository and builds a Docker image. During this build process, composer packages are installed and further optional build steps are executed. And once the image is built, you can deploy it manually or even automatically. A few seconds later, your instance is live, and when you commit a change, build starts again and you can deploy changes without any downtime. Even though this is based on Kubernetes and Docker, you can open an SSH session as if it was a physical server, before everything was in the cloud. You can also provide configuration or secrets, which are securely stored and can be used in your NEOS settings. Oh well, we are running out of time already, so there's a lot more like auto-scaling, Elasticsearch, and of course great support by people who really know NEOS. So, if you ever thought why there isn't a hosting provider who really understands NEOS, you may want to give Beach a try. We'd be really happy to welcome you at the beach.
Wow! That was so cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And welcome back to our live stream here for NEOS Conference 2021 Online Edition. What you just heard was live music by Jan Kurfürst. And if you want to learn more, you can follow him on Instagram at Jan Kurfürst. Surprise, surprise. That's Kurfürst with an UE. All right.
Are there umlauts at Instagram?
Umlauts? I don't know.
Familiar with that. No.
Maybe we should put in an emoji. UTF-8. So, welcome back. We start our second half of the day with a behind-the-scenes tour. So, Robert and I are joined by Sebastian Kurfürst.
Hi, everybody.
And Sebastian, for this year's NEOS Conference Online, you pushed it up a level, right?
Yeah, somehow. I don't know why. Actually, we thought initially that we would be able to have, you know, real people in the room, so maybe 30 or 40 or something. But actually, if I look around, and you'll see that in a bit, I wouldn't actually know where to place them. So actually,
how many people did you plan to have here?
50 actually originally.
And you filled that with meters of cable, with lights, cameras,
with screens, these kind of things. Yeah.
All right. So tell us a little bit about the setup.
Right. So actually, last year it was really an experiment to run NEOS Conference online because we were thinking we didn't know if this would ever work out. Actually, you know, if people would watch, if we would get talks with a high quality and these kind of things. But luckily, and we were really amazed by that this all worked out perfectly last year. So last year our setup was really small. It was run on a zero budget at all. So we did it in our office. And so we thought, well, what can we do this year to you know, go the next level, go the next step? And originally we planned to have more speakers here on the venue to have you know, the recording quality on an even better level. But you know, due to the pandemic, this didn't work out. But luckily the other things have worked out really nicely. We have worked on like the general video ideas, so that means we have a moving camera now. We have professional sound and light support, which we'll get to in a bit. And with the idea that, and we have of course live music, so that's that was a pretty much last minute idea actually. I think we had it like 1.5 months ago, and I'm really glad this all worked out like this. Yeah, so because we thought it would be nice to have a bit of break between all the talking going on. So yeah, that's the main idea.
For us here, the live music really makes it feel like a professional TV production. So
yeah, and not only the live music, right? So in terms of category, which different kinds of stuff do you need here to produce this?
Yeah, so actually we have basically it's well, 4 things you need. You need internet, obviously. You need video, obviously. You need light. And what was yeah, you need audio in some way, so of course that is also important. And so maybe we'll just start with a small tour of the stage. So we'll just go on the stage now. So what we have here is our NEOS logo, you know, from the original conference. We have done some light mapping here in the background. So actually, this is all, we can control that, and we can, you know, change the background here, which is really quite flexible. And has some nice effects on the background. So that's what we do when we have some time left. We try to make use of that and do some funny things with it. Then, yeah, if we look what the moderation sees, so Toby and Tobias, Toby and Robert, sorry. So they have 3 screens here, and we have 3 cameras here, 1 for the total, and then 1 camera for each of the people. That's actually the setup we have been running last year as well, which worked quite nicely.
And we have tele lights, which are really cool.
Actually, that's true. Yeah, that was one of our hobby projects. So we have these 3D printed tele lights you see up here. It's also an open source project, by the way. And yeah, and Florian just designed these covers, so you can actually plug them in and out easily. So that's quite nice. So can somebody turn on the lights on the back, please, that we can have some, that we actually see the stuff going on behind the scenes. See. Woohoo! Hopefully that makes it for somehow good picture. So what do we have here? Actually, let's start here maybe. So that's the central audio mixing going on. So basically all the audio going on will end up in this mixing area where we will do all the mixing and do all the different outputs being done here. That's actually just a sound card, although it looks a bit different, but we just use it as a sound card more or less. On the other side, I'll just start here. We do the main video mixing, so that means here all the live video feeds and all the presentations of the live cameras get in here. And both of these are then sent to Kim, who is doing like the final mixing with the talks, the pre-recorded talks, and then this is sent out to YouTube via, let's see if we can get this far to the back. Oh, that's interesting because we didn't test whether we have any feedbacks here. Yeah, so actually, let's see if we can get this far. Yeah, that works out. Actually, that's pretty funny because this is a wireless transmitter here. So we have a wireless antenna down to our office. So we send all the stuff we produce via wireless to our office. And then this is how it goes to the internet. Then we have, sorry, thank you. Then we have the light. So that's also something I'm really happy about, that this all worked out so nicely. Maurice controls all the light control, the NEOS logo, the bars, the moving heads, and that really gives like a special feeling to our show. So, and then, yeah, we have still some back office things which need to be done. So, you know, we need to still produce a few videos. We need to check out the chat and these kind of things. So, yeah, it's actually quite a big production. Let's go back to the front, and then we can, if you have some questions, we can still try to answer them. Right. So that's it, basically.
Thanks very much for the room tour.
Yes. So how can we put something on top of that, even when we have a live event with lots of people again? I think
I think the live event is the only thing.
I think so as well. So. Actually, I would like to have a live event, obviously, like everybody else, and I would like to get the same attention to detail and the same production quality over to the live event. I mean, that's, I think, the stuff I would like to aim for. And
yeah. So do you remember that conference in Kolbermoor where we had the lasers?
Yeah.
And everyone was like, more lasers next time, and it was not able to put something on top of that.
That's true. Actually, we don't have lasers, but of course, at least we have really cool light, which is also very flexible. And yeah, actually, it's a lot of fun to be like Veranstaltungstechniker for once a year or something. So I'm like a hobby Veranstaltungstechniker for NEOS conference, and yeah, it's just really fun to do that with our great crew. So really a big thank you to everybody.
A big thank you to you and everybody working tirelessly backstage to make NEOS conference possible. So shout out to you guys. Thank you.
Right. And by the way, there's one special thing which I actually didn't know about, which my mother produced. So we have one special thing. We just need to move that to the lights somehow.
Should I hold it?
Yeah, try to hold that. And let's go there.
Hold it.
And let's see what that actually is.
He has a knife.
So, wow, that's a NEOS cake. Whoops, sorry for that. So actually we have a really nice NEOS cake, which we as like the whole production crew, we will probably eat in the evening when we are all done. I'm not sure if I actually should cut this because it looks so nice.
Well, what we definitely have now is David Spiola, where we were, during the sprint, and his wife made a big NEOS cake as well. So that's kind of something we're getting used to now. So, for the next sprints or so, yeah, we love NEOS cakes. Awesome.
Very nice.
So that's really cool. Yeah. So we will enjoy that in the evening, I guess.
Save that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. Can you hold this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice.
Now we have an knife on stage.
Yeah, we'll
cool.
get rid of that.
You never know. I mean,
so far it's been fun with you, Robert. All right, so thank you very much. I don't know if there are any questions in the chat. Manu, can you see any questions or that we should answer right now?
So we'll do another live of these walkthroughs tomorrow after lunch. So if there are any questions coming up, then we can answer them easily then.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And this concludes our behind the scenes look for today. As Sebastian just mentioned, we will have another one tomorrow. And if you're interested in how we produce this, send us your questions in the big blue button. I've seen lots of people there already. The link is www.neoscon.io/live. And
don't leave out the W because it will trouble you.
We're getting more and more relaxed, aren't we? I wanted to mention something. I brought the swag with me this time. If you like this t-shirt that you've seen Sebastian wearing and lots of other people backstage, you can purchase that and look awesome and support the NEOS project. And the link for that again is www.neoscon.io/shop. We also produced some fancy FFP2 masks, so you are protected and your content is well catered. I just came up with that. All right, that also supports the NEOS project, and support is an important thing that you can do for the project. So on the one hand side, we have great sponsors here for this live event, and also the NEOS project itself profits enormously from financial contributions, which help us to keep pushing out the regular releases, to, as Robert mentioned already, helps us to do all the administrative work in the back end, focusing on the brand and the infrastructure and so much more. So if you want to, please support the NEOS project by becoming a long-time supporter. You can do that as an organization. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond levels are available. If you're interested, and as Robert said, if we have a new sponsor, a new long-time supporter during the conference, you will get an extra big shout out during the conference, of course. Do get in touch via foundation@neos.io so we can set that up. And since last year, we also have the individual levels. So if you, as a individual contributor, want to support the project, you can do that as well.
If you're wondering what we spend that for, that is mostly for enabling people, for example, to join sprints. So think about post-pandemic times when we can have sprints again. There are mostly those people who are in these live situations where they can contribute. They usually don't have that much money to travel. So that is something we use the money for. So we can spend the money for the traveling and for the hotel, so we can meet together. And rarely we also spend that for special development cases, which wouldn't happen if we wouldn't put money on it, right? So it's really worth it, and it's not like we buy big new features for it. That we do usually with sponsored projects by other companies or by volunteers.
So, after this short marketing interlude, let's come back to the next talk. And I'm very, very happy that the talk organizer group managed to get another outside person to submit a talk. And I'm very happy to announce Jennifer Blatz. She will talk about how to keep cognitive biases from keeping into your design and professional relationships. She's a lead user experience designer and researcher with expertise that lends itself to any industry. So this is not just focused on software development. Jen's path to UX started in journalism and graphic design, where she learned the importance of aesthetics, organization and catering content for the consumer. She's worked in a number of fields, and I'm very happy to have her here for our conference this year. So enjoy the talk from Jennifer Blatz.
Welcome to the NEOS conference. I hope you're doing well. Today I'm going to talk about cognitive biases and how to keep them from creeping into your work. Since we're kind of tight on time, I'm going to go ahead and get started. So let's start off by looking at a few images. I want you to think about what you see when you look at these images. What do you see here? How about this one? What do you see in this image? And what about this picture? Think about what you see here. I'm guessing that you saw a couple of things in these images, right? So what's going on here? Well, our mind tries to make us feel comfortable in the world around us as quickly as possible. Simply put, our mind plays tricks on us. And sometimes when our brain jumps to conclusions so quickly, like it did for us, it just makes stuff up that is wrong. So when you see a couple of things in one image, like here, maybe you see a bathtub that is upside down, but you also see some kind of animal-like figure with 4 legs in the air. This is called the pareidolia effect. And this is kind of a big word, so I'm going to say it twice so that you can feel comfortable with the pronunciation. The pareidolia effect is when people see patterns, inanimate objects, or subliminal messages in something else. For example, when you see a dog shape in the clouds, that's an example of the pareidolia effect. And that is an example of a cognitive bias. And that's what I'm here to talk about today. So very briefly, before I get into cognitive biases, let me tell you who I am. My name is Jen Blatz, and I'm a lead user experience researcher and designer in the United States. I also co-founded a used to be local to Dallas area meetup group, but is now international, known as UX Research and Strategy. I would love for you to connect with our group, and we have many free events and events that are all virtual, so anyone around the world can attend. But okay, enough about me. Let's get back to the talk. So first, let me say that I do not come from a psychology background. And I think that this is really important to emphasize. I tell you this because I don't want you to worry that this is going to be a really stuffy or really highly academic talk. No, no, no. I also want you to understand that people outside of psychology, like UX designers, product owners, developers, website designers, engineers, and so on, we can benefit by knowing just a little bit about cognitive biases. Why? Because we all have them. What I hope to help you with today is to show you some ways to identify cognitive biases in yourself and in others. That really is the first step. Being aware of cognitive biases can help you keep them from creeping into your work, your conversations, and your relationships. So today I'm going to talk about a few things. First, I'm going to give you a high-level definition of what cognitive bias means. Then I'm going to talk about what to look for in yourself and in others to recognize what a cognitive bias looks like. Then I'm going to talk about what you can do to fight them off. And then finally, I'm going to talk about some ways that you can use cognitive biases for good. Yes, you can use them to your advantage. So let's start with the basics. What is a cognitive bias? Well, according to Wikipedia, a cognitive bias is a systematic pattern of deviation from norm or rationality in judgment. What? Like I said before, it's a way the brain plays tricks on us by jumping to conclusions about the world around us. So it's basically mental shortcuts. We can't help it. Our brain does this without us knowing. All right, so we know what it is. So why should we even care? We're not psychiatrists, right? Well, maybe some of us have been in the psychology field in a past life. I don't know, but I'm going to guess that most of the people at the conference today are related to development, product, technology, or maybe UX design in some way. As a designer and a development professional, we probably have heard that it is important to test our designs with users. I'm guessing that some of you here are familiar with that process or have heard about it. And in doing so, we must be very careful not to bias our tests or to lead the witness. And when I say lead the witness, I mean asking questions in a biased way that might cause the person to answer questions in a less genuine way than they actually would. So being aware of how you might do that, even if it is unintentional, is really a key to a successful usability test or when you're working with your team to try to solve a problem. If we can recognize cognitive bias could be a problem and we're aware of the signs, then we can fight that urge to go down that dark hole and we can help others from doing the same. So let's get started with looking at some types of biases that might creep into our professional world. Well, we might as well start with the most important person in the room, and that's you, that's me, that's ourself. We always think that we're immune to the problems and the flaws of others, don't we? Let's face it. So blind spot bias happens when we see ourselves as less biased than others. Also, we're displaying blind spot bias when we like to point out cognitive biases in others rather than ourselves. The key to know here is that everyone is affected by blind spot bias. Sure, people are motivated to view themselves in a positive light. That's natural. But to be honest, we're no better than everybody else. So what does blind spot bias look like? Well, one sign is that you do not accept feedback or advice from others. I have seen this so many times. Their ego gets in the way at admitting they might not know something. So what can we do to prevent blind spot bias? Well, first, be aware it happens to everyone. Don't think of yourself as above the law or something special. In the technology world, if you're conducting some sort of research, maybe it's a usability test, I find it's helpful to write down your questions and tasks and have another person review it. Test your test and pilot your questions and tasks with another person on your team or another professional. And make sure that you take their advice on improvements and removing leading questions. If you find yourself resisting help, you might want to take another look at yourself, Mr. Blind Spot Bias. Okay, let's talk about another cognitive bias, which is known as the experimenter's bias. First, let me clarify something when I talk about an experimenter. And I'm not really talking about some official researcher like a scientist or someone who's running an experiment like you see in this picture. I'm talking about anyone who is doing research with users or to gain an understanding about a product, or they're interviewing other people, or even when you're talking with your team or stakeholders to try to get information. I would consider us all an experimenter. if we're having those kinds of conversations. So what happens with experimenter bias is the person is sharing, when they're sharing their findings with others, what they learned from these conversations, they tend to believe and share the information that agrees with what their expectations were. So in other words, they promote and they talk about things that went well in the conversation or the research study, and maybe forgets to mention the disagreeable stuff. So let me tell you a story. I was participating in some research at a financial company, and we were sitting around tables like you see here, and each of us had a role. We had someone who was interviewing, we had note takers, and the participant was sitting at the head of the table. So the participant was telling us about the last time she went to a dealership to buy a car. In the United States, we tend to go to a car dealership and buy a car there. So I'm not sure what it's like in Germany, but they don't consider this to be a great experience generally, because salespeople are pushy sometimes. Sometimes the process takes a really long time. So to buy a car, at least in the United States, is generally viewed as not very fun. So the participant was talking about the last time that she bought a car, and it was less than fabulous. And one of the note takers on the team, who was sitting next to me, did not like what she was hearing from this participant. Instead of silently taking notes like she was supposed to be doing, she interrupted the participant and said, "What? I've never heard anything like that happening at a dealership before. Are you sure that's what really happened?" Oh. Ooh, this behavior is wrong on so many levels. So, how can we avoid the experimenter bias? Well, one way to avoid such bias behavior is to use people who are taking notes and conducting the research who have little or no stake in the experiment. They don't have an interest in the outcome, a personal interest in the outcome. So they are likely not to affect the conversations through injecting bias, because they might have a hidden agenda. But if a person on your team does have some involvement in the product and therefore some personal interest or professional interest, make sure that you have clear rules and procedures in place for the research project. Remind that person that we are here to gather data and insights from our participants, not to share our own thoughts. Okay, so let's go one level deeper than the experimenter bias and talk about the observer expectancy effect. So think about what I just told you in that story where they were like, "Are you sure that's what really happened?" Think about how that behavior affected the participant the rest of that interview. Yeah, I can assure you that it did. So the observer expectancy effect happens when the researcher or anyone who's in a conversation really, the one who's talking to the participant, either, and it may even be subconsciously or unintentionally, they react to something that the person has said or done. And then when this happens, the researcher's reactions affect the participant in the conversation. So what does this look like? Well, it could be a surprise facial expression, like when the participant gives a strange or a wrong answer. It can be noises, like when a participant makes a wrong move, like sighs or scoffs. Let me just tell you, this is bad, bad, bad. You don't want to do this. It does affect the participant. So please, if you're ever talking to customers or clients, stakeholders, partners on your team, and you're seeking their honest feedback and information, just think about how the observer expectancy effect could actually affect that conversation. So let me tell you another story. It was my first week on the job at a company that owns a bunch of animal hospitals. I was asked to sit in a focus group video call, and they were going to reveal a new design. So the product owner, we'll call him Dennis because that is his name. He addressed the crowd of 50, that's 50 people on the call, from veterinarian doctors to technicians, a number of people. Dennis said to his innocent bystanders, "Here is the design for the new communication screen. Isn't it great? What do you think?" Oh, it all went dark for me after that. Isn't it great? What do you think? Dennis just stepped in a huge pile of observer expectancy bias. Needless to say, that was the last time that type of focus group format and someone saying, "Isn't this great?" That never happened again at the company on my watch. As a designer or a developer, you want your design to succeed. I get it. You've poured your heart and your soul into what you've created. Maybe you've even pushed every little pixel in that perfect position. Then, when your design goes in front of a customer for testing and you see them struggle with what seems to be like the easiest thing on the planet, what are you supposed to do? You want to freak out. Well, you can't. But here's what you can do to avoid tainting the witness. Like I said before, if you can, get someone else to test your designs. Again, that other person is not emotionally invested, and therefore, they're much less likely to react to feedback that is not in line with what the designer wants. The major point I want you to take away from the observer expectancy bias is to keep your body language and your tone in check. You can even record yourself to see those subconscious clues that you might be giving off. This will help you become aware of your reactions, and that can help you keep them in line. Okay, so we talked a lot about how you can detect cognitive bias in yourself. Now let's expand the idea a little bit and talk about cognitive biases and how they can affect how we perceive others compared to ourselves. So social comparison bias is the tendency to favor people who do not compete with our strengths. You've heard the phrase opposites attract, right? Well, there's certainly some truth to that. I personally cannot imagine being with someone as chatty and obnoxious as myself. My husband's quite the opposite. Humans are constantly evaluating themselves and others across a variety of ways. Things like attractiveness, wealth, intelligence, success. We can't help it. You know something that I do? When I walk into a room, a room full of strangers, and I'm looking around at people, I look at a person's left hand. And in the United States, we wear our wedding bands on our left hand. So I look at a person's left hand to see if they're married. I do this for men and women. I don't know why. I look at their face, then I look at their left hand. And it's not like I'm on the prowl trying to, meet anybody else. It's just what I do. I look at the face and then I look at the hand. This is my way, my subconscious, quick way of sizing people up. And when it comes to the technology world, even professionals, they size each other up. So we try not to look bad. People worry that someone's going to bump their ideas off that proverbial pedestal. This is why sometimes stakeholders tell you, "Oh, I know what the user wants. Let me just tell you," so that you don't talk to them directly. Or this is why salespeople don't let you have access to customers, so you can't chat with them yourself. That's not very agile, not being able to talk to customers, is it? And this is why some leaders or product owners don't want you to test early concepts or designs and then iterate on that process. They say, "Oh, we'll just get the feedback when it's released to the people." Not good. So what can you do to prevent social comparison bias? Well, when we hire people for our teams, We need to think about the diversity of people. Diversity and inclusion is a very hot topic these days, and for good reason. Look for people from different races, religions, cultures, backgrounds, locations to bring in that diverse perspective to our products. Think about what's happening in Silicon Valley and San Francisco and all those kind of tech bubbles, those tech hubs, and how they're not really providing a diverse perspective because they all live in that little tech bubble. By doing so, in other words, by including diverse perspectives, we're simply going to make better products. Okay, so let's switch gears a little bit and talk about things that don't agree with our mental models or our ideas. I have another fancy word for you. Are you ready? The Semmelweis effect. I'm going to say that again. The Semmelweis effect. And this is the tendency to reject new evidence that contradicts the paradigm and what people already believe is true. So the term originated from the story of Ignaz Semmelweis, a doctor who discovered that, wait for this, mortality or death rates fell 10 times when doctors washed their hands in between patients, and most particularly after an autopsy and then going to a live patient. It's pretty shocking, huh? Sure, washing your hands in between sick or even dead patients seems like a no-brainer today. But Semmelweis, his hand-washing suggestions were rejected by his doctor peers. I guess that every new process has to start sometime. So how does this cognitive bias relate to the non-medical world? Well, as we've seen in previous examples, people already think they know what's best, and it's hard to convince them that they're wrong. Old paradigms are stubborn and difficult to break. For some here at the conference, a long, long time ago, this might have been the way for you to check your email or to get on the internet or to do work. For those who don't know what this is an old Apple computer. And then Steve Jobs came by and he decided that we all needed to access this kind of stuff on our phone. Yes, our phone. But this concept had been tried before and failed. This is a picture of a Palm Pilot, which is an early personal digital assistant. In fact, other items have been created way before the iPhone, but were not successful. Why is that? Well, perhaps people in the world were just not ready for it yet. Well, let me say some people in the world were not ready yet. And that's where the Semmelweis effect kicks in. People are creatures of habit, and we don't like change. But in order for things to be modern and progress and be new, we have to challenge the status quo. We have to be accepting of innovation opportunities. So think about what might be your Semmelweis hand-washing moment. Okay, so have you ever had someone come up with a problem to solve and you wonder how the competition is tackling that same problem? It's pretty natural to wonder how other companies are solving the same issues, right? Well, maybe not always. The not invented here is a cognitive bias where people don't want to accept information or ideas developed outside of their group. It's the classic, oh, we don't need to know what that group is doing because it's probably not as good as our idea. Ugh. Whew, this is really frustrating for me. As a researcher and a designer, my first reaction when I hear about a new problem to solve is to figure out what already exists in the world. Why reinvent the wheel? When you look at what a competitor is doing, this is known as competitive benchmarking or competitive analysis. We look at other products to see what they're doing better, and are there good features that we might want to take from that? Or we look at their products and see what do they suck at, And then we make sure that we don't use those parts of their product. So think for a second. Can you recall a time that you had a stakeholder or someone on your team tell you that there was no need to go check out the competition? I'm guessing yes. I certainly have had this. Well, that person is suffering from the not invented here bias. So why does this even happen? Well, there's a number of reasons that can contribute to the not invented here bias. But basically, the whole idea of this not invented here bias really stems, in my opinion, from insecurity. When I'm first assigned to a new product to research or design, I love to start with comparing similar products. Again, partially to see what's out there and take the good stuff. And I encourage you to do the same. So you're avoiding the not invented here bias. And there's simply no need to reinvent the wheel. So it's pretty common knowledge that people are social beings. Even the introverts here at the conference, and I know that there's some of you here today, even the introverts seek some interaction from time to time. So this next cognitive bias I'm going to talk about is going to focus on some of the things that we do as humans to fit in with the group. We use an expression in America, bite your tongue. And are you familiar maybe with that phrase? And I don't mean, when I say bite your tongue, I don't mean eating food. I mean that you want to say something in a group setting, but you're afraid that your opinion will be too different than everyone else's, so you don't say anything. And the courtesy bias is to not fully state your opinion once someone else's opinion has already been shared with the group. Even if we don't agree, we don't say anything because we don't want to offend others or we don't want to look bad in front of the group. I get it. It makes sense that you might not want to speak your true thoughts in front of others. You don't want to be embarrassed by saying the wrong thing. But like it or not, we are social beings and we want to fit in. We do this sometimes by keeping our mouth shut until we feel safe to speak. So how do we exhibit this courtesy bias? Well, we simply wait for someone else to speak first before we say anything. Have you ever been on like a group meeting? Maybe it's a video call, maybe it's in person, and no one speaks after the presenter asks a question. Everyone seems to wait there in awkward silence for feels like forever. Well, that's one of the reasons for this pause, other than maybe you don't have an answer, is that people are afraid to be the first one to speak. Again, they don't want to seem foolish or say the wrong thing in front of the group. So I have a great way to combat or resist courtesy bias in a brainstorming session. And by that, I mean you're a group of people either standing around a whiteboard with a marker and a list of Post-it notes, or maybe you're doing it on a virtual whiteboard these days. So this process I want to talk about also helps those introverts who don't feel comfortable speaking in a group setting. Okay, so first, when you're having a group brainstorming session, you need to create a comfortable environment for contradictions. So you lay down some ground rules. All ideas are welcome. We're not shooting any ideas down. Quantity over quality. No analysis yet, those kinds of rules. And then after you lay down the rules, you go through this process. You have everyone write down their ideas in however time you give them, 2 to 5 minutes, say. You have everyone write ideas down in silence. And then you have them put the Post-it notes and the stickies on the wall or in the virtual whiteboard in silence. Then, once everybody has put all their ideas out there, that's when you can start discussing things as a group. And by giving the group the opportunity to generate ideas in silence, you're giving all people a chance to write their true thoughts. And they're not going to be distracted by what others are saying. And so the benefit of coming up with ideas in silence is that it really levels the playing field. You give people the opportunity who normally don't feel comfortable talking in a group the chance to get their thoughts out. And they can do this before all the chatty people start talking. I point at myself as being somebody who's chatty, so I know how that feels. So I feel like this is a really important first step of any idea generating process. And also, it's a great way to avoid the courtesy bias among the group, isn't it? All right, so let's talk about how our perceptions have been influenced by things we have seen very recently, as opposed to those things we've seen a long time ago. And the first one I'd like to talk about is the Baader-Meinhof effect. And yep, that's a big word, so I'm going to say it again. The Baader-Meinhof effect. And so that is also known as the frequency illusion. And it is the cognitive bias that happens when something that has recently come to your attention suddenly seems to appear everywhere. So have you seen a famous person talked about in the news, and then it feels like you're seeing them all over the place, and Twitter and Insta and TikTok and on the news, and they're everywhere. How about this person who says global warming must be true because every day this spring has been hotter than last year? Well, to be honest, we're not all the way through spring yet. So how can this be true? So why does this happen? Remember, the brain has to quickly make sense of things. It can't help it. Some of you probably see 3 circles here, right? You see a red one, a green one, and a purple-blue one. Well, these circles are actually made of like little leaves or long ovals. And what our mind does is it makes patterns out of those for us and makes them into circles. The brain seeks things it's comfortable with and latches on to those. Thus, they ignore things that are not familiar. So when a pattern or a name rings true to us, our brain latches on to that. And as a result, we think we see or hear that more than we actually do. So here's an example from the real world. Say you're interested in buying a green sweater. I know it's spring and it's going to be hot soon, but you want to get ready for fall. So you think about, I'm going to get a green sweater. Well, then you suddenly see everybody else has a green sweater. Or do you? So when someone makes the claim, this happens all the time, or all of our customers do this, I want you to think about that and take that claim with a grain of salt. My main point about the Baader-Meinhof effect is recognize that trends might not actually be as frequent as the person is stating. Some of it might just be in their mind. So have you ever seen a person scream on a scary ride and just like scream the entire time? Screaming in sheer terror like they're being murdered. But when they get off the ride, they're super excited, they're overjoyed and ecstatic and ready to hop on that ride again. Anybody ever seen that? I know I certainly have. Well, what this is known as the peak end rule. So people judge an experience largely based on how they feel at the peak of the experience or at the end of that experience. So in the case of this ride, the person's probably feeling pretty relieved that the ride's over and they survived it, rather than the 2 minutes of terror that they had just been through when they were riding the ride. The ride is over, they lived, they feel happy, therefore that's the peak experience emotion that they have for the whole experience. So let me illustrate the peak end rule with another story. My husband and I were in a restaurant where the menu is on an iPad or a tablet. There's not paper menus. And I was watching him order a meal on that iPad in a restaurant because I was doing some research on a product. So he has a gluten-free diet. He can't have things with wheat in it. So he needs to order special food like a gluten-free bun or gluten-free pizza crust. And he has a few other dietary restrictions he has to be aware of before he can order. So I'm watching him navigate this menu, and he's struggling a bit. He's clicking all over the place. He's hunting, he's pecking, he's searching. Oh, he griped, he complained, he huffed. It was actually kind of fun to watch, but that, you know. But eventually he found the gluten-free bun for his hamburger. And so then he placed his order. And after ordering, he said, well, that was totally easy. He'd already forgotten all the pain he had been through, hunting, pecking, searching. For him, the peak of the experience was finishing the task and being done. And that was positive for him. And therefore, the whole experience was positive. So as we learn about the peak end rule, I want to take this opportunity to kind of talk about the importance of one of my favorite types of user research, which is ethnographic observation, or sometimes called side-by-sides. And ethnographic observation is when you're with a person and you observe what they do in their natural environment. So sometimes it could be like you're at work with them and you're seeing them sit at their desk and you see how they interact with their computer, what their environment's set up like, what cheat sheets they have. Or you, as you can see from these photos, I was on Hollywood Boulevard in Los Angeles, where I was doing some research on a product. And I was observing people who were tourists, and I was observing them and I was talking to them to understand how they were figuring out what attractions were in the area and how they were going to visit these attractions. So the point here is that as you're watching them go through the activity and picking up on the clues that you would only see in person, they're likely to report things differently after the fact than what really happened. They might not tell you about their struggles or what their pain points were, but if you're there, you can see them firsthand. So why is ethnographic research so important? Well, like my story with my husband who was ordering gluten-free food, you can't always take a person by what they say, but you can take a person by what they do. So I know a lot of today's talk has been focusing on the negative aspects of cognitive bias, and that's because they're pretty bad overall. But I want you to be aware of these fallacies because you can be better engineers and developers and product partners by having some understanding about them. But you can also use the traits of some cognitive biases in a good way. And so note that we're not going to have any dark patterns here, folks. We're going to use these cognitive biases for good. Remember how I talked about the Bader-Meinhof effect or the frequency illusion effect? Again, that's the cognitive bias that happens when something that has recently come into our attention suddenly appears everywhere. Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. You can use this comfort and familiarity to guide the user or the customer through a journey more smoothly. You can repeat elements, especially in an omni-channel experience.
Jennifer.
And when I say omni-channel, that's when a person might interact with your product across multiple touch points. Let's say they're shopping for something and they start shopping on their home computer or work computer. And then they go into the store and they're looking around in the store, and then maybe they pull up their cell phone and either pull up the app or pull up a website to get some more information. This is an omni-channel experience. And as someone creating and building products, you can use familiar clues like color, fonts, common design patterns to make the user feel comfortable where they are. And this helps them feel familiar in the experience. They know that they're in the right place, in the right experience. So I want you to think for a minute. Has anyone here ever assembled a piece of furniture you bought from IKEA? Think about how that made you feel to do that. Were you frustrated? Did you feel accomplished? Satisfied when you got it done? I know I feel like a champion when I put something together from IKEA. I am the person in our household who assembles IKEA furniture, and I love it. I have to admit, though, I've had some furniture that looks a little more like this. Whether you love it or hate it, there is a cognitive bias associated with the famous Swedish furniture store, IKEA. So the IKEA effect is for tendency to people to place high value on objects that they partially assemble themselves, just like furniture from IKEA. And they're proud of this, even regardless of the quality or the end result. So why is this even a thing? Well, people have an emotional investment when they build something from their own blood, sweat, tears, and hands. So, okay, get it. So how does this IKEA effect apply to products and maybe app design, what we might be working on in the technology world? Well, a user can experience that same effect when they complete a task, like maybe assembling a puzzle or getting some work done. They feel a stronger emotional connection when they complete it successfully. So consider this feeling when you build an interface or a product that could perhaps give somebody a taste of delight after their success. So I'm kind of hoping that maybe you found a couple of things that I talked about today a little bit funny. All right, give me a break, okay? I tried to inject some humor along the way. And I've done that because I know that humorous items are more easily remembered than non-humorous ones. And this is known as the humor effect. So this is an easy one, right? We've all seen something funny on the internet. I really love this 404 page. It really cracks me up. You get to choose the developer who gets fired for this error message coming up. Now, this is fun. I'm sure they don't get really fired, but this is a fun error message, right? This is a good example of using the cognitive bias called the humor effect. So when your company shows something funny, it allows users to connect with your company or your product in a more personal and emotional level. Humor feels conversational or relatable, and it gives your site or product a human connection. Okay, so how can you inject some humor in the app or whatever you're building? Well, first you need to decide how you're going to do it. Is it going to be words, illustrations, animation? You can see here we have a couple, right? We have words, oops, and we have a fun illustration. But I do have a little caveat when it comes to humor. Make sure that is it appropriate for your audience and it represents the message your company wants to send. We do not want to be inappropriate. Remember, we're trying to use these cognitive biases for good, right? So let's move on to another cognitive bias that could be used to benefit your designs and the things that you're building. Just take a look at this image for a second. Ooh, I can't look at this image too long. It's got a lot going on. It's got a lot of crazy going on here. For those who are maybe not familiar with who this person is most of the people here are Arnold Schwarzenegger. Ooh. So in a world where everyone seems to be trying to one-up the next person or be better than the next person, there are ways that we're trying to be more creative and extreme to capture people's limited attention. And that means that bizarre material, like what we're looking at here, is better remembered than common or bland material. And this is where the bizarreness effect comes in. This is part of the reason why humans have peripheral vision. We notice things on the move, and in many cases, we notice things that are different. So this seems like a pretty simple cognitive bias that we could use for good in design. We should just make everything shocking, right? Ooh, well, not exactly. The whole point here is that you want your website or whatever you're building to stand out in a sea of sameness. I get that. But you also don't want to be obnoxious and annoying. So you can use design elements like color and contrast, emphasis to make something stand out. This is why you see a button on a page looks different than the other items on the page. You could even use animation to draw attention to something. And finally, like I mentioned before, you can use humor, like a fun illustration, to play into this bizarreness effect. The key here is to balance pleasantly surprised with obnoxious as heck. And finally, I'm going to wrap up with the ways that you can use cognitive biases for good, with a very important one that we often take for granted. And if you do nothing else in the universe as a developer or a person who's making stuff, please do this one thing. Make good defaults. Like this nice, tidy room here. When a person comes to your website or your app or whatever you're building for the first time, have things set up for them nice and tidy. The default effect happens when we're given a set of options. We assume the default options are the best ones. We expect good things to be chosen for us. And we don't want to have to set anything up ourselves. So say, for example, when you install a new app on your phone, you might assume push notifications are turned off automatically. If not, you find out the hard way that they're actually turned on by default because you are bombarded with useless messages. I have been there. That's not fun. So the person who uses a website or product assumes the expert, or at the very least the creator or the developer of this app or product, has vetted out the best design decisions and set them up. And that's what is automatically set in motion for them when they sign up. So when given a choice between several options, we have the tendency to favor the default one. Humans are lazy. Tell us, human beings, what the best selection is. Like the famous words of Steve Krug, the writer, "Don't make me think." So how do you design a product or experience to promote good defaults? Well, part of it is to keep the marketing and the sales department out of the designing a feature business. So let's be honest. Sometimes sales, they often want to plug things into an app or a product for a different agenda than the user actually wants. Don't let them throw into a bunch of features in that users don't really need. Sometimes they contribute to feature bloat. All right, really though, a practical way that you can design good defaults is to conduct user research to understand how the person normally uses your product and then align the defaults to that. So how is this done in design? Well, you can use color, fonts, and group like items together to emphasize the best option. Packaging items in a visual way will give the user confidence that you're presenting the best choice to them. That is, of course, if you are presenting the best choice to them. Remember, we're going to do good in our designs. We're going to use these cognitive biases for good, right? So to conclude, I want to revisit a couple of the major points I talked about today. We talked about how biases affect everyone, and like the blind spot bias. And I talked about how to be careful when you're acting as a person who's talking to others to get feedback, to try not to lead the witness. I talked about the need to avoid things like the Semmelweis effect and to be open to different and outside ideas. We also discussed our human need to fit in with the group, with the cognitive bias, like the courtesy bias. And we also talked about how our memory can be skewed. And we think we see something recently, like in the Bader-Meinhof effect, and now it's making us think we see something all of the time. And then finally, we talked about some ways to turn that frown upside down and use cognitive biases for good in our designs. Now, these things we talked about today are just the tip of the iceberg of how many cognitive biases are out there. But I think we hit some of the major ones that you can take away with you today. My main point here is to make you aware that they exist and for you to look for signs for them in yourself, and more fun, to look for signs of cognitive biases in others, and hopefully keep them out of your future designs and your discussions. I want you to go out there and design better products without bias. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Here are some links and places that you can connect to me on social media and whatnot. Again, thank you for your time. My name is Jen Blatz. I'm a user experience researcher and designer, and I would love to connect. Have a great day. See ya.
Yeah, and that talk definitely didn't suffer from the too few meaning bias, right? It was really great talk, and
I need to process that. That was a lot of information. Wow.
Yeah, right. And we are very happy to have Jen connected to us live from Dallas. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi. Hello.
So we have a lot of questions, but probably the questions come during the next day, so maybe we need to call you again.
Sure.
So one question I had was, I guess that some people are actually aware of some kind of bias, but happen to actively ignore it. What do you think? Why could that happen?
Well, that's a very good question. I do think that a lot of biases are unconscious. So I don't think that they are aware of them. And that's kind of how they work, right? They happen, our mind processes things in certain ways, and we're not even aware of that. But for those who, I don't think it's a bias at that point. In a sense, it's almost like a personality flaw. If you choose to ignore some of the traits that help you communicate better with others and work with others, then I think there's a little bit more going on there than a bias.
And well, I've got the impression that at least in the tech scene, or maybe even in the broader world, that the interest in these kind of biases is more recent, like throughout the last couple of years. So is that just my impression, or is that a recent development for some reason?
Well, Robert, I think that you're suffering from the Bader-Meinhof effect, which is something that comes into your consciousness is now feeling like it's everywhere. So congratulations, you have just exposed one of the cognitive biases that you were suffering from.
So something, for example, I definitely, not only me, but definitely me have suffered from is the not invented here bias, right? And this is at least one thing I often asked myself about, what is it for, you know? Because I felt like it was there for a reason, and how do I deal with that? And I think most of the time I found in the roots, like, it was not really bad intentions, it was more like, maybe I find a better solution if I would have invented it and just put that tiny thing on top. So my strategy to deal with that is, like, when I try to see that I try to first understand if the thing at hand, you know. So if I feel like it's not invented here, maybe I didn't understand it well enough. So would that be a strategy to deal with it?
Yeah, that's a very fair point. And that's one of the main reasons why I included that bias into this talk, is because I've seen this bias in a lot of places. One way to do that is just to understand what the competition is doing. And it's okay to see what they're doing and to do it better. That happens all the time. We're always making increment improvements upon something else or something within our company. So that's totally normal. That's how we progress and make technology better and faster and make better products. So it's okay, but it's all, you know, just be aware that sometimes we don't need to reinvent the wheel. It kind of becomes that, do we need to have is third-party software okay to solve this solution, or do we need to build it ourselves? And to weigh the pros and cons of, if we build it ourselves, what are the costs and the resources that are going to go into that, right? So just looking at it as a bigger picture, maybe not thinking about, oh, I can make the best thing and it's going to be pretty and sexy and cool, but like, what's it really going to take to build this, and be realistic about what those efforts are.
Yeah.
When I think about this not invented here syndrome, I have this XKCD comic in mind. This stick figure. What's his name? Yeah. Is it Randall Munro? I'm not sure. And he has this comic where he says, "Oh, I'm going to write a JavaScript framework that does everything perfectly," and then we end up with one more JavaScript framework like all the time, right? So don't do that with your new React skills, Robert.
Yeah.
Be careful.
and I guess another. Yeah. Sorry.
No, you're right. I mean, that's why large companies have multiple calendar pickers or multiple products that do the same thing, is because they're not investigating to figure out what's also being built in other departments or other silos.
Yeah, and I think knowing about cognitive biases is also important in order to detect when you're getting into the field of using dark patterns. You know, that is something I'm also concerned about, really, in also in our industry, that developers are kind of just doing what they are being told and don't question so much if that is really doing something harmful and actively misusing cognitive patterns. So I tried to find a photo, but I didn't. I found even a shower a shampoo, and it said something like 6-in-1, right? And now guess what was the 6-in-1? And it was definitely, it was not only head and so on, but it was left arm, right arm, left leg, right leg, you know, in fine print below. But what would you suggest to someone who feels like, oh, that's getting into the direction of having to implement a dark pattern? How could you react on it?
Yeah, that's great to talk about, because that's why at that section at the end I talk about there are cognitive biases that you can use for good, and I'm very scolding and I say, but you're not going to make dark patterns. But my advice would be, developers are very smart people, and I want their voice to be heard as well. Speak up. If you know this is not right, if you know that this could harm the user, and it doesn't have to be in a huge way, but if this is unethical and harmful, please speak up and voice your concern that this might not be the best experience. This might not be the way that our company wants to promote itself. We may not, because those can have repercussions. If you do some negative things, customers will report that on a very public platform, and that's a difficult thing to correct and retract once it's out there. Yeah. I have done it myself. So I will complain publicly about companies if they do something negative or if I have a poor experience. And so it can have more of a broader impact. And so to your question, Robert, yes, just speak up. You know it's wrong. You are a smart person. You're hired to be there for a reason, because you're a smart person and your voice does matter, and voice your concerns.
Yeah. If in doubt, you can still ask your colleague, that sounds really bad. What do you think? Right?
Exactly.
Test your concern. You know,
exactly.
Like, test your design, test your concern. That's good. And you mentioned something that I very much liked, Jennifer. You have a gut feeling about this. All these biases are, you know, your brain is doing something. It's cognitive, but your heart feels something as well. And you know, when it feels fishy, when it feels wrong, speak up. talk to someone, see if they feel the same thing, if they share your, you know, the thing you're feeling. That's a good advice. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the whole point of this talk, is to be aware, like to what Robert was saying, like, oh, I feel like I'm seeing cognitive biases everywhere. Well, that's called a thing. That's got a name, and now you know that that's a thing to look out for. And that's the whole point of what I'm trying to do with sharing some of these biases, is now you know the don't look outside, not invented here bias. Now you can see the signs and be like, whoa, wait a minute, I see what's happening here, and kind of halt some of these things from getting too far along.
All right. Well, thank you, Jennifer, for teaching us pareidolia and taking the time
you said it right,
So, thanks a lot, and greetings to you, to Dallas.
Yes.
Take care, and see you in the real world at some point, hopefully, right?
Absolutely. Thank you all for letting me be part of this great conference and have this chat at the end. And don't use cognitive biases for bad.
We decide what's good. Okay. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Have a great day. So, I think we should have some more music, right?
Definitely. One covers a topic which every developer needs to deal with sooner or later. So what are the most difficult things to cope with? Tobias, do you know that as a developer?
Of course. Wait. Naming things, caching.
That's it. Right? So, definitely. So, this is probably also about caching. I don't know yet, but it's definitely about high-performant websites, despite having dynamic content. So, even if that is possible at all. So, I'm very curious about the talk by Stefan Bruggmann, and as I mentioned, he's talking about high-performant websites despite dynamic content. Here you go.
What's the most annoying thing while browsing the web? Is it ads? Well, they're kind of useful. They generate money for a service. And we have an ad blocker, so problem solved. Is it trolls? We have a built-in filter for stuff like that, which usually works pretty good. Is it bad connections? Well, we have to be patient if you are outdoor or traveling by train, so that's not really a problem. We know that is an issue. For me, it's slow websites. So I click a button and nothing happens. Maybe a spinner, but is it working? Do I have to click again? Was that an error? Do I have to wait? I hate these situations. And it's super important to have a fast and reactive website. So Amazon told us that if they would have a lag of 1 second on their Amazon website, they would have 1.6 billion loss in a year. So that's a lot of money. Okay, Amazon is a big site, but you'll lose customers if you have a slow website. That's by definition. Welcome to my talk about high-performance sites despite dynamic content. I'm Stefan Bruggmann. I'm Managing Director, Development at Jungformat Tech in Zurich, Switzerland. And currently, We have a lot of home office headquarters because of the situation you know, probably. But what makes a performant website? In technical view, we need a fast response of the server. Point one. Then we need a fast transportation over the network. And of course, we need a fast rendering in the browser. So just the browser got the data and he has to create some visual representation of your data. This needs time too. For the user, it's simple. It just has a feeling about the fast responsive site or not. So in this talk, we have these 4 topics: server, the network, the browser, and the feeling of the client, of the visitor of the website. First, the server. And if you make it simple, we just need efficient code and maybe more power on the server. Then we have a fast response of our data. Then regarding the network, we need maybe smaller files and fewer of them so that we have a faster transmission. And in the browser, we need valid code and maybe less elements so that we have a fast rendering in the browser. And the feeling is it needs to feel fast. It's something you can't measure really, but it has to be reactive and fast loading times and interactions. And this we can solve with asynchronous operations. And what's a special sauce? How do we get to a good result? We need awareness. We need awareness in the whole project. So this starts with the developer, goes over to project managers and to the client. Everybody in the project needs to be aware that we have to build a fast website. And we need to test it. So how do we test the feeling? One thing is we can test with page speed and tools like that. We can test all the networking stuff, but we also have to test with real users how they interact with the website and how they feel about it and where they find a pain we can solve. And we need a little bit of fake it till you make it. So more on that later. One solution could be above the fold. This concept is pushed by Google a lot, and it means we just load the data, stylings, and scripts for the first portion of the website, and everything else we load later. And it's not always so easy to implement, especially with a content management system with dynamic content. And it would be even better if you scroll down and maybe the content is not loaded now, that we create skeletons that we can show to the visitor. Here is something loading. It is a product teaser. And then, bam, the product teaser is here. So that would be perfect. Let's have a look at some quick wins regarding Neos. The first, and of course, please use the Flowpak's full page cache package. It's super simple to integrate. Just one composer require, one settings entry, and you're done. It generates a static representation of your HTML page per page. But please have a look at this. If you have even just one uncached Fusion prototype in the page, the whole page cache isn't static. So please remove uncached Fusion stuff and resolve it asynchronously. And regarding the transportation, compress your HTML. It's simple, but do it. It costs nothing, and maybe it helps a bit. And please compress your assets via your web server. So this helps a lot to reduce the data which needs to be transported over the network. And a simple feel-good optimization would be just to remove content and features. But yes, of course, we can't do that. So let's try to make the content and some features asynchronous so that it can load the main page, but asynchronously load more content and features into it. But yes, that's not that simple. And let's head over to some examples. We built, together with BOM Connect, we built an online career choice fair. So this is usually an offline event, and where you can have a look what job is the right for me. And of course, with COVID, there was no way to make an offline fair. So we created an online experience with a 3-day event with 6 parallel live video talks about different job descriptions. And this changed every 15 minutes. And we had, of course, a home website, the schedule page, several overview pages, and detailed job description pages. And on each page, we had changes every 15 minutes to introduce the next or the current live speaker and so on. And yes, a lot of uncached requests every 15 minutes could definitely blast our server. So our plan was to make the client intelligent. What does that mean? So, as an example, we have here the schedule page. We have a known set of timestamps and speakers. We know them. And they should not change during the event. And this way, the browser is able to know what's happening right now and what's happening in the future. So we decided to cache the structured data in the browser and manipulate the rendering in the browser itself. So every 15 minutes, we not reload the page or let the user reload the page. We just automatically update the site because we have all the structured data cached in the browser. We can do that automatically. And we don't need to invalidate the static cache on the server. The manipulation we did with Alpine.js. So what and why Alpine.js? Next to Neos, we use Nuxt.js, and you probably know this already. And because of Nuxt.js, we learned to use Tailwind CSS, a really powerful CSS framework. And because of that, we have seen Alpine.js. It's a kind of a lightweight interpretation of Vue. So we know Vue from Nuxt, we have Tailwind, and we have Alpine.js. So we thought that's a good idea to combine Neos with Tailwind and Alpine.js to have some kind of the client-side application feeling of Nuxt, the power of Neos, and Tailwind. And if you're interested in using Tailwind with Neos, have a look at the Carbon Rollup package. It's a really well implementation of Tailwind for Neos. So let's have a look at the code. Here is one of the components of the schedule page, the main entry. So we have here in the initialization of Alpine.js, we inject all the items. So we have there a JSON object with all the data of all items, and below we have the rendering of all other items. So we have a server-side rendering of all items. We have a default HTML structure of all talks and all speakers, and we have the JSON object with all informations about timing, which talk is when visible in live, etc. And here a simple example: the Alpine.js JavaScript component could look like this. To change the days, it's a limited example here. So it's pretty simple to integrate an Alpine.js component in Neos. But let's have a look at the next pages. So this is the overview pages over all job descriptions and profiles. So we have a huge list of profiles and a huge list of filter possibilities. And here we label all the currently live elements, for example, and we can filter for tags and for text. This is all solved in Alpine.js. No server request needed. And again, we have a known set of timestamps and speakers. So we can generate the whole list. They should not change during the event, and the browser is able to know what's happening right now and in the future. But this one, we also cache all the structured data, but we don't render in the server. We just render in the browser. And we load the data asynchronously. So we just load the outer part of the website, the default stuff, and then we load via a JavaScript request all the data which we need to show all the items. And of course, again, with Neos, Tailwind, and Alpine.js. And this is the one example of that. I'm sorry. So, and the difference here is we not generate the items itself, we generate just the templates. So a template for the grouping mechanism, template for the item, template for the profile pictures, etc. This is the grouping. And again, we have here just Alpine.js attributes and representation from the JSON object data. So this is, and even this one, this looks like a normal props, like a normal property, but this is just next template component for Alpine.js. So in Fusion, we don't render real data, we render just templates without any real data. So let's have a look. For example, this one, the props has image. In Fusion, the result of this props has image is just the name of the variable in the JSON object. And it renders to a valid Alpine.js component, which is run by JavaScript. So it's kind of crazy to create such a component, but it makes it super easy to create dynamic Fusion prototypes which can be reused in different Alpine.js components. So now we have a fully cached placeholder page with a basic DOM structure And we loaded a front-end application, which is Alpine.js, basically, the framework, which is interpreting the templates we give to him. And we load via asynchronous data, the prefetched JSON file, directly into Alpine.js, and we let the browser render all the content. So if you have JavaScript disabled, this page won't work. But a lot of uncached requests could still have lost our server. So that's not really, could always happen. So let's harden the backend rendering. Of course, you have to use Redis 0.1. But also the flow queries can be very expensive. And if you load so many items and profiles, that's a problem. Of course, we used Elasticsearch for that. And as mentioned before, we have a search on the website, or multiple searches, and they are just client-side. We use Elasticsearch only to make the flow queries faster. So basically to don't have flow queries, sadly. Let's shortly talk about architecture of the server. So we ended up with a pretty simple architecture. So with default LAMP stack with Redis and an Elasticsearch attached to it. It's fine. We could just add a CDN. We have static content. It would be super simple to add a CDN or just a proxy cache, something like that. Or could go crazy and do it your own and add a load balancer with several servers. So it would be easy to manage all that. But what can go wrong at this point? So we have asynchronous data, we have fast backend rendering, fast frontend rendering, we have dynamic reloads, we have transport caching, all that. What can go wrong? So this can go wrong. Human error. So we had calculated what server we need, what traffic we expect, and it was more. So we did run into max connections and failed right at the beginning of the first live event, a lot of connections. So I think 2/3 we lost at the first. So we had to increase this very fast, and then it did run just smoothly. But would there be a workaround? Well, yes and no, of course. But let's have a look at service workers. With service workers, we have the browser, and we have the network with the server in the back. So this way, we can cache page loads in the browser. So if the network is broken, we are offline, or the server is offline, both can happen, we can use the cached data in the browser and keep the site up and running. This would have helped if the visitors already visited once again the website. So we need to fill up the cache. If you're the first time on the website, this does not help you. And what's coming next? Lazy loading for images. Well, usually it's super easy. Just add Zeitgeist's Lazy Bones package, and you have lazy loading, fully responsive images out of the box. It's super cool, super efficient. It makes totally sense. Because we had this custom implementation of rendering in the browser and delivering the content and all the image assets via the external JavaScript request, we did not implement this yet, but we added. And now back to the web app. On the left, we see our overview page of the profiles with the search and the filter mechanism, and on the right it's one of the profile pages. So we have a lot of components on this website. So we have, of course, the search. We have the filter, which pops up. We have booleans to enable, disable, and on the right we have component where you can make a test about your personality to find specific types of job profiles faster, so with a color scheme. And during the live event, we have indicators about currently live or in the next 15 minutes, something like that. And on the profile itself of the person, of course, too. So this person is live now or live in 15 minutes, and with a ticker and all of that. And of course, we use Alpine.js. And to synchronize all these components, we added Spruce. So it's a lightweight global state management layer. So it's a store for Alpine.js, pretty simple, which allowed us to keep all the different Alpine.js components in sync. So you have one data pool and all the components are reacting. So you have a really nice implementation and fast interactions. So if you change something here, add something to the favorites, we have it even in other browsers maybe. So it's super cool to work with Alpine.js this way. A lot of components, one store, everything is updated. Let's recap now. Please do your homework. Write clean and efficient code. And create an appropriate architecture. Think about it twice. Test it different ways. Optimize it and test again. I know it needs time, but please test and optimize. If you see something, change it, optimize it. And if it increases your visitor's experience, just if, go as asynchronous as possible. Fake it till you make it. That's the point. Thank you.
And thank you, Stefan, for this nice talk. We tried to fake it until we now have to make it and come up with good questions, because you almost said everything already. But nevertheless, we're glad to have you here connected with you. Stefan, from where are you calling in?
Hi, thank you. From Switzerland, of course.
From good old Switzerland.
Is it 12 points for Switzerland?
12 points for Switzerland, right, yeah. So you talked a lot about the performance in the front end, I would say. So what about write operations? If you have applications with a lot of write operations and still need to come up with a performant front end, would that change your concepts, or what else would you need to do to deal with that?
It depends where the write action happens. Well, not really. You can cache the static content. Each request can be static and it can be held in a CDN without changing until you have done all your write actions.
Mm. Yeah, okay. So I guess you have to get used to this whole approach a bit with a lot of asynchronity. I would think that lots of backend developers are used to process things in a very synchronous way. So do you think that that's a different mindset to create these kinds of solutions? Or did it feel like a different mindset to you?
I think you have more control if you have processes in the backend. So you have more control about the finishing of the single processes. And in the browser, you have not the full control about all the actions you initiate. So a lot can fail and can fail silently. So it's bit of scary to relate on asynchronous actions.
When you say there's a lot going on on the client side, is it harder to test such applications?
Definitely, yes.
Yeah, but how do you do that in a bigger scope? I mean, do you do some kind of load testing, client-based, or how do you approach that?
Well, we do load tests, but not against the full page load, including asynchronous requests. We load test each and every request, so the simple HTML requests and the asynchronous endpoints, but not together.
Yeah.
And does it change much between desktop clients and mobile phone clients, for example? Is that a big difference nowadays?
Well, the mobile clients are extremely powerful, especially in Switzerland. In other countries, you have, well, it is. You have to think about low networks and cheaper phones. And if you have the main market in Switzerland, you can think about more powerful devices. And
so it's not Android 4 anymore for Switzerland. Okay, that's a luxury. That's good to know.
How important is it to know about the infrastructure powering all that? I mean, your approach is mostly client-based, or puts a lot of calculation into the client. But there are certainly also some things you can do on the infrastructure side, like, I mean, traditional caching solutions and all that. Do you still use that? Do they still play an important role, or is that shifting to the client?
No, absolutely. You need to do the basics on the server and transport caching and all that. So you have good old caching mechanisms in the internet, and we have to use them. So everything which is asynchronous has to be on top of that.
Okay. And your approach, when I'm not a developer myself, but I do look into projects and what they sometimes. Are we still live? Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Know where all the different pieces of code that are involved for the end product come together. Like you said, there's Fusion code which sends out the template. Then on the client there's this Alpine.js, I think, which is doing loading the asynchronous data and so on. Does it make it much more difficult for the developer to know which parts are involved at the end?
I was definitely offline for a short time, so.
You missed part of my question. Okay. Okay, so let me try to say it again. You showed a piece of code which had the Fusion code, I think it was, where you had the template, and then you said in there you have Alpine.js markers, which the client will then load the data into when it's loaded. Does it make it more difficult for the developer to know which part of the code is executed when, and when they're developing, to know which parts are responsible?
Yes, and yes. If you jump into such a project, you have to look closely which component is it. So are you in the backend, in the Fusion backend, or are you in the front end? It's usually there is something like there's a tag template, and then it's clear, but not always, because we also had components which was loaded in another template, and then you don't see it in the AFX itself. So it's again the first problem, naming things, and you have solved it.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So we really learned again. Fake it till you make it, and what comes to my mind is that old talk, fake performance patterns, if I'm not mistaken, back then in Kolbermoor at the Inspiring Conference. Maybe you can find that somewhere online, which was a very entertaining talk by, do you remember Sascha Storz, I think? And that definitely was going into the client-side area, but almost into the dark patterns, I would say, which is still something you can do to fake performance. Well, Stefan, you showed us the light pattern, right? Not the dark pattern one. Thanks a lot also for answering our questions. And greetings to Switzerland.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a nice day. Bye.
Jan Kurfürst, thank you very much. Oh, it's so nice to have the live
I could
music
have
here.
that in my office every time I finished a task.
When you commit something,
yeah,
and
when I
then
commit
push
something.
the positive music, that's
Right.
nice. Awesome. So our next talk, and I think it's the final talk for today.
Is it?
And then after this talk, it's the awards, right? So before going in, I go into announcing this talk. I want to reiterate, if there are nominees of the award out there watching this stream right now, which of course I hope you all are, and you haven't yet, get in touch with your colleagues if you want to group up for the award ceremony and film yourself when you actually do get the reward, and then share that video with us. That would be so cool. Right. The last talk for today is by one of our core team members, and Gina Steiner is going to talk about resilience and reinvention, how to reach continued relevance. And I think with the pandemic that we've seen in the last year, resilience has become a much more important topic, and Gina really knows what she's talking about. When I think about her background, being a researcher and having gone, on meteorological, that's a very difficult word, projects.
Weather. Just say
weather, that's good. Weather project for the Max Planck Institute. And I really enjoy her talks every time. So this time, resilience and reinvention from Gina Steiner.
My name is Gina Steiner, and today I will talk about resilience and reinvention and how to reach continued relevance. Resilience. Resilience is the ability to cope with a crisis. So resilience is some kind of protection. Relevance. Something is relevant to a task if it makes the task possible. So relevance is some kind of usefulness. On the one hand, you want to protect your system, make it resilient, and on the other hand, you want to have a useful system, one which is needed. Let's assume you offer a useful product. It's useful to the market. And let's assume your company is hit by a crisis. If you manage to go through the crisis, you might think, hey, great, I learned all my lessons. I can lay back. This will work. it will certainly work for a while, but since there's only one constant, which is change, change will come. So in the end, the question is, how mature are you really? Did you manage because you had this one great financial officer, or this awesome financial rescue package, or this one CTO, or whatever? What happens if this changes? Will you manage again? Will you cradle yourself in the self-lie and safety of the false summit plateau? Self-lie is a heavy one. So on the one hand, this subject area is about reflection. And on the other hand, it is about path. So what do we ask ourselves? We ask ourselves the following questions. Who am I? Who do I want to be? How many do I want to be? Where am I? And where do I want to go? And where do I move from here? And if I say I refer to the whole system, possibly company. In this talk, I assume you already know who you are, who you want to be, and how big you want to grow. In this talk, I would like to introduce you to the Kanban maturity model. I will focus on the last 3 questions, because maturity seems to be a core concept for these questions. And there are a lot of different maturity models. So in this talk, I would like to introduce you to the Kanban maturity model. So coming back to the 3 questions, the KMM can help answering them. The KMM is a map or rough route planner. It is no timetable. It includes no time information. So nobody can tell you when you move from one level to the next level, or how long it takes to move from level 2 to 5. So really, there is no time information included. It highly depends on your system. For leaders, it is a strategic approach, and for coaches, a collection of ideas around how not to overwhelm the system and how to avoid the false summit plateau. Where do I want to go is answered when you look at it as a map. Oh, sorry, that's wrong. Where I am is answered when you look at it as a map. And where do I want to go and where do I move from here is answered when you look at it as a route planner. Since it avoids overwhelming, it will make your system resilient. And since you can always see that there is a way ahead of you, it avoids the self-lie of the false summit plateau. So if you check the KMM material on the KMM website, you will find a lot of posters. I will mainly focus on 3 of them to give you an overview. I use the version 1.1. First context should always be the version I call CEO version, a really short executive summary. It briefly explains what the KMM is. So the KMM divides maturity into 7 levels, and it starts with 0. Each level has a speaking name. It assigns different forms of culture to these levels. Each culture has also a speaking name. It also assigns the scope of the system to these levels. This means if you are in a certain level of the system, you usually think in tasks or services. And since I like catchphrases better than speaking names, I will add catchphrases to the levels. Level 0. This does not mean you do not do stand-ups or something similar. You might do that. It means that the responsibility of doing a certain kind of task is mainly bound to an individual. Level 1. In this level, you share responsibility. The individuals start to fade into the background, and delivering becomes more important. In this state, the team is very important, and they start to celebrate themselves and what they have achieved. Level 2. In this level, the teams have recognized that they can't stay on their team islands. They observe that focusing only on their own team slows down the end-to-end flow. Since for delivering a finished product or service, a project, product or service to the customer, the interaction of teams is essential. So in this level, they increase the angle of view and start to focus on the customer. In this level, you have managed to ensure the flow through the system and deliver the expected product or service. The customer gets what he really wants. This level is an unstable level because you talk about money. Either you can't invoice the real price, since the customer wouldn't buy it, or you sell for a fake or political price. Maybe you postpone the problem since you invoice continuously by hour until the bad awakening at the end of the project. So this level is unstable. Level 4. In this level, you managed to deliver the wished product and the customer is satisfied with the price. In general, you have no discussions when the invoices are sent out and enough money in the bank account. Here, you could stop and feel good on a false summit plateau. The group is well aligned and you reach the good unity. And this system will surely last for some years. From a capitalistic point of view, if you want to sell, it's best to sell now. If you don't want to sell your company, or you make sense of what you are doing, sustainability becomes more important. In this level, you have developed into a kind of market leader without being bound to any individual or team. Not only you, but the people in the system make sense of what they are doing. You are known for certain projects, products, or services. And last but not least, level 6. You reach this level when you've managed to decouple from certain projects, products, or services. This also means the system is resilient against crises. You are able to keep relevance independently of certain products. But the key point is no matter who works there, the system always manages to reinvent itself automatically, since the culture builds the base and not any person. This is just a definition of levels. And if you try to locate yourself, avoid self-lie and try not to elevate your company to any level. Remember, where am I? Where do I want to go? Where do I move from here? And if people show more interest in answering these questions, I present the next version. And if you use Kanban, it can help, but for the next version, it is not necessary to have implemented Kanban. So this is the next version. And this version assigns more properties to the levels. See, Kanban is only mentioned in the most left column, and you can ignore that if you like. In the middle, you can find the already known information, level name and scope. In the columns from left to right, you can find the kind of leadership associated with that level, how trust changes from level to level, on which questions you mainly focus in this level, which values you can find in each level, and how your actions change from level to level, from reaction to anticipation, from chaotic to congruent, from tactical to strategical. And you also find what kind of behavior you observe in each level. On the very left, you can find the limitation and rewards of each level. So with this version, you should be able to locate yourself. If you have implemented Kanban boards in your teams and follow the 6 Kanban principles and practices, the KMM comes into full use. Now I show you a third and the last version of the KMM. Before we dig into this almost overwhelming version, like you see, I want to explain the difference regarding the lines compared with the other 2 versions. See, one line consists of 2 parts. And the lower one is the consolidation part. And the upper one is the transition part. Meaning, when you move from one level to the other, the moment you start to develop, the moment you start, you are already in the transition part of the next level. If you fully reach that level, you are in the consolidation part. So 2 lines for each level, not only 1. You can also see a lot of columns. In the first 3 columns, we can find the things we already know from the other versions. The rest is new and Kanban. Nevertheless, I will explain to you how to work with it. But first, let me tell you how you can use this special KMM version for orientation, for example. Where are the individual teams located? And where is the company located? You see, you might have different teams, and the different teams might have a different maturity. Also, it's also not clear what the all-over maturity of the whole company is. You can use it for planning. What is a reasonable, what is an unreasonable next step for a single team? Or what is a reasonable and what is an unreasonable next step for the company? Here again, it's different for the teams, it's different for the company, but it is also different to think about the reasonable steps and the unreasonable steps. Something might be reasonable in a big view, but maybe it might be unreasonable to do this now. Maybe it is overwhelming the system now. Maybe it's more reasonable to do this step in a year or something like that. So when you do the planning, you do not think about where are the teams and the companies So you think about what is a reasonable next step and what is the unreasonable next step for this different level. It is also very useful for reflection. You know, like with the reasonable and the unreasonable, you start to think about reasonable and unreasonable for each team and for your company. And then you ask yourself the question, am I overwhelming the team or the company? And is this harming? Of course, normally it is. What you also, when you develop what you recognize that you move very slow. So from time to time, you might have the feeling, oh, I do not develop at all, and I did not reach anything. So when you locate yourself in the maturity model, for example, a level 2, you see, oh, I already managed to move from 0 to 1 and from 1 to 2. So I really achieved a lot. So this gives you the good feeling that you are on a good way. And also it shows you, yeah, I might have reached level 2, but this or that is still missing. Maybe I have to put my finger into this wound. Maybe the system can't do this by itself at the moment. Maybe the coaches can't do that. So you think about at which point can you offer some help and who should do that. Definitely it's good for the coaches for illustration. But like I said, this is really incorporating a lot of information. So this might overwhelm the people. So they really need some explanation to this version. So now coming back to how to use this version. We start with the question, where am I? And for example, we roughly guess, oh, we are somewhere around level 1. And so first thing we do, we zoom into the first columns. So the question here is, where are you exactly? And what definitely helps is to check the cultural values. What cultural values do I observe? Maybe I recognize here, okay, it seems to be level 1. Since collaboration, taking initiative and transparency, this works very well. Yeah, acts of leadership and maybe the flow, that's not really a working value at the moment. So level 1 it is. Now you should zoom into the Kanban visualization part of that area. So having reached level 1 means I should observe the methods mentioned in the consolidation part of the Kanban boards in my company. So I check the consolidation part and I have a look at the Kanban boards. And I should see and observe that they use these things and these methods. If they don't, I'm the wrong level and then I have to pick another level. Let's assume I picked the right level and okay, I can observe that more or less in that team, for example. So when moving to the next level, you will start to observe methods from the transition part of the next level coming on. So, and if you now want to help the system without overwhelming it, you can pick one of the methods suggested here. So, for example, I pick visualize work items aging. So, and now you here see we are more digging deeper into Kanban, and so I will stop here. And if you want to know more about digging deeper into the Kanban part, you find more information in the KMM book or in the KMM website. So what do I want to tell you? you should know who you are and how big you want to grow up front. You should find out where you are. You can use the KMM for that. You should remember that level 3 is unstable. If you want to sell, do it in level 4. Avoid overwhelming the system. Do not jump to levels. This harms the trust and it harms the system. And avoid the false summit plateau. Check often where you are located. Don't lie to yourself and recognize that there is a level ahead. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your question. Thanks.
Wow, welcome back. That was Gina's talk about resilience and reinvention. I think I've never seen such a comprehensive Kanban model.
I want at least level 7 in my company.
Oh, wow. But I think first you have to do a workshop to really assess where you are at and which steps you need to take. Let's talk to Gina about it. I think
she needs
can
to explain
it much better than we can. Hi, Gina.
Hey, Tobias.
Tell me, where are you right now?
In the maturity model or sitting?
No, not personally in the maturity model, more like we've had conversations today with Dmitri from Russia, and then we had Jen from the opposite side of the world, basically the other hemisphere. Where are you right now?
Right now I'm in Hamburg, and I think in about an hour I will be in Schleswig-Holstein in Rheinbeck. So now
beautiful.
Hamburg in the middle.
So this is basically your last act of work today, and then it's off to the weekend for you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for taking the time to have this conversation with us after your talk. Thank you very much for having that talk at NEOS conference online this year. You did a really good job. Thank you very much. So what I was wondering while I watched your talk is Kanban for me, I've always equated that with an agile methodology, something that's lean, something that very little framework for easy steps through a process.
That you can write down on a napkin, right?
I think that was the idea, or at least that's how I remember it. How does that compare to this? It's not the framework anymore, it's a methodology. What is it still agile?
First, I think you have yeah, well, what is agile? We can talk a lot about what is agile and what not. I think you have to distinguish between Kanban itself and the maturity model. And if you just remember the last big poster, then you also, the second one, then you had the Kanban practices on the one side. And these are 12. You have 6 practices and another 6. So it's about 12 things, and it fits perfectly on a napkin. So, but the problem is, if you just move forward and you develop yourself, then you start to think, what could be a good idea to do next? And then you brainstorm, and then some idea comes up, and then you think, whatever. And if you just work in systems and you recognize that people have some kind of ideas which are overwhelming the system, so they try to jump to the end. So this is like when you, you have a baby, your baby is born and it's 2 months old, and your idea is, okay, let's bring that baby to the university. And that might be not a good idea at that moment. So all in all, it might be at some day a good idea or not. That's depending on how the baby develops. It's step by step. It's an agile decision from point to point. So it's an agile decision from point to point, but you should avoid bringing that baby straightly to the university.
So
and
in
the
your
Kanban maturity model is about that.
Okay, so in your experience, Gina, there are probably reset points where, although you want to reach the next level and you're on a journey, something happens in the team, in the company, in the market, with the customer, and you have to reevaluate where you actually are because something has changed. What are such reset points where you think you need to have a look again and assess which level you're really at?
It's a matter of trust. If you have a big trust in your system, you can simply ask, and if you recognize that what you think, what the system is, and what the people tell you what the system is, then you have a divergence, and then you need to reset. The problem is if you don't get to that information really, if there is not enough trust in the system, then you just assume. And that definitely is the point where you need to reset.
Okay, and when you think about companies, and you've probably done this with customers in the past, where you've talked about Kanban and the maturity model, is there a certain size of company where you think that from that size onwards that makes sense to have a look at this model? Can the company be too small?
Sort of, because if you have only one team, then you can't put it really up to a certain level, because one team works in that team level. And with a team of 6 or 7 people, communication is pretty easy. Let's say it's easier than with a group of 100 people. So, and if you just see the levels, then there is one level where you just focus on the team, and the next level, then the team starts to focus on the whole system. And I think you need at least 2 or 3 teams to work with the Kanban maturity model. And if you, let's say lots of agile frameworks say a team should be 5 to 6 people, but I think a team can scale up to 10 or 11 people. So let's assume, let's make it 10. I think from 30 people on, you can try to use the Kanban maturity model.
It would make sense. Okay, cool.
Do you think that can also be applied to other kinds of organizations? What about non-profits, for example, or an open source project? Is that completely different, or does that apply as well?
It definitely applies to all kinds of systems, and this is why I think it fits perfectly into the NEOS community, because also we remember when we had that one sprint in Vienna, and we were hosted in this big working and living project. I think it was 120 people or something like that. And definitely you can also apply it to this. So all kinds of systems which you can find smaller domains or smaller groups, which in one or another situation have to group together because one group can't solve the problem, and then it uses 2 or 3 groups to solve that problem. It's Kanban maturity model can be useful. The thing is that it is most useful when you use Kanban in the teams. Then it fully comes into whole play. And this is for sure a bigger problem to implement Kanban in, for example, a work-life project.
So watch out for the next Kanban workshop in your Schrebergarten community.
Definitely.
Right.
Do you think the Kanban model, like you just showed us, does it interfere with other methodologies that you may be doing in your team as well? Like, for example, if you're doing Scrum as well, or should you only do one?
Oh, definitely you can mix. The third poster uses Kanban just to locate yourself, but then skip that one. I think development and the values are more or less all the same in the agile ideas. So if you boil it down to the values, definitely you can mix that up. then you just find out what kind of value do we at the moment have in this team and at the moment do not have yet. Or we tell ourselves that we have that, but we do not really yet. And then use that.
Okay. What's the highest level in your maturity level that you've ever seen in a team or a company? And did that feel good? Did that feel right from your perspective?
Well, I think I saw once level 4. And I think there are companies who might have reached level 5 or level 6, but these are not a lot. And I think for a statistical, really, reliable sentence or point of view, really reliable, we do not have enough companies in level 5 and level 6. So we do not really, we can't really validate it yet.
That's interesting about such a model, right? If you come up with a model and the next steps, and it's really hard to actually evaluate the higher levels and make sense of them because there are so few examples, if any, that you can, validate that against. Really interesting.
Definitely, with all models is the same. With all models is the same, and the more you test and the more you implement it, the more systems you see in that level, and the more you can validate that. Definitely, it's empiric. Sure, like all sciences are, they start with an empiric point of view, and at the moment there are not enough in 5 and 6.
Just makes me think of the talk we heard earlier about all the biases, when you evaluate and when you test, and that stuck to my mind. Gina, it's something for you, absolutely a recommendation also because I'm looking forward to our next sprint in person again, doing retrospectives, and you know so much about all these techniques. This talk was really interesting from Jennifer. I'm so looking forward to meeting you in person again in the near future. It's been so long since we last met.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's really cool to have you here at NEOS conference now and have you deliver this talk about resilience and reinvention for us. It's been too long. Yeah. Wow. Gina, thank you very much for your time. And enjoy the rest of your weekend, of course. Watching NEOS conference tomorrow, of course. Right, we have another streaming day tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you too. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye, Gina.
Bye.
Bye.
So, this concludes the talks for today, but not our event. First, some music. Ooh, nice. Thank you, Jan. Woo! We will have another live session, I think, after the awards. So if you're into the music, stay tuned until after the awards.
And now it's celebration time.
It is. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
It's been 1 year, and I believe there have been a lot of awesome NEOS and Flow projects.
Yes, definitely.
I
mean, alone the projects I know of personally from what I've been part of or heard of from other colleagues, that would be worth the awards already, right?
Of course, I have very fond memories of last year, but nevertheless, I'm so happy that so many of you submitted their projects again this year for the award. I think, Robert, we do have the same categories as last year, I believe. So we have the NEOS Award and we have the Dedication Award, a special category that recognizes projects with a certain impact to the community and to society and the world. How is that? Do you know how we're going to do this?
In a worthy way, definitely, with a lot of glamour.
And when I think back to last year, we had a very, very beautiful young person telling us about who won and what happened in the end. So the jury did a fantastic job, and of course, again, they had a very hard job this year again of choosing the winners. They did tell us how many nominees there were.
The actual nominees were like 13, I think.
13
in
nominees.
the end. Yeah.
So thank you very much to everyone who handed in their projects, and I think I'm totally excited to find out who won. You too?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So without much further ado, let's have a look. Here come the awards.
Welcome to the official NEOS Award 2021. Who would have thought a year ago that I would have the special honor to present the best NEOS projects to you again this year? As every year, we would like to shout out a huge thanks to our award jury, Maike from CMS Garden, Yannick from the Contao Core team, Lea, Stefan, and David. All of them put a lot of their valuable time into this. We were really happy to see that the past year brought something great for sure. Your amazing award submissions. During the first step, the jury had to narrow down 13 nominees, 6 for the Dedication Award and 7 for the NEOS Award. We asked all nominees to send us a very last-minute video about their project, which you will find shortly after the conference on neoscon.io and soon as a case study. So at this point, thank you to all nominees for your effort and awesome videos. So now the moment you have all been waiting for. Let's start with the Dedication Award. This category shows projects that shine in terms of personal efforts for the NEOS project or for the client, community or nonprofit dedication, and a lot of enthusiasm and passion. Let's have a look at all nominees for the Dedication Award. The first Dedication Award goes to Acolono and their Better Embed package. This award is truly special because Better Embed brings communities together. Nico Grienauer from the Drupal community originated the plugin Better Embed, which enables editors to embed remote third-party content like YouTube videos, tweets, and much more in a GDPR-compliant way. It protects your visitors and ensures their privacy is respected and none of their personal data is transferred to third-party platforms without them having given their consent. If you want to embed remote content, give it a try. The second Dedication Award goes to Unica and the Login-as package. Login-as provides a seemingly small but very useful feature, impersonation. For every administrator of a larger NEOS setup, helping editors with their everyday problems can be difficult. With the impersonation feature provided by Login-as, you can log in the name of a given editor and view the backend as they do. This allows you to spot issues with their workspace or lets you guide them in the right direction. A very deserved award for a very dedicated NEOS core team member. The last dedication award goes to Sebastian Hälsle and the NEOS CMS terminal. Sebastian Hälsle, one of the most productive sources for clever and unique NEOS packages by trade, built a command line interface for EEL within the NEOS UI. With the NEOS terminal, you can debug EEL queries right in the backend, locate hard-to-find errors, and speed up your development. His latest NEOS package targets NEOS developers, and he provides the community with a great and very useful tool which can be used either within the NEOS backend or the browser console. Thank you, Sebastian, for your dedication. Congrats to all Dedication Award winners. And now the NEOS Awards 2021. For the Gold, Silver, and Bronze Award, the jury looked at the whole project from a lot of different perspectives and chose 7 nominees that stood out to them. So here are the 7 nominees. And the Bronze Award goes to Uhlmann Tech and their project Swiss Skills. This is not the first NEOS project for Uhlmann Tech in Switzerland, but the first and deserved NEOS award. With Swiss Skills, they laid the foundation for a 3-day online event for young job starters in Switzerland. They had more than 10,000 visitors only in those 3 days. It's beautifully designed and crafted and enables editors to nicely work with that design. It shows real people and real statements for real professions, to give youngsters a realistic vision on what to expect in their aspired careers. And the Silver Award goes to Avency and their project Voucher Shop. The Silver Award goes to Avency for not only a visual masterpiece, but an e-commerce solution for a very individual product. Vouchers can be designed individually in NEOS by the editor and then bought and downloaded as PDF. Seriously, working with PDF files in PHP deserves respect all by itself. As the name already states, Picture People is about vouchers for professional photographers or photo studios in Germany, Austria, and the Netherlands. And the Gold Award 2021 goes to my colleagues at Zeitgeist and their project for Kassenärztliche Vereinigung Hamburg. Zeitgeist deservedly wins the NEOS Gold Award for an outstanding project that had obviously received a lot of care in every detail. With Zeitgeist Pizza, it made some valuable open source packages possible to better manage the content lifecycle of NEOS. Zeitgeist helped with implementing an online store for protective goods within a very short period of time to help battle the pandemic, which showed their dedication towards the project. With a rather minimalistic design, a great deal of attention was given to accessibility and clarity. The website brings many features like a physician finder and the mentioned event-sourced online store, fully based on NEOS for the Kassenärztliche Vereinigung Hamburg. Congrats to all the winners and thanks to all projects that didn't get an award this year. You all deserve awards for supporting the NEOS project, and for that we are beyond thankful. Thank you all for watching the official NEOS Award from Dresden. I can't wait to see you again next year in Dresden, but this time for real, please.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Congratulations to all the winners of the NEOS Awards 2021.
And I definitely, I really like these dedication awards as well, because you see how individuals put so much heart and love into creative solutions.
So we want to make another shout out to the dedication award winners. So that was Nico Grienauer from the Drupal community with Better Embed, Markus Günther with his Login As package, and Sebastian Helzle with his NEOS terminal. Thank you so much for these contributions to the NEOS project. The time and effort you put in to make this open source project much, much better is so appreciated, and your award well deserved. Congratulations. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you.
And also thank you to and congratulations to the Bronze Award winner Jungformat with Swiss Skills, the Silver Award winner Agency with the Voucher Shop, and the Gold Award winner Zeitgeist with the Kassenärztliche Vereinigung Hamburg. So a huge thank you to the NEOS crew and the award jury.
And thank you very much, as Lisa already mentioned in her moderation, to everybody who, and every company and every organization who submitted projects for this year's NEOS Award. If you did not win a NEOS Award this year, of course there's another chance next year. Do submit your projects again, because as we saw, the variety of projects that we have and the concepts for which the awards are given, I have the feeling they grow every year. So it makes so much sense to submit projects to the awards. And from my perspective, the jury has really the hardest job in selecting the winners and bringing them, in a prioritized list and making that decision. That's so hard. So we want to take the opportunity to say thank you to the award jury. And this year we had Sreilik Helzle, Leah, thank you very much, Maike Jung, David Spiola, Stefan Regniert, Yannick Witschi, and of course also a special guest to our host, Lisa Günther. Thank you very much for the time you put in for the NEOS Awards this year. I'm so happy. That was awesome.
It definitely was, but what's missing a bit is the roaring applause here. So there you have it.
Thank you. Probably not the atmosphere they're used to, but that's what we can do here in the studio.
That's right.
Right. There's a little bit left for us to announce, so don't turn off the stream quite yet. We will have a second day of streaming tomorrow, the second day of NEOS conference. And tomorrow, I'll have a look at my list here, we will have a talk about the event source content repository. So if you're interested to find out what's new there, tune in tomorrow in the morning. We will talk about Fusion forms, or not we, but Martin Fitzel will. We will have micro front ends, find out what that is. NEOS and digital experience platform. Sounds interesting. Shimon, is it again? Ernesto Bajni will talk about NEOS and AWS. And Sebastian Helzle will tell us about the media module rewrite. So I'm really excited to see what's coming tomorrow. What else can I mention? There is a quiz online. Have you had a look at the quiz yet?
Not yet. I had to watch the talk.
You still have a chance to enter, Robert. It's open until midnight. So if you haven't yet, go to www.neoscon.io/quiz.
Don't forget the W, because it will trouble you.
Three W's, actually. For a chance to win a NEOS merchandise package. And if you enter today and you don't win, then you have another chance tomorrow. So check out that quiz. It's a different quiz tomorrow. Also, we have some NEOS t-shirts for this year's conference. So although we can't give them to you in person, if you're interested in, you know, looking as nice as this chair is right now, go to neoscon.io/shop and shop for your personal conference t-shirt. And if you're interested in wearing NEOS swag all day long, make sure to include a FFP2 mask there. All right. Now, something else on your list?
I don't think so, no.
There's one more thing, I believe. We've had awesome company today.
Always forget about that.
Are you ready? You are? So, we will see each other again tomorrow at 9 a.m. We start the second day, Central European summertime, that is. So make sure you're in the right time zone to tune in. And because it was so awesome, some more music from Jan Kurfürst. Thank you very much and enjoy the music.
Unsere Arbeitswelt verändert sich.
Wir haben entschieden, das neue Arbeiten aktiv selbst zu gestalten.
Wir werden sicherlich einige oder sehr viele Aspekte, die wir jetzt in den letzten Monaten eingeführt haben, einfach auch beibehalten, weil sie sich bewährt haben, auch wenn diese Pandemie vorbei ist.
Und dafür ist es aber total egal, wo wir arbeiten. Ob zu Hause im Homeoffice, ob im Büro, ob wir, keine Ahnung, irgendwo unterwegs sind.
Entscheiden zu können, wo und wie wir arbeiten, erhöht aus meiner Sicht die Selbstbestimmung aller Queos.
Wenn ich mir für diese Veränderung eines wünsche, dann ist es, dass unsere Kultur so nah und lebendig bleibt, wie sie es bisher war.
Queoweit gibt es neue Formate, die uns überraschend auf ganz neue Weise miteinander verbinden.
Man sieht die Leute nicht mehr im Büro, aber man sieht sie natürlich trotzdem. Viel in Zoom- oder Teams-Konferenzen, virtuell an verschiedenen Plätzen zu Austauschformaten. Und auch dort sieht man, dass das Vertrauen, was wir in unsere Mitarbeiter haben, mehr als zurückgezahlt wird.
Ich bin fest davon überzeugt, dass wir das Beste aus zwei Welten kombinieren werden.
Genau das leben und lieben zu lernen, das wünsche ich mir.
Hallo. Na? Das war der Opener. Oh Gott.
The Flow Native team, and that's Christian, Karsten and me, we're passionate about Neos. So we're usually busy with working on Neos, helping other people using Neos, and we created a cloud platform specifically for Neos and Flow called Flow Native Beach. And we may be pretty good at coding, teaching and all that, but we usually forget to dedicate some time to talk about what we have to offer. So here's our chance to give you a quick glimpse on how Flow Native Beach looks like. First of all, Beach is great for projects of all sizes. Our customers use Beach for small sites, like for a doctor's office or bakery next door, as well as for projects for big enterprises and with special setups which automatically scale up to dozens of servers. In Beach you can create projects. Each project represents one Neos or Flow Git repository. And then each project can have one or more instances. Each instance comes with its own database, Redis, cloud storage and configuration, so you can create one for production, another for staging and other test instances. Beach automatically checks out your Git repository and builds a Docker image. During this build process, composer packages are installed and further optional build steps are executed. And once the image is built, you can deploy it manually or even automatically. A few seconds later, your instance is live. And when you commit a change, build starts again and you can deploy changes without any downtime. Even though this is based on Kubernetes and Docker, you can open an SSH session as if it was a physical server, before everything was in the cloud. You can also provide configuration or secrets, which are securely stored and can be used in your Neos settings. Oh well, we're running out of time already, so there's a lot more like auto-scaling, Elasticsearch, and of course great support by people who really know Neos. So, if you ever thought why there isn't a hosting provider who really understands Neos, you may want to give Beach a try. We'd be really happy to welcome you at the beach.